Laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months, and even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed, and they're the stuff inside your stuff, even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs, and it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth partying with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm going to keep ticking. But no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave, but unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're Feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The New York Knicks came back from down 14 points in the third quarter in Wednesday's Game 1 of the NBA Finals and beat the San Antonio Spurs 105-95, giving them back the home court advantage in the series before Friday's Game 2 in San Antonio. Jalen Brunson, who had to leave the court in the first quarter after taking a shot to his knee that made the entire Knicks fandom hold their collective breaths, was able to return and star in the fourth quarter once again, scoring key buckets down the stretch for 13 of his 30 in the frame. While Brunson starred late, Karl-Anthony Towns played perhaps his best all-around game as a professional, shutting down Spurs superstar Victor Wembanyama and thriving offensively like he has all playoffs. Can the Knicks keep their now 12-game playoff winning streak up? Or will Wemby, Castle, Harper, and an outstanding supporting cast flip the script for the Spurs? Errol Q and Speedy break it all down tonight. And before we dial it up to 11 and check in on the first two games of the Stanley Cup Finals, with the Golden Knights coming back to take Game 1 on the road and Game 2 happening tonight, we'll then check in on the fallout and the spilling of the beans of what went wrong in Philly, leading to the much-discussed A.J. Brown trade earlier this week on another jam-packed, fully loaded, edge-of-your-seat, live Thursday night episode of the hottest streaming sports show in the biz. This is New York's Sports Loudmouth.
The Nets lose their star player, Toronto. They lose their star closer. The Nets are in a bad spot right now. I've never seen a Ranger team quit before the Olympics. We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that. What Jack Hughes did after getting his teeth knocked out and played every single shift, he got back in the game. I'm gonna fight them all. A seven-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. This kid is going to be the best defensive. And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette.
You're listening to the New York Sports Loudmouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to New York Sports Loudmouth. I'm wearing my New York Knicks Eastern Conference Championship hat. Yes, I'm wearing a Cavaliers jersey, but it's not what you think, ladies and gentlemen. It says mouth on the back, so it's not James Harden. I'm wearing a number 69. Nobody wears 69 on the Cavaliers. Anyways, my name is Errol Marks. They call me the Mouth. My co-host tonight, as you always know, the distinguished gentleman.
There we go.
New York Jets first-round draft pick, Quentin Coples.
Yes, sir.
Speedy Petey, and Dickie Braggs. Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard us, and you just heard him, Mr. Fish, our executive producer, and on the back end, Mr. Nithin Ramantandra, our RP or NP or whatever you call him, our AP himself in the back end. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including New York Sports Loudmouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And if anybody hasn't heard of us, well, I'm going to give you an introduction so you'll never forget us. Welcome to the New York Sports Loudmouth. My name is Errol Marks. As you just heard, I can say it 6 or 7 times. You probably will forget it by the end of the show.
Yeah.
The guy who watched so much sports this week, my television just filed workers' compensation. We got a loaded show tonight, so be careful, because apparently the sports world woke up and chose absolute chaos. The Knicks are still the talk of the town. Yes, the talk of New York. The city hasn't been so excited since somebody found a parking spot in Manhattan that didn't require a second mortgage. Knicks fans are acting like they personally contribute to the playoff run. We did it. No, Tony, you ate a mozzarella stick. Yes, you did. On the couch and yelled at the referees through 3 television screens. And how about the NBA? Adam Silver says he's concerned about flopping. Concerned. That's what he says. He's concerned. Well, Adam, we've got grown men getting tapped on the shoulder and falling like they were hit by a city bus. Some of these guys get more airtime lying on the floor than the actual hardwood. Meanwhile, Victor Wembanyama continues to look like somebody created a basketball player in a video game and accidentally maxed out every slider. The man blocks shots that haven't been even released yet. Opposing players look up at him like they're trying to read a billboard. In the WNBA, Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese are breaking records every other night. Boy, are they ever. At this point, the record books are basically a dry erase board. And the statisticians have carpal tunnel as they're putting up Hall of Fame numbers. The NFL offseason remains undefeated. when it becomes or has come to insanity. Every day, another quarterback is making headlines. Some guys are throwing touchdown passes, and others are apparently throwing away common sense. Nothing says career development quite like ending up in a betting scandal. We all know about that story, don't we? And can we talk about sports media for a second? Every debate show now has one mission: find the hottest take possible. Somebody could rescue puppies from a burning building, and there's a guy at a television saying, yeah, everybody, but are we sure where the puppies are making their teammates better? Social media isn't helping either. 5 minutes into a game, people are posting, is this player's legacy over? The first quarter just started. Some fans have less patience than a toddler waiting for a chicken nugget. And let's not forget about the New York sports fans. I can never forget about the New York sports fans because that's what we are, ladies and gentlemen. The only fan base that can go planning a championship parade to demanding everyone get traded in about 7 minutes. New Yorkers don't ride emotional roller coasters. We are the emotional roller coasters. So buckle up, grab a snack, hide your hot takes, and if you're a referee, maybe stay off of social media tonight. So that's my take. If you don't know who we are, I had to give you something. I had to throw something at you. What did you think, Quentin? What did you think about that take?
I thought it was pretty mediocre, but it's the way you start off every show. So I expect you to get better as the show goes on. But it was a lot of bouncing around, but you pretty much covered a lot of ground. And let's see how you pan out throughout the show.
I'm covering New York sports and everything that's going on in the world right now in sports. If you don't like it, that's just tough. But I could see that you're in Georgia again. You're not in North Carolina. You're not hanging out in a minivan, as we all know. Not doing that tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So you're actually going to be here for the whole show.
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, thank God. Thank God I have somebody to argue with. Well, I got Dickie Braggs. Why don't we bring him in? Dickie, what's going on, man? We spoke last night. How are we doing?
Gentlemen. Morale is at an all-time high. How the Knicks feeling, Q? How the Knicks feeling?
Oh, they're very shaky right now.
Oh,
they're very shaky. The fans are way more excited. I mean, I look at Brunson walk down the tunnel, and he was just straight face. He didn't have no excitement. He didn't give a grin or high five to anybody. He just walked straight back. So, I think they're a little nervous, but they're happy with the win,
Unfortunately, that was the extracurriculars from the fans on the sideline that caused his mood to sour, to be perfectly honest. You saw it at the end. Scott Foster had to play a mediator between him and some courtside fans.
Okay. That's always good when you get fan interaction. Spice it up a little bit,
I guess it depends on the city you're in.
We had a visitor on the court, so I guess fan interaction is at its all-time best right now.
San Antonio, I guess you can do whatever you want in Texas.
He can button, he can zipper. I mean, obviously, he has nothing to say because he was waiting to say something to attack the Knicks tonight, but I don't think he has anything to say tonight. But we'll see. At
he was talking heavy at halftime.
Yes, he was.
He doesn't.
I still got a lot to say now. Don't get twisted. I still got a lot to say.
There it is.
Yeah, no doubt.
Beautiful. I look in that picture, ladies and gentlemen. I look better than James Harden, but you got the tattoos right. At least you got that right, Fish. At 8:20, we will be talking to former 8-year NBA power forward Jermaine Jones. Thank you to Nith. He got another good one. I'm interested to hear what his take is with the Spurs and what his take with the Knicks is, because basketball is the talk of the town right now. And speaking of the talk of the town, we're going to get into game number one for all you Knicks fans, because I know you're excited about that. The Knicks beat the Spurs 105-95 in game one of the NBA Finals in San Antonio. Jalen Brunson left the game in the first quarter with a knee injury and also hurt his ankle in the second quarter when he came back in the game, but stayed in the game and came up big. Brunson scored 30 points, including 13 points in the fourth quarter, with the game tied at 86. There was an 8-0 run where he scored all 8 points and hit the three-pointer shot that put the Knicks ahead 97-95, which put them ahead for good. OG Anunoby played strong defense, but struggled offensively most of the game until the fourth quarter, where he scored 12 of his 17 points in the game. Karl-Anthony Towns had a double-double with 18 points and 12 rebounds and played 34 minutes with Mitchell Robinson limited because of his injury. Wemby had 26 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks, but the Knicks defense still caused him to shoot inconsistently, as he was just 6 for 21 shooting and also had 6 turnovers. The Spurs shot just 36% from the field as the team and 26% at 3. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can't wait to hear Q's take on it, but I'm going to give you my take. Everybody keeps talking about Jalen Brunson, and we all know Jalen Brunson is Mr. Clutch. There's no question he is the best player when it comes to the fourth quarter, and when you need points, you're going to go. He's your go-to man. Mike Brown said he is our go-to man. We trust in Jalen. In Jalen, we trust. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust in Jalen Brunson. But the real guy that really stood out throughout the game was Karl-Anthony Towns. For anybody that understands basketball and understands Victor Wembanyama, Victor Wembanyama has done everything he wanted throughout the playoffs. He dominates throughout the playoffs because nobody can defend him. Nobody puts their big body in front of him. Nobody pressures him. Nobody puts him in a place where he is uncomfortable in the paint. Well, last night we saw one player to do that, and that's Karl-Anthony Towns, who was amazing defensively. This is not Karl-Anthony Towns' game. As a matter of fact, throughout the season, it's been his weakness. But as this season prolonged and the playoffs came around, Karl-Anthony Towns' game completely changed. Defensively, offensively, and he's become a point center. He has been unbelievable for the New York Knicks. Everything. He's done everything. Rebounding, passing, scoring. He doesn't need to score 27, 28 points when you're getting scoring from OG Anunoby, 17, 18 points a game. Or Mikal Bridges giving you 17 to 20 points a game. Or you're getting guys off the bench like a Landry Shamet, who's going to give you 8 or 9 points a game. It's been unbelievable. This Knicks team has been not just a great team, this has been an elite team. When we talk about some of the great teams in NBA history, and we look at runs that we've never seen before, or we've seen only 5 or 6 times, the Knicks right now are tied for second greatest runs of all time. The only run that's been better than the New York Knicks was the 2017 Golden State Warriors. It's unbelievable. And you look at what happened in 99, and everybody keeps saying, we're going to sweep them, we're going to sweep them. I don't think the Knicks are going to sweep a young, good, energetic team like the Spurs. I don't. But what the Knicks did in game 1 was show you, even though they had a bad first half, Mike Brown is one of the best in the game when it goes to half and figuring out how he wants to play in the second half. And it was unbelievable. The Knicks came out strong. They played deep. They played very good defense. They put pressure. And again, Wembanyama is the go-to guy. He's the guy that's going to take over games. He's always going to be the go-to man. But Dylan Harper had a good game. And it made no sense what happened in the fourth quarter, and I'm sure everybody's going to get into it with 3 minutes left. Why is De'Aaron Fox on the court and not Dylan Harper, who scored 16 points, and he completely dominated Mikal Bridges throughout the game? It made no sense. Now, I don't know what the coaching staff over there in San Antonio was saying or what they're going to do in game number 2 on Friday night, but they have a lot of changes to make up, because the New York Knicks and what they did in game number 1 was not their best shooting game. As a matter of fact, it wasn't an elite shooting game what we've seen, but what the Knicks have been proven over and over and over again, that it doesn't matter how good the team is, no matter what the media is saying, no matter how many people have picked the Knicks to lose, they find a way to dominate. And in the fourth quarter, they've got Mr. Clutch. They got a guy that, present time, I don't think I've ever seen a player as much in the last 2 seasons take over games like Jalen Brunson. Everybody keeps talking about Wemby, and everybody keeps talking about SGA and all these other guys, the greats, Luka Doncic, all this. Do those guys take over games, important games like Jalen Brunson? And that's when you really discover what an MVP is, what a superstar really is in the NBA. When you talk about Michael Jordan and what Michael Jordan did years ago, his dominant force and what he did for the Chicago Bulls, what made Michael Jordan so great is what he did in the fourth quarter, taking over games. It didn't matter who he was playing against. It was Utah, Portland. It didn't matter. Cleveland. He went out there and he put a dagger on every single team, including the New York Knicks, which we've seen plenty of times. What we see when it comes to, I'm not saying Jalen Brunson is LeBron James. I'm not saying he's Michael Jordan. I'm not saying any of that. But when you have a dominant force as good as Jalen Brunson, you're in every single game. You believe and you trust in Jalen Brunson. He did go down with a knee injury in the first quarter, and a lot of people were like huffing and puffing. He came back out. I believe that Jalen Brunson, no matter how hurt he is in this series, unless he tears an Achilles, he's going to go out there and play. He's that kind of player. Look at Mitchell Robinson. He had surgery on his pinky because he wasn't 100% healthy, but he still went out there and he still played a little bit to help the Knicks defensively on Wemby. The Knicks haven't even started at a high level yet in this series, and it's still a lot left in this series. I know a lot of Knicks fans think this is over. It's not over. It's not. And anybody that thinks that it's over, you don't know basketball. What I can tell you is Wembanyama knows now that the Knicks are not going to lie down like SGA and the OKC Thunder did. They're not. They're going to make him work for every point, every rebound, every assist, every single damn block he's going to put out there. And that is what the New York Knicks are. And I want to give a shout out to Josh friggin' Hart. That man was in foul trouble early in the game. He had 3 fouls. They took him out. He barely played in the first half. What he did in the second half was unbelievable. The rebounds that he put up, the assists, the steals, even a couple of blocks, what he did in the game, filling in the box. He doesn't need to score a lot of points. He didn't score a lot of points. I think he had 3 or 4 points. But what he did on the other side, defensively, giving you the things that you need to win ball games. Josh Hart is unreplaceable. Unreplaceable, ladies and gentlemen. And that's, to me, when I look at the Knicks and I'm trying to figure out why the New York Knicks are playing at such a high level, it's because everybody is playing at a high level. Mikal Bridges didn't look good. Landry Shamet didn't play as well as he played against the 76ers. It's still early. Shamet made some key defensive plays in the fourth quarter. But you can see why this New York Knicks team is not going to lay down for anybody. They're not laying down for no one in this series, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to tell you this, for all those people on ESPN, CBS, Bleacher Report that had this Spurs team winning in 5 games, shame on you. Shame on you. Because the truth is right in the pudding. What you have seen the New York Knicks do throughout this playoff, yeah, the Hawks, the Sixers, and the Cavaliers are not the Spurs. They're not. They're not the Thunder. But the Knicks have to play who is in front of them, right? The Knicks have to play who they have to play in each round. They position themselves to play either OKC or the Spurs. I don't care if it was the Spurs, and I didn't care if it was OKC in this series. I think that the Knicks are playing at such a high level, Speedy. I don't think anybody's going to be able to compete with them at this level.
No, and especially if Towns has the defensive presence that he had in this game. We were thinking, okay, they're going to use him in some one-on-one packages, but they're also going to rotate other guys on, which I think they did with Hart in the beginning, to why he got into foul trouble, because he was trying to help. And obviously Wemby was able to use his length. He was able to use his positioning and get enough of that. But once Towns got trusted more in those one-on-one matchups, the way he was blocking shots, the way he was keeping Wemby on the perimeter, which was important, you really saw Mike Brown trust him a lot more, which allowed Bridges and other guys to be able to rotate on these other guards. Now, obviously the guards like Harper and Castle still got their points, but Castle was inefficient shooting in the second half. Harper was inefficient shooting this second quarter, and they really didn't have that set offensive flow like you've seen in other games. And I think Karl-Anthony Towns' defensive presence is the reason that the Knicks were able to stay afloat in that first half where they were putrid on offense. And it also helped Mitchell Robinson because obviously Robinson was limited with the finger injury as it was. He only had to play 13 minutes in this game, and he played great when he was in the game too, Robinson. But Towns is, I guess, exceeding expectations, really set the tone for a lot of different things that the Knicks could do defensively. And Wemby was never able to get a rhythm shooting-wise.
It's coaching.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely Mike Brown. Everything that Mike Brown was trying to bring this team to glory all season long. And it takes a long time. It really does take a long time for you to figure out the strengths and the weaknesses of all the players on the team. And you can see it throughout the playoff series. Look at what they did against the Hawks, then watch them jump from the 76ers, how their defense has completely changed, and then what they did to the Cavaliers. Karl-Anthony Towns got better in every single series defensively, Speedy.
Yes, absolutely. And he used him in many different roles as well. Like you saw him defend the perimeter. You saw him defend the elbows too. We see, I think the broadcast was criticizing the fact that they didn't have Wemby start from dribbling from the elbows and post up like we normally seen him do, even against the Thunder, which are a very good defensive team as well. And that's a lot of credit to Towns, the way he was able to do it with his size. And obviously Robinson got his reps when he was in, but again, he only played 13 minutes. Towns played 34 minutes and was still very shut down defensively as a whole. And it allowed
he didn't play 42.
Yeah.
He didn't play 48, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Tom Thibodeau, if he was running this team, he would be playing those kind of minutes. And that, to me, is the difference on why the New York Knicks are healthy this year going into the finals. And I think the reason why they beat the Cavaliers the way they did, because of health. They didn't play 42, 48 minutes a game. They continue to use their bench throughout the playoffs.
And also it was vital because the Knicks were able to weather the storm on defense while Jalen Brunson was still recovering, coming back into the game after he got hurt with a knee injury. Then he had an ankle injury that he was laboring through in the second quarter, which allowed Brunson to be able to clutch up and be his fourth quarter self like he always is. If he's being worn down on defense or he's being worn down ball handling wise in that game, if the Knicks fall really far behind or they're shooting some desperation threes, you're not going to see that level of comeback either. So that level of defense, and it wasn't just Cat either, but I just think that was the biggest above expectations defense. OG and Bridges were still very good too. And they had a good game plan for Wemby to be very inefficient. Most of his points came from the free throw line, and even a lot of his points came on putbacks as well. Even rebounds.
Even at one point when the Knicks were down 14-0, I did not think 14, they were down by 14 points. They weren't out of it. I thought that the Knicks were going to find a way back into the game because of the way they've played all series, all really throughout the playoffs. And what we've seen with Jalen Brunson, what we've seen with Josh Hart, what we've seen with Karl-Anthony Towns. These guys don't believe the game is over at any point. You saw what they did with 7 minutes and 59 seconds against the Cavaliers. They scored 22 points. They went on one of these runs that nobody can ever replace what the Knicks have done throughout the Cavaliers series and come back in this series. They beat the Spurs by 10, but the fourth quarter was back and forth. I mean, if you remember, at one point with 5.5 minutes left of the game, the Spurs went on a 9-0 run. They took the lead. Wembanyama went to the foul line and he was shooting free throw after free throw after free throw. And by the way, the referees throughout the game were horrible. Absolutely. I see Dickie. I know Dickie's got his own take on the referees and what they did, but the referees were horrible in the game. You saw it. You absolutely saw it in Jalen Brunson after the game, going up to the referee, Alvarado trying to pull him away from it. Then the fans yelling at him, the Spurs fans, whoever's yelling at him. The fact here is, ladies and gentlemen, Jalen Brunson, he never complains to the referees. He's not Carmelo Anthony. He's not LeBron James. He's not Kevin Garnett. He's not that kind of player. But when you see Jalen Brunson go up to the referees multiple times complaining about what they're doing to him on the court, you know something's going on behind the scenes.
Oh, boy. Here we go with it was the referees. First of all, I would like to acknowledge that you gave a coach some credit, and you've been telling me for the last 3 months that there's no point of a coach because all they needed in the NBA is talent. So let's start there. 2, congratulations to the Knicks. They did win the game, but I think it was I give them credit for winning the game, but I think it was more of a Spurs loss than it was a Knicks win.
Stop this.
Let me can I finish my point? Because you seem to not let me want to finish my point. Okay,
I'll let you finish your point.
Thank you. You have an opportunity to rebuttal. You have an opportunity. I promise you. You will have an opportunity to rebuttal. All right. So when you go back and you look at the first half and you dissect the game from the first half to the second half, obviously you see San Antonio rely heavier on the three than they did in the mid-range and get to the cup as they was doing in the first half. Obviously, with the high pick and roll, and then they're doing the skip pass because New York was actually crowding the paint with Wemby on the roll, and it was getting a skip pass. Champagne, he was over there. He was hitting threes out of his mind in the first half, and so that opened up things. And then they had to make it a defensive adjustment. But overall, if you go back and look at the game, they ever made the adjustment of getting back to the cup. The ball was the referees was favoring them in regards to calls, and so to me, why would you get back into the paint? Why would you get to the cup and kind of get those calls and slow the game down? Once they went up by 14, 15, I think they did a horrible job with clock management because they kept playing as if in the game was like 2 or 3 points. Like they was down 2 or 3 points instead of just, using the clock and then spreading out the offense and things of that nature. I think Cat was not I think Cat did one of those things what we call like old school mentality, old school plays where I don't necessarily have to guard you straight up like traditionally everybody else has tried and failed when it comes to Wemby. But it was more so that let me put an elbow you here, let me pull on your jersey here, let me go up for a layup and pull you down as I'm going up for the layup. And when I go by you, let me swing my off arm back and hit you. And Wemby hadn't seen, that type of physicality throughout the year. So I think that was really an impactful position that Cat took in regards to that. Obviously, New York has played through Cat from an offensive stance, but I think from the defensive stance, him being able to continue to hit Wemby in those certain places kind of took him off guard. Also, I don't understand why would the defensive plan was to guard Cat at the top of the on the wing or at the top of the key. Like the way they were. It was up and close and personal with Cat when, if you look at overall throughout the season, or if you even look at throughout the playoffs, if you make Cat a jump shotter, that increases your chances of beating the New York Knicks by a large percent. So I think that, the Spurs did a horrible job of making in-game adjustments. They usually are doing well with that. But shout out to the Knicks. They came, they played hard. Also, they managed Jalen Brunson well, which was another good thing. He pretty much played almost like the whole first quarter, but then like that second quarter, he sat out for a large amount of time, and then they kind of saved him up. He went to the back, got his legs shot up, and then they kind of saved him to be able to deliver the performance that he delivered in the fourth quarter. But overall, I think the Spurs relied too heavy on the three. Although they were hitting the first half, the second half, they didn't make the adjustment when it wasn't falling and getting into the paint. So it was a good game overall. I still think that the Spurs come out on top, but, I do think the Knicks is going to give them a run for their money.
Okay, so I want to give you these analytics. You don't like analytics, all right?
You apparently didn't either.
Hold on. Champagne, -8.
Mm-hmm.
Vassell, -13. Wembanyama, -3. Castle, -9. So those are your lead players. De'Aaron Fox was a 0, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He was an absolute 0. He is the only player besides Johnson that was a plus in this game. Think about that. When you look at your team, you've been plus throughout the playoffs. This is because of the New York Knicks defense. You're going to tell me the reason why they lost the game, the Spurs lost the game, is because they gave the game away? Get out of here.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Bulls take. No, it's not. It's
by 15. And then you heavy rely on the three. You don't use clock management. You don't get to the foul line. What are we talking? Look at the second half. They took off in the fourth quarter. We can give them that price. These are the reason why they're minuses. It's not minuses because they were playing defense and there was missed shots. It was a reason because in the fourth quarter they didn't play defense. They weren't getting defensive rebounds, and it was allowing Jalen Brunson to go off. And Jalen Brunson had like 15 in the fourth quarter. What are we talking about?
I wouldn't say the Knicks stole that game. I would say they won that game flat out. And the reason is defensive adjustments. In the first half, Speedy talked to it. They were rolling coverage to Wemby. Josh Hart got into foul trouble. He played 7 minutes in the first half. You have one of your best perimeter defenders, and the wide open three is killing you because you're basically double teaming and helping with Wemby. I think at halftime, Mike Brown said, hey, you know what? We're going to let Wemby kill us. We're not going to let these wing perimeter shooters kill us. So what they did is they extended out and they took away that ball screen at the top of the key. They extended it out to almost half court, and Champagne wasn't wide open in the corner anymore. That's why he finished with 1 point in the second half after shooting the lights out wide open. So the Knicks earned that win, and it played out very similar to Game 1 Cleveland.
And here's another thing.
You got to weather the storm. It's a game of runs.
But the other guards are shooting the threes instead of just Champagne. That's what I'm saying. But you look at the overall, like they shot like 45 threes. That makes sense. Champagne only responsible for 10.
That's a lot.
Champagne, first of all,
there's a lot of threes.
He had 15 points. He had 15 points in the first half and only 1 point in the second half. You're going to tell me the Knicks had nothing to do with that?
He is not a primary scorer. We're not looking for him. It's Castle, Wemby, and Fox is the three-timer. That's what it is. Champagne, Harper, all those guys are role players. They're not in the game plan.
Fox is definitely not healthy. You could tell he's not healthy. He's Fox. He's usually one of the fastest players on the court.
Shrunk. I wouldn't say he's not healthy. He's shrunk.
He's not healthy.
He was getting to the spot. He was missing it right there, mid-ranges. He was missing them.
He's been hurt.
You can say that, but he's shrunk. And you can't dribble across over somebody, get to your spot, and blame because you're missing shots that you're hurt. No, he just shrunk in the moment. And he wasn't aggressive enough. He had like 9 shots.
Champagne has been a very important piece to this team in the OKC Thunder series. And here's the reason why, especially in the fourth quarter, in certain parts of those games, that they took the lead and just completely exploded when they completely blew out the OKC Thunder. To say that Champagne is not important, it's ridiculous.
Nobody said he's not important.
Yeah, you're making it seem like he isn't.
Because you're not understanding how this works. When you do the game plan, you're not going to say, hey, we have to stop Champagne. You're going to say he's capable of hitting the shot, but we have to stop these top 2-3 players. That's what you are misunderstanding. It's not that I'm saying that, Champagne can't play, but you have to understand, is Champagne more important than Wemby? No. Is he more important than Castle? No. So these are the two guys. If we want to beat the San Antonio Spurs, we can let Champagne get off. Just like if you want to beat the New York Knicks, you can allow Josh Hart to get off, but you can't allow Jalen Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns to not get off.
I disagree with that.
So you said Josh Hart. When did Josh Hart score 35, 40 points?
If they would have left him open in the corner all night like they did in the first half, he would have had 30.
Josh Hart?
No, Champagne.
No,
he was wide open in the corner in the first
but
half.
That's not going to win the game. That's what I'm trying to say. That's not going to win the game.
How do you know it's not going to win?
It's going to balance out. Jalen Brunson had 31, 15 in the fourth.
No, 13 in the fourth.
14 in the fourth. 13. Okay, cool. 13 in the fourth. So it's going to balance out. His 30 to Jalen Brunson 30. Then you had Cat with his 26 and Wemby 26. 17. Then you go down there. Huh?
Yeah.
The idea is you let Wemby kill you. You let nobody else kill you. That was obviously the second half game plan. You could tell. Cat, take the assignment, take the challenge, which he did, and he didn't let him get into his spots that he likes. Also, he's 280 pounds, leaning on him all game, and Wemby wasn't ready for that.
I want you to look at these numbers. Josh Hart was a plus 22. Karl-Anthony Towns was a plus 14. Jalen Brunson was a plus 6. Mikal Bridges was a plus 11. Jose Alvarado was a plus 4. Jordan Clarkson, who doesn't really play defense, is a plus 2. Miles McBride was a plus 11. They had 3 guys that were minus. OG Anunoby, Landry Shamet, and Mitchell Robinson. That's why the Knicks won. That's why the Knicks won, because they played defense, they played offense, and they did what they needed to do. They did all the dirty work, something that Wembanyama has been doing for the Spurs throughout the playoffs. They got one guy doing all the dirty work. You're not going to beat a team with a bunch of guys doing all the dirty work. Josh Hart, OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, Jalen Brunson, Karl-Anthony Towns, Landry Shamet, Jose Alvarado, Jordan Clarkson, Miles McBride, Mitchell Robinson. They're all doing all the dirty work. And that is why the Spurs are going to lose this series, because they don't have anybody that can challenge the depth of the New York Knicks. That's why the Knicks.
They benched Harper. They have that. They benched Harper.
That's because Josh Hart went back in the game and was throwing him around like a rag doll, getting all the boards off of him.
They benched Harper.
I got some Hart stats for you guys. We got to talk about Hart for a second. He only had 3 points. You're right, Errol. Just had 3 points. Didn't shoot well. Got into foul trouble in the first half. He was plus 22, the highest plus minus of anybody in the game. He affected the game at 15 rebounds and missed most of the first half. Think about that for a second. I was thinking about it. I listened to someone comment. I remember who it was, and they were like, he's kind of like a version of Dennis Rodman almost. Like Dennis Rodman. And the thing they say about him, not he doesn't play like Rodman. They played off of Rodman because Rodman couldn't shoot. So if you're going to play off of Hart, what did Rodman do? He just crashed the boards. Look at what Hart's doing. It's the same thing. He's just crashing the boards harder than everybody because nobody's boxing him out. And if you're going to do that, Josh Hart is the type of guy who will take what they give him. And he's killing it right now.
Do you know who he reminds me of from the 94 New York Knicks? He reminds me of Charles Oakley. Oakley rebounded. He blocked. He put his body in front of people. He pushed you around. He was the aggressor. He was the personality on the court, him and Anthony Mason. That is who he reminds me of. Not Dennis Rodman. I understand what they're saying, but what Charles Oakley did, he did all the dirty work. He was the dirty guy on the court. He would be the guy that's going to go up. He's going to pressure the bigs on every other team. When he played Indiana, I remember how many, I forget the two guys with the same last names. I can't remember, but when they played Indiana, they had two guys.
The Davises, Antonio and Dale Davis.
Dale Davis. I remember what Oakley was doing. He was banging both of them, making them, pressuring them, made them do things that they were uncomfortable doing in that Indiana series. That is why I think Josh Hart is so very important to this series. But the two guys that really stuck out, and I'm sorry, it is the two superstars on the New York Knicks. It was Karl-Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson. If you want to ask me who was the real superstar in this game, it was Karl-Anthony Towns.
For sure. I would argue it's the best game he's ever played, Errol. I think it's the best game of basketball he ever played all around. I just had better offensive games, obviously. He didn't even break 20 points. He didn't have to. He was distributing the ball like Jokic in a way, where he's able to do things on the move if they're going to stay up on him. And that's all Mike Brown. Mike Brown had him pull Wemby out from under the hoop the whole first half. And that was a genius thing. And then you can kind of operate under there. Once they realized that and they stopped, they put Keldon Johnson on him until he got in foul trouble. And then he just bully balled everybody underneath. And if Wemby came over, guess what? All these opportunities for offensive rebounds once those guys are there. Towns had 4 offensive rebounds. Hart crashing the boards, like I said a second ago. It was a great job coaching, pulling him out and having him operate in this high block like they've been doing since the Atlanta series. It's unbelievable. No one can stop it.
I want to say something. Go ahead, Dick.
Yeah, I also think because they weren't helping with Wemby, in the first half, they weren't able to like get out fast and transition on rebounds. And in the second half, they were able to do that and get out and run because they were extending out to cover the perimeter shooters. So that was a huge difference too, because in the first half, it was kind of clogged up and they were trying to get out and transition. There was nobody out to run. And in the second half, they were able to get transition buckets.
I want to stick up for Q because I do believe that the Spurs are going to push the Knicks in the second game. They're going to play a little bit harder. Wembanyama is going to try to take over games because he said he had a bad game, which he didn't shoot very well. He didn't really shoot very well, but he did all the other things pretty well in the game that helped them stay in it. But again, if you're depending on one guy to win a game and the Knicks have 5 or 6, that is why the Knicks have an advantage. And Dylan Harper should have played the last 3 minutes of the game. You're absolutely right, Q. But guess what? Guess who got out-coached? Guess who got out-coached?
Man, he did. I'm not knocking that. I agree. I'm not going to say that he didn't. There's nothing I can defend to say that he didn't get out-coached. That he made an adjustment, and I think he just – what was his name? Spurs coach just sat there on the sideline and just Mitch Johnson. He just sat there and just allowed the game to flow. He didn't use timeouts properly. He didn't use Wemby minutes properly because Wemby played way too many minutes. Again, kudos to Mike Brown. Like the way he used Jalen Brunson had enough energy to give you the fourth quarter that he gave you and rally the troops back.
Q, remember what happened in the last series? Remember Kenny Atkinson going into that series? We were saying Kenny Atkinson versus Mike Brown. Kenny Atkinson, I very well respect in the NBA. I think he's a great coach. And you saw in the fourth quarter that Mike Brown completely out-coached him. It had nothing to do with the talent that he had on the court. He out-coached him. Now you're going to sit. You're going to sit.
I'm rubbing off on you, man.
No, you're not, because I'm going to tell you, you need the players to win those games. You need the superstars to take over games, like a Jalen Brunson, like a LeBron James, like a Kyrie Irving, like a Luka Doncic, like a Anthony Edwards. All these guys that I've mentioned, these are superstar players. You need the superstar players. As good of a coach you are, you're going to run through your stars. Hold on. I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say.
What am I going to say?
because I know you're going to attack it by saying, well, you said this and you said
no.
that.
I ain't talking about you no more. We are already clear that you already influenced you. And now you're on coach.
No,
you're coach first team.
No. What I'm saying is you got to know when these guys are ready to go in and play the rest of the game. Wembanyama played too much in the second half.
Yeah, he had a stretch where he played 17 minutes straight. That's way too much.
So let's talk about why. And I think there's a real problem with the Spurs roster against the Knicks. If Cat's going to play like this and they're going to put someone smaller besides Wemby on him, who else do they have on this roster that is big enough to do is they don't have a guy
on the Knicks bench.
Cornette?
The guy that they had on the Knicks bench.
was the tallest guy, right? Cornette. So now listen to this. They don't have a power forward on their roster.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison Barnes is 6'7". He's their tallest guy. He's a small forward.
He played a lot.
He played big and played a lot.
Cornette's the backup center. Cornette's the backup center.
No, but he can play a power forward. We'll be on the court.
But have they done that?
No, but I'm just saying.
But if they don't do that, then there's no backup for Wemby, and he has to play 17 minutes straight.
You can go small. You don't have to be big the whole time.
So here's my problem, though. Cat's going to murder them if they go small.
No, because they're going to force him to shoot three.
They tried to make adjustments. They tried to roll.
Not with Keldon Johnson, who's 6'6" on him. Not with Champagnie, who's 6'7" on him. Not with Harrison Barnes, who's 6'7" on him. Not with Carter Bryant, who's 6'6" on him. You can't do it if you don't have the guys big enough.
They're going to force him to shoot threes based off him being dribbling.
There was one play in particular. They tried to roll a double because there was a smaller guy on Cat at the top of the key, and he hit that perfect pass to Shaman on the back cut. And it was an easy bucket. So then they didn't do that again. And then there was another one when Jalen Brunson was coming up. They tried to roll that double to him, and he hit McHale for that cut across the top of the key and easy bucket. And they were like, we can't do that because the double was late. So like they tried to make adjustments. It's just we executed better.
They don't have the guys maybe if Cat's going to play like this. I think that's the problem right now. If Cat plays like this, and Cat was taking Wemby off the ball from the three-point line.
That's what I was trying to tell you.
Like 3 or 4 times where he took him off the ball like that. They didn't expect that to be happening, and then they had to change up, and they didn't have an answer.
That's no reason to play Cat that close out there at the three-point line.
Why? Well, he's one of the best three-point shooters of all time.
You go down
of all time, not this year. Of all time.
Of all time.
He's one of the best three-point shooters of all time.
NBA history.
NBA?
Yeah. Absolutely.
NBA history. He's what number of all time?
He's in the top 10 for sure.
No
Maybe
way.
top 5.
All time NBA history.
3-point percentage.
Karl-Anthony Towns is top 10
for centers.
Top 10.
Yes.
Let's centers right now.
For sure.
Top 10 3-point. Oh, I don't.
I'm going to tell you,
he's one of the best big man shooters of all time. It's
all right.
Well known, indisputable fact. I don't know if he's top 10, but he's there.
I'm 100% sure. I'm 100% sure he's in the top 15. I'm 100% sure.
Nah, he's top 15.
Recognized as the greatest of all time in NBA history for big men.
We're not talking about
Steph Curry doesn't play center, bro.
Hold on.
Top 10 all NBA three-point shooters.
No. We're talking about 4s and 5s. We're not talking about.
No, now we're talking about 4s.
Go ahead and change the argument like you always do.
That's what I told y'all before. I said of all time. You said yes. Of all times. The center was shooting the ball. You can make that stat. That's an greatest big man. 90s, 80s, 70s, nobody's shooting the three-pointer. This is a new age thing. You can't use that stat all NBA ever. This is new age.
I can because it's true.
80s, 90s, 70s, early 2000s, centers and power forwards ain't shooting threes.
That's 30 years.
They're not shooting the three. So now all of a sudden, because the game has evolved to that, now we're going to include that stat and say, of all time in the NBA history, that don't make sense. You only count 2 decades at most.
Would you prefer if I said he's the best in the game right now at it?
Best in the game? Because there's only 2 teams playing.
No, he's saying the best player, the best three-point
shooter. He's the best three-point shooter in the NBA right now.
He's the best three-point shooter now.
No. Make it clear statement. Is he the best NBA three-point shooter of 2025, 2026
as a big man, yes.
That's the center position.
Talking about big man. Y'all start with saying that he's the best
overall,
not talked
and
about
then
say big man when I get to the
big
point.
Big man was the conversation the whole time. You're changing the tune.
No, I asked you, and I double asked you. You said, yeah. Then I said, of all time in the NBA, Then I go pull it up, and it's like, of center, the power forward position. That's why I asked you twice before I bring it up. before I bring it up. I asked you twice.
All right. You want to argue?
Check the videotape.
That's not arguing. It's just making it clear that you're saying one thing, and then when I bring it up, you change it to
I'm
center.
not saying anything.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just putting it out there so everybody understands what we're saying. Everybody what we're saying. He's the best 3-point shooter from centers and power forwards.
Okay.
You can say that.
Drink your water. Calm the hell down.
No,
all right?
I'm not.
Calm
I'm back.
the hell.
I'm back.
I will tell you this. I
don't know where he was, but thank God he's back.
You want something to be sticking, and you want somebody to throw something at something to understand what's going on in the series. It's not blind to see what is going on in the series. And we're going to see it as we go to New York. The New York Knicks are just the better team. They have the more depth on their roster, and they have the better bigs. And that's what we've been saying. That's why everybody said, who do the Knicks want to play? Do they want to play OKC, or do they want to play the Spurs? And every single Knicks fan said, we want to play the Spurs. And why do we want to play the Spurs? One, they're younger. They're a young team. They have not been in this situation before. OKC won a championship last year. Number two, the Knicks have more bigs that could defend Wembanyama, and they poach Wembanyama when he's on the floor. They do not give Wembanyama any breathing room. Did you see in the fourth quarter Wembanyama when he was shooting foul shots? He had to go to his knee and actually tie his shoe. Have you ever seen Wembanyama in a game actually kneel down at the free throw line to give himself a little bit of time for a breather so he'd shoot free throws?
Yeah, but he'd been on minute restrictions all year. Now
I got it.
Minutes straight.
I got it. You played 7 games against OKC. There's a lot of pressure on him. And the New York Knicks had, 11 days of breathing room? And you could see it in the first half. The Knicks were a completely different team in the second half, especially when they played the Cavs in game 1. And now the Knicks have their touch. Now they have the opportunity in game number 2 to completely shut them down. Now, I think the Spurs are going to win game 2. I think this series is going to go back to New York the way I expected it, 1-1. But here's the thing. Going to New York, Madison Square Garden, where the fans are crazy. There were a lot of fans over there in San Antonio. You best believe that in New York, no Spurs fan is going to spend $10,000 to go on floor seats or whatever it is.
I thought it's $250.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, I heard it's $250 for floor seat. It's $5,000 to get in the building.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
$7,500 for nosebleeds, secondary market right now. Free.
You're not.
It was $2,000 on average last night for 200 level in San Antonio.
It's ridiculous, and that's why the Knicks are absolutely right now in the advantage, especially going up 1-1. Because if they win both those games in New York, they're up 3-1. Now all you got to do is win 1 game in 3, and they get to go back to Madison Square Garden and end it in game 6. So that's why the Knicks have the advantage, and they were going into this series with the advantage. They don't have the youth, but they're young. They're not an old team. They're in their prime, but they have the bigs and they have the position to win this series in 6. And that's why I think the Knicks are going to win this series. But we got to go into the concrete jungle. So let's go.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. You know where you are? You're in the jungle, baby.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm trying to put Tiger Bomb on this jungle's nuts.
To the concrete jungle carousel.
You're gonna die.
Welcome back to the concrete jungle carousel, everybody. We're going to go talk about all the other sports teams in the New York area, tri-state area that are still going right now. Not going to talk basketball. We just talk Knicks, obviously. We'll get into the Nets as we get closer to the draft after the end of the finals. But let's get right into baseball. And the big news right now is Aaron Judge missed his 3rd straight game today. Yankees won 2-1. They've been doing well with Adam Cole. Did not win yesterday. His first bad start. But Aaron Judge has missed 3 days. Now, it came out earlier, only a couple of hours ago, Errol. I don't know if you saw it, but friend of the show, Brian Hoke, said that he's going to see a doctor that deals with thoracic outlet syndrome, which is the Matt Harvey take the rib out of your back, untangle the blood vessels surgery that would put him out probably for the season.
It would put him out for the full season, and that means the Yankees don't have their superstar player. That doesn't mean that the Yankees can't go far in the playoffs, win the division. They have depth. They'll probably add another bat at the trade deadline if they lose Aaron Judge. They're going to need a big bopper. There'll be guys available, and they've got the pitching staff. Fried will be back this year. They have those guys. Schmidt will be back. They have a bullpen. They're going to add to their bullpen as these guys come back in the rotation. So it's not over for the Yankees, but it's bad news. Giancarlo Stanton's still not in the lineup. We don't know when he's coming back. So there's a lot of questions to the health of this team. Do I think Aaron Judge is going to be out for the season? No, I don't. I obviously they're going to go and look at the position that he's in with the rib problem or whatever thoracic thing that he has. But the fact here is, for Yankee fans to sit back and control their tempers and say that the season is over, it's not. It's not over. They've got Bellinger. They got players that can fill in. They're not Aaron Judge. I can understand that. But there are players out there that are going to be available at the trade deadline.
Yeah, you're looking for combined production right now because the Yankees have enough of the rotation of outfielders, first base types. If they obviously Rice is having a great year, Bellinger's having a great year. They could recall your boy Spencer Jones if they wanted to. But maybe somebody else wakes up. Maybe who knows? Maybe Grisham wakes up in the absence of Judge. Who knows? But they have so much leeway with the way their pitching is going to be lenient. Like I said with Cole a couple of weeks ago when he was supposed to come back. Then Judge. He's been injury prone in his career. He's older now, 33 years old, like you were saying, Errol. He had already toe issues in his career. They have to be as cautious as possible because they have the leeway. Forget about the division right now. You could take it over in the second half.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I heard, about that injury. I also heard it could possibly be an oblique. Either one is going to put him out for months. They do have depth. Jason Dominguez is on the mend on his way back. He's starting a rehab assignment. Big G's running, so he's not far behind. They have some real holes in the bullpen that they need to address. LaGrange is now pitching in the bullpen in the minors, so he's a possibility. Clark Schmidt's probably a late August, September guy, so I don't see him really playing into the rotation anytime soon. But I mean, obviously you need Judge there, and hopefully it's not anything too serious, but you want to have Judge there.
You're muted.
All right, let's get to the other team in New York, and that would be the New York Metropolitans. This guy, Jonah Tong, everyone loves, keeps getting sent back to AAA. Allowed 5 runs in relief during Tuesday's game versus the Mariners. Senga got through 5 innings in a rehab start. Allowed 3 runs in 6 Ks, but he has not been very good in his rehab appearances, seemingly as he has not been very good in a little while with the Mets. Francisco Alvarez is coming back. Looks like he will be back soon. 2 for 3 with a double in his first rehab game in Syracuse, AAA. He had meniscus surgery on May 14th, so pretty good that he's up and going. I don't know when he's going to be catching, obviously, with the knee, but he'll probably be hitting at least as a DH option at first. And then we have not a lot of fans of Mark Vientos in Queens right now and in the surrounding area. He seems to not be able to play any defense at first base. So he's calling it bad luck, though, Errol. Just bad luck.
I don't think it's bad luck. I think that the team is not very well put together. And Vientos was one of those guys in the playoffs that everybody believed was going to hit, and he's not hitting as much, and you expect it, and that's the problem. All these guys. Bo Bichette hit 4 for 4 the other day, and everybody was like jumping for joy. Oh, my God. Bo's 4 for 4. Maybe he's coming out of it. The team is playing not great baseball. Any Met fan that understands what baseball is in the position that the Mets are in right now, it's chasing. They're 8 games out of a wild card spot. 8 games. That means you got to win 17, 18 games to even catch up to those other teams. And those teams have to lose. I mean, the Mets are going nowhere right now. Juan Soto's getting it. Lindor will be back one way or another, obviously. At one point this year, is that going to really help them? It's their pitching. That's the problem. McClain is their best pitcher. Peralta's been horrible. Do the Mets trade him at the trade deadline? Because are they sellers at the trade deadline and try to get back whatever they lost from Peralta? Because they lost a lot. They lost Williams. They lost Sproat. So they lost 2 guys that could have been important to this roster in the next year or maybe even this year. They don't have any depth. Everybody was talking about their farm system. How great is the Mets farm system? They brought all those guys up. So where is their farm system now? What is their farm system now? Tong, I'm not going to blame Tong. I think he's a young kid, and he's not ready to be here in the majors. I really think that he needs to stay in the minors and figure himself out. McLean was the only guy that he's a go-to guy in their pitching staff, and their bullpen has been up and down. And Devin Williams, to me, I don't know what you're going to get out of him. Is he going to throw 98 and 100 and he's unhittable, or you're going to hit the home runs off him over and over and over again, which we've seen over and over and over again in certain series?
Yeah, the bullpen seemed like a lost cause. Even Brooks Raley, who was their best pitcher all year, was struggling in that Seattle game, gave up the lead, and then eventually Seattle won in extra innings. Yet, like you said, Devin Williams, he's found something a little, but it's not enough to trust the war at that contract. And I was, we talked about it a few weeks ago, I was always against bringing up Tong just because the Mets had other injuries in their staff. And just because they haven't had consistency in their pitching, it should not hinder their development. And now they're learning that as we see. Christian Scott pitched well. Peralta's pitched better, but now Peralta's pitched better and McLean has struggled. So, like, you can't get consistency with anything.
The only thing that's exciting about the Mets is their youngsters. You have something with Bench. You have something with Ewing. You have guys that you can build off of in the future. But here's the problem. This is a team that's supposed to make the playoffs. This is a team that's supposed to challenge for a World Series. And how many games are going to win this year? 73, 76? That's not going to get it done. David Stearns should be fired. Mendoza should be fired. This coaching staff should be fired. This is an absolute joke.
And as far as Vientos, it's kind of weird because I thought his defense was making progress at third base last year, but obviously they bring in all these other infielders now, so he's not going to play third base at all. So they bring him to first. You would think in theory that would be an easier position to play, and it's just been an absolute disaster, whoever they put over there. Oh, they're apparently getting Jorge Polanco back too. Oh, great. Let's try that disaster at first base too. It's just been really bad. And then what he said, oh, it's all luck. That's not something you have to say out loud in New York. You can get away with that in a smaller city. Not here in the
Wait a second. Isn't Soto the one that spoke to the media and said, I haven't spoke to any players?
I'm not defending Soto either.
I'm just saying, your players, the players that you brought in here in free agency that you're overpaying, Polanco opening his mouth, Soto opening his mouth, Bo Bichette coming out and saying, well, I'm not hitting. It doesn't mean I'm not going to hit this year. I mean, come on. Just shut your mouth. Don't speak to the media. Don't ever exhort. He laughed, so he got me thinking here.
No, I'm saying transparency. I was laughing at you. I'm thinking about transparency. You don't want
overshooting yourself and opening your mouth the way you've done over the years. The Mets have been an organization that's thrown themselves under the bus. Have you seen the Yankees do that? Seriously, have you heard any Yankee? Even when Aaron
Josh
Judge
Donaldson, maybe.
We beat the Yankees. We don't want to hear about the Yankees. We beat the Yankees.
In the regular season.
Don't matter. We beat them.
Celebrate that win. Celebrate that win.
Listen,
at the end of the day, just like a Mets fan, it's a chemistry issue.
Yes.
It's a chemistry issue. There's something going on there. They need to Stearns needs to track down Danhausen paying human money and unlock the curse or whatever is going on over there, because it just doesn't make sense. What Murphy's Law is very much in effect in Citi Field, and what can happen and go wrong does go wrong over and over and over again. And you would hope that it would be like one player getting healthy would change the course of the season for them. But unfortunately, they're like 5 or 6 players away from being a competitive baseball team.
No, we competitive. We winning now, you know what I mean? But we just got a long shot. We dug ourselves in the hole, and so we just beat a team 7-1. Who would ever thought that we would score 7 runs? Like, so I just think it's a process. And again, we're just gonna keep chipping away. I know y'all don't believe it.
Send it to the.
I know y'all don't believe it. We're gonna keep chipping away. Listen, we're just gonna keep chipping away. It's gonna chip away, all right? We're not looking to win the World Series. We're not looking to make some huge run in the playoffs. We're just going to chip it away. We're going to build momentum.
You're not looking to win a World Series like Herm Edwards says.
We too far out. Dude, yeah, but we too far out. There's no way for me to be delusional to the point where it's like, oh yeah, we're going to win the World Series. I'm just saying, we beat the Yankees. We're going to sneak in.
In Flushing, huh?
Yeah, we beat the Yankees. We're going to sneak into the wild card. All right, we'll lose. Then we'll use that momentum going into next season and make the right manager adjustments and go for there and ownership.
Hold on, I have to say something with this.
Ownership.
We're gonna sit somebody too. We're gonna get rid of all that. We're burning the house down after this.
I gotta say something, and I respect your take, and I do not hate the Mets, and I want the Mets to make the playoffs because it's good for New York. Are you honestly telling us that we're just trying to win this year, get enough wins so we get ready for next year, and this is good enough for the Met fans? What are you nuts?
Again, here we go. We talked about this offline, right? Not only do they have to win, a lot of teams have to lose in the process of us winning.
Are you losing your head? Is there something wrong with you here?
What I'm trying to help you understand is, first of all, you ain't have us winning no more games.
I have 2 players making over $100 million.
Yes.
2.
It happens. It's a team sport.
Oh, wait a second. It's a team sport?
Yeah.
You're going to tell me it's a team sport?
Baseball's a team sport.
Let me ask you a question.
Is it not?
Is the pitcher going out there and pitching 7 innings is because of the team? If he's striking you out and pitching a no-hitter or a perfect game, it's because of the team, or is it because of him?
That plays a part.
Is it because of him, or is it because of the team? Yeah,
it plays a part.
I'm asking you.
If he hit a high-flying ball in the infield, don't catch the ball, that's not no hitter no more.
Of the team.
If you get a hit and the ball fly up, right, fly ball, and nobody catches that ball, there's no more no-hitter.
That's not what I'm asking
you. You just asked me that.
You
said if the pitcher go out and pitch a no-hitter, it's that team sport. And I'm telling you, if you make contact with the ball, there's a fly ball, and nobody catches that ball, that goes from a no-hitter to a base hit.
Now, I'm gonna give you a little tip because you're losing your mind, and I think you've lost something. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you. Right now, the organization, just like Nicky Bragg said, they're more than 1, 2, 3, 4, or even 5 players away. This organization needs to do one thing, and that's one thing that everybody understands. The fans need to sit back, shut their mouths, and stop trying to be the GM and the coach because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I'm hearing it from you, and
you think that New York fans is going to shut up and just let y'all say whatever y'all want to say? Yes. Do the Yankees shut up when they lose? No.
They don't have to. They win.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They haven't been winning.
They win. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? They haven't had a losing season in over 30 years.
What I'm saying, I'm not. Oh, here we go. Now we go overall.
You're celebrating.
I'm only relative. I can't keep going back down history and memory lane. I'm just talking about the last 3-4 games.
Getting into the wild card and losing.
All right, let's move on to a different sport. Q, just so you know, the Yankees are a half game out of first. The Mets are 15 out of first in their division.
Well, I'm not comparing the two. We beat y'all, so it don't really matter. We can't really compare the two when we already beat y'all. So
the Yankees had the most wins in the American League.
Okay, cool. Yeah. But we beat y'all already. So
I'm sure the Knicks lost to like the Wizards or something too this year. Now, the Giants and Jets. Let's get into football. So, I'm a little concerned, Errol, as a Giants fan, that the Giants decided to not just bring in Odell Beckham Jr., but they brought in Braxton Berrios and Juju Smith-Schuster as well. Now, the reason why it makes me concerned is I know that they also have Malik Neighbors returning from injury and Darius Slayton returning from core something or other surgery. That makes me think those two guys are not going to be ready to start the season if they're bringing in 3 guys like that. After Gunnar Olszewski, their kick returner and sometimes 4th receiver, he tore his Achilles. He's done. That's kind of scary. But John Harbaugh has acquired new testing and strength training equipment to an individualized player rehab. You should just know that Harbs is on it. But that's a problem. We also lost some defensive tackle depth to Achilles surgery as well. Roy Robertson Harris probably was going to start.
All right. I've got a lot to say about this. Odell Beckham hasn't been on a football field for how long? What is it? 3 years? 4 years? You're going to bring him back now? This is your decision making. Oh, we're just going to bring Odell Beckham back because he was a Giant. We drafted him. He was the number 13th pick. Get out of here. Number 12 pick. Here's the facts. Juju Smith-Schuster, all he likes doing is going on TikTok and dancing around in the locker room. Why are you bringing this guy in? The last game he played well in was the Kansas City Chiefs 3 years ago. The guy stinks, okay? He stinks. Odell Beckham hasn't been on a football field since I don't remember when. They're bringing in these guys that don't fit the culture of what the Giants want. And here's the thing. They had a guy. They had a number 1 guy, the blanket man, who went to Tennessee. Giant fans didn't want to pay him $72 million, but Tennessee did. It's going to work for Ward. It's going to work for Dable over there and Mr. Deer in the Headlights, as we all know. But here's the facts. Why did you let him go if you knew that Neighbors wasn't going to be healthy? I knew that Neighbors wasn't going to be 100% healthy in the beginning of the season. It was a terrible move. And why? Because Joe Shane is running the picture. He's running the movie. And this is a movie, a starring movie. Thank you, Saquon Barkley, because this guy's an absolute joke. A joke. And they gave him, what? A 3-year extension for you Giant fans to deal with this idiot, this nincompoop. It's a joke. The Giants are not only going to be bad this year, they're going to be a laughing stock. And I feel bad for Jackson Dart. I feel bad.
Yeah, because you can only go receiver by committee if you really have an elite quarterback. Besides that, you're not going to be able to get away with things like this. The Chiefs have made it work. We've seen Buffalo make it work. Besides that, you're not going to get receiver by committee to be able to make it work. New England did it at times over the years. Besides that, it's very hard to do. And right, Odell Beckham hasn't played in a while. Juju Smith-Schuster gives him a big body, I guess, but it's still not great. And then Braxton Berrios is really just a special teams guy. And John Harbaugh thinking, okay, we're going to have the conditioning work to make this kind of thing work. Yeah, how did that work for the Ravens when you guys had a lot of fragile players too? And now you're going to MetLife Stadium.
Yeah, I think this is damage control, bringing these guys in. Obviously, they've been in the news for, guys having their, Jackson Dart introducing the president and Abdul Carter having an issue with it. So they just brought these guys in for, damage control and kind of make things look smooth over for the offseason. When you go back and you look at that, no, there's no contractual ties. These guys are on like $1 million contracts and no incentives or anything of that nature. So I don't really see this as an issue at all. I think, a lot of times you bring in camp guys and camp bodies. I don't think these guys pretty much make their roster. I just think it's just something to kind of get through the offseason. Obviously, you guys, they needed some depth. Odell Beckham Jr. is, he can sell some tickets and fans will be excited to see him get back out on the field. But I don't really take any of those additions in that wide receiver room serious. And then, with the D-tackle tearing his Achilles, it would have been great to have Dexter Lawrence there. But, we lost him. So, I think it's just, like I said, I just think it's damage control. The guys ain't really tied to no real money. So, we look forward to them getting cut or, fired by the time the season starts.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think ultimately those three guys are probably fighting for one spot, if that. I also think it's probably bringing a veteran presence into that wide receiver room. They don't really have that. And then to go along with that, OBJ might be an outlier because he played for the Giants previously. So maybe if it doesn't work out for him, he retires after he's about to get cut, and then he retires as a Giant. I mean, also, it's par for the course for Harbaugh. He's always brought in veteran receivers. In Baltimore, they always did it. They brought in Des Bryant. They brought in a number of guys that, were past their prime just for a veteran presence trying to get lightning out of a bottle. But also, you saw OBJ play in the flag football tournament. He had a little one-handed catch. Maybe they think he's been away from football and he's got healthy, and something good's going to happen. But ultimately, I think it's a depth thing. They're fighting for one spot.
Maybe he has those sticky gloves in his pants and it's sticking to his wall. I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. And Odell Beckham, Juju, these guys are not good for your locker room. Both guys are not good for your locker room. Juju's had his problems in the locker room with his TikTok posts and all that other stuff. And now you have Odell Beckham, who's had many different problems, not with coaches, but with players and everybody. To me, does anybody remember what happened with the Browns? He went over there to play with his best friend. We all know what happened after that.
His best friend 10 years ago?
Yeah, Jarvis Landry.
Yeah.
Remember what happened there?
That was a nice
they're both Super Bowl winners. They're veteran Super Bowl winners. And I don't think you see a lot of real veteran moxie in that wide receiver room right now.
They need some type of news coverage. I'm telling you, they don't. That's simply what it is. It's nothing major. They told you that based off the contract that they gave them. Hey guys, just come in here, be a good distraction. We'll get rid of you by the season.
I got a question for all you guys before we move on. If the Giants are one of the worst teams in the league, do they go after a quarterback? Do they trade Jackson Dart in the offseason and maybe go after Arch Manning?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm penciling them in for 10 wins in the wild card. So let's move on to the next one.
Way to cap it right there, man.
record screech. Next
Thanks
topic.
for coming out.
All right. The Jets decided to go to the Giants for some special teams help. I don't really know why. The Giants special teams help is pretty bad. Considering this guy, who the Giants had, I did a story on it in the Sports Minute, Errol. Younghoe Koo had such a bad missed kick that a guy laughed so hard he had a seizure and found out he had a brain tumor. It saved his life. And he always credited Younghoe Koo for saving his life because of how bad of a kick he was. Well, the Jets tried him out and brought him in, but then cut him because the Giants cut Jason Sanders after OTAs and brought in the other Giants kicker, who I believe played for the Dolphins for a number of years. And that's really all I've got on the Jets right now. Jets are trying to lay low in this Aaron Glenn.
That's good. Yeah.
Smart.
They're very smart, and they're sitting back and they're not bragging. You don't see any of the players going and speaking to the media and throwing their teammates under the bus. Abdul Carter. I mean, come on. I mean, the Jets have been a clown organization, and now maybe they got the right guy in place, the right GM in Moji, and the right coach in Aaron Glenn saying, you know what? We're just going to stay away from the media. We're not going to throw ourselves under the bus. We're just going to go out there and let our football do the talking. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why the New York Jets are a different organization now, because they got a GM and a coach that knows what to do.
Yeah. Sanders is a better kicker than Koo. That's pretty much it. He's not mentally rattled from that like last year.
Yeah, a lot of times we bring guys in, right across the street. They come in and try out. Again, another distraction. I don't really think these guys will make it and whatnot. But I do like the approach that the Jets are taking. They're very low key. I don't like Errol Marks as a fan saying that we're a clown organization. It speaks very highly of his character. No. That's what you said.
I said they were a clown organization.
Because we had a couple of losing seasons doesn't mean that we was a
clown organization. I'm a Jet fan.
You're not sounding like it. That's what I'm saying. Like you're giving me Giant fan.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question. You have a coach that comes in to the media wearing a wig and walking in there talking to himself and saying all these crazy things. You're going to tell me that's not a joke? That's not a circus? Then you have Mike Pettin going around throwing the organization under the bus and the team under the bus, relaying information to the media, and that was okay. They're a clown. They've been a clown organization, but they're in the right spot now. I think Moji actually knows how to be a GM, and he understands what he is building now. Joe Douglas was an ass kisser. I love Joe, but he was an ass kisser. He kissed a lot of asses, including Robert Saleh, Mr. Deer in the Headlights, Bambi, okay? That's the problem. I do not see Moji kissing Aaron Glenn's ass. I don't, because if Aaron Glenn doesn't do his job, he's gone. Moji's going to be there. He signed a long-term deal. So, guys, Jet fans, you should be very excited. My Kenyon Sadiq is going to show you why he's one of the best offensive options in this year's draft. Yummy.
No, I agree. Yeah, I think that. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, quiet's is not always a bad thing. I think they had, from all accounts, a really tremendous draft. I think that they're building the pieces in the right way. But ultimately, Woody Johnson still owns the team, and those anonymous report cards keep coming out, and they're never good. So same but different.
Yeah, but to piggyback off what Earl said, they are doing good in regards to being low key, and I do trust Mojo and whatnot. But I just would like to know: do you now see where we're headed in regards to the playoffs? Like, do you see it happening now? The way we're approaching the game now, like unlike the Giants, I do really feel like we'll be representing New York in the wild card. And
there's no way.
I just want to let you know.
No way with Geno Smith.
Yes. He's not the second round pick, Geno Smith. He's a washed up Geno Smith. No. Las Vegas was horrible
in Vegas.
Yes, because look at Vegas. Yeah. That's like going to Cleveland and expecting you to be great in Cleveland.
They're not the same as the Jets.
Who?
They've been just as bad as the Jets last bunch of years.
Vegas has been way worse than the Jets.
All right,
I could be great in any city, Q.
I'm gonna read you off the Jets' schedule this year. You ready?
Yeah,
you ready to laugh? I'm going to give you a little tip because you're wrong. All right.
Hold on, before you are a Jets fan, right?
I'm a Jet fan.
Oh, okay.
Fan. They're playing the Titans the first week, which is a winnable game.
Yeah.
Then they play the Packers, the Lions, the Bears, the Browns, the Patriots. Hold on. Dolphins, Raiders. Oh, we're still going. We're still going right here.
Browns and Patriots are
Hold on. Chiefs, Bills, Chargers, Dolphins, Broncos, Cardinals, Patriots, Vikings, Bills. Good luck.
Chiefs unhealthy. So they gotta win.
At most.
Arizona, I like that. Like that win.
Good luck.
We probably split with the Patriots.
You might get
beat Miami. We'll beat Miami twice.
7 wins.
We'll beat Miami twice, correct?
7 wins.
Okay.
All right, let's talk hockey before our guest comes in. We only have a couple of minutes, so we got to get to it real quickly. We're going to stay in the area. Trocheck trade suitors as far as the Rangers go. Apparently, they were really close to a deal with the Canadians at the trade deadline. There's also a possible thing where the Rangers were reaching out to the Maple Leafs because Domi was hurt, obviously. And then here, listen to the deal. He's got 3 years, $5.625 million per year, and a 12-team no trade clause because Drury's an idiot. But that's a pretty manageable contract for a guy of his talent, Team USA center.
Don't trade him. Don't trade an asset that is a leader, two-way hockey player that could do everything for your team and your organization. It makes no sense. You have a controllable contract. You're not getting much back for him, just like you got nothing for Panarin. I don't care. You're not getting a superstar player. You're not getting pieces. You're not getting a first-round draft pick for him. You're just not. I'm sorry. Keep him. Build with him. That's what you should do.
Yeah, I guess they're only leveraging Montreal because of the young talent that they have.
They're not getting any of that young talent.
No, I think it was more likely with Minnesota. It was more likely with another one of those West Coast teams that need a center depth. Toronto, I was hearing they were trying to move Matt Nyes in the deal, which I guess the Rangers get a good player, but you need another winger. Like, you need other things more.
So wait a second. You think Matthew Nyes is a better player or
no?
But that's what you're trying to do. You're trading a player for a non-existent or a secondary player. Why would you do that?
Because you're the Rangers.
It makes no sense. What are the Rangers doing? What is that idiot doing? What is that moron doing? I've been saying it over and over again. Why are you Ranger fans thinking, get rid of that idiot? Get rid of him. He's an idiot.
Dickie Bragg, you missed by what's that smell? Artemi Panarin was even shutting down teams in his no trade clause because of jersey color.
Yeah, here's the thing. Leverage is obviously a very important tool, especially when it comes to the trade market. If you have no leverage, you're giving stuff away for nothing. I have never disliked a GM or president of a team more than I dislike Chris Drury, which is really unfortunate because I actually liked him when he played for the Rangers. But James Dolan loves Chris Drury for whatever reason, and his whole hands-off approach on the Rangers for years always worked, but now it doesn't work anymore, and they need to literally clean house. Trocheck is good, but is he a top 6 center now anymore? I don't.
Yes, he is.
Not on the Rangers. He's not.
No, because
his production doesn't match.
They're not using him right. And as far as I'm concerned, when you sit back and everybody makes excuses for all these other players and everything of that magnitude, look at the players that have left and have done well. Chris Kreider went somewhere. They went to the playoffs.
Yep.
Did he not? Jacob Trouba, everybody didn't like him. He goes over there to Anaheim, and they went to the playoffs.
Oh, the Rangers had a guy named Brett Howden that's leading the playoffs in goals right now.
I mean,
how about Keandre Miller, who they didn't think could be a top 2 defensive pair, and he's playing all-world defense right now for it's just disgusting.
So on top of the package of Sage that's going to Citi Field, we got to send some to the Rangers so they can get rid of the bad juju over there too. All right.
Rehire Neil Smith. That's the smart way of going.
Hey, we would love it. Neil would come on the show every time we get a chance. That'd be great. Let's talk the Devils, another team that's going nowhere fast. At least this year they didn't because of Hughes being hurt.
They're going to be
what
fine.
Happens. Well, they'll be fine if they could figure out this negotiation with Nico Hischier. They want 8 years, $11.4 million a year. He's obviously very good. He has over 60 points a year, but in the last 5 years, a defensive center, that's a big number and a lot of years though for that guy.
Nico is going to be traded. I think that's what the Devils are going to do. They can get a lot back for him. He's a young player. He was a number 1 pick. He's a good young player. If he goes to the right team and the right organization, like Dallas or Minnesota, you can get back a pretty decent package. I think that's what's going to happen. They're not giving him $11.5 million. It's not worth $11.5 million. I think he gets a little bit less. He goes to another team, a championship contending team. Maybe Florida, too. They got a lot of pieces, too. They can move.
Yeah, the new GM comes from the Florida Panthers organization. Yeah. You definitely can't rule that kind of thing out. Fish, I wrote it to you in the rundown that he's one of the best defensive centers in the league and still very young, but 11.5 seems like a lot. I agree with you. I would max out at 10 if you really have to give
9.5.
If you really have to give him something. But yeah, I think it's more likely just try to sell high on him. Minnesota's a perfect team, I think. You try to get one of their good young players that's already on the team in that deal.
How about Quinn Hughes? Get a package.
That was another thing that was like
out
there rumor that could be interesting because they are.
Cool.
They are
behind the scenes, they've been actively saying that they want to acquire his brother. Jack wants his brother on the team, so that would be a very interesting deal if they struck it.
It's all three of them. All three brothers would be on the team. Yep.
Yeah. It pains me to say it, but as long as they have Jack Hughes, I'm not a Devils fan at all. I hate the Devils, but because Jack Hughes is so good, it's hard to hate him. The future is always going to be bright when you have talent like that.
For sure. Can't forget what he did in the Olympics. In the Olympics.
Golden goal. The golden goal.
Unbelievable performance right after he got his teeth knocked out. Pretty incredible.
He got a woman after that. I mean, who's better?
I'm sure he did. Who had a better couple of months there? Islanders quickly. Where is the Islanders? Matthew Schaefer.
That's right.
Finished 12th overall in the Norris voting, the youngest player ever to receive Norris Trophy votes. He had 23 goals. I believe that tied Leach's record. 36 assists, 59 points, had 111 block shots and 40 hits. It says, this is a weird stat, Speedy, but he skated the fourth most miles among defensemen in the NHL this year and was tied for fifth in most minutes played.
I already told you guys, the Islanders have something very, very special there. He's going to be a special player. He's only going to get better. The kid is, all season long, everybody talked about his age. He's 18 now. He's 18. Think about that. And he's doing things that Cal McCarr didn't do, any of these star defensemen that are in the NHL right now. This guy is not only going to be the face of the Islanders, he might be one of the faces of the NHL. He's special. He really is. I sit here today and I didn't think he was going to be this, but it's fun to watch. The Islanders they lost John Tavares because he decided to stab him in the back and tell him in his little pajamas, his little Toronto pajamas, oh, hey, I'm going to Toronto. Screw you, Islanders. And the Islanders have been, back and forth on what are they going to do and how they're going to fill in that spot. But they've got a piece now, and they got a young team. They got a kid named Atchison who's going to be coming up this year. You see what he's doing. He did in the OHL this year, a scoring defenseman who can beat you up and pound you out in the open ice. I mean, they're set up really, really good with this kid, man.
Yeah, this is unheard of territory for a 18-year-old rookie defenseman getting even 12th in that out of 20 guys that get votes. Like, that's crazy enough as it is. And the reason I brought that up with how much they skated Fish is because he's doing it with first pair minutes, like getting those.
Who does he remind you of in the past? Because I got one guy. That he reminds me of.
Lidstrom?
Nicholas Lindstrom.
Wow. I read your mind for once on that one. Yeah.
That's the guy that he reminds me of.
That's a big comparison.
It is, but he proved it with setting records.
I feel like they finally have like an identity again, and I feel like for years they kind of were missing that, and now they can build off that identity and like start building around like really good young talent. So I like it.
Well, yeah, the way they were building their team, Barry Trotz did a very good job, and Lou Lamoriello did a good job at like hindering like the deficiencies of all those bad contracts that Garth Snow gave out at the end of that tenure, and they still made the playoffs a lot. But now they actually have a real stable system now.
They also got lucky. I mean, that Vancouver trade really has set them up pretty damn good. I mean, all the Islander fans were complaining. They gave up all this and all that, and they got one of the best defensive, offensive centers in all of hockey because of it. That was the one gift that Lou Lamoriello gave before he left. One gift, and they gave us his son, which I don't want. So
let's take a quick trip to Western New York, as they call it up in Buffalo, where I went to college, and they have this accent, even though it's still the state of New York. They have the best hockey team in the state, and that's the Sabres. Lightning head coach John Cooper beat out the Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff to win his first ever Jack Adams Award, although Buffalo had 3 more points than Tampa in the regular season, and Ruff leading the Sabres to their first playoff appearance since 2011-2012, when the coach was Lindy Ruff. Interesting.
I'm going to give you a couple of tips. Lindy Ruff coached the Florida Panthers, didn't last. He coached the New Jersey Devils, he didn't last. He's been to Buffalo. This is the second time he's been with Buffalo. It didn't last. I like Lindy Ruff. I do. He's been in the NHL a long time. He's a smart guy. I met him a couple of times. What a nice guy. He really is one of those nice guys. But hockey is not a nice sport. You got to go out there and you got to play the game. As Tortorella always says, you play, you beat, you win. So that's the game. And I'm sorry. as good as Buffalo is right now, I don't trust that Lindy Ruff is going to put him in the best position to win. I think eventually, in the next 2 years, we're going to be talking about another coach over there.
Maybe, but I think when you're judging the award this year, you always look at coach of the year.
Dude, did the Devils give him an extension and then he got fired the next year?
Well, yeah, their front office.
Okay, all right.
Their front office isn't very smart.
They extended him in the offseason.
That's why they fired their
Did
GM.
they not extend Lindy Ruff in the offseason?
And that GM now got fired. So
okay, I'm just talking about the Sabres. They just extended him again. So what do you think is going to happen? He gets his contract and he goes, bing. That's what I think is going to happen.
Again, it's a possibility, but right now it's a one-year award that we're dealing with there. And you always look at Coach of the Year as who really elevated the team considering what their expectations were at the start of the year. We knew Tampa was going to be a good team at the beginning of the year. The other finalist is Pittsburgh with Dan Muth, which we thought would be a bad team. He actually deserved a good amount of those votes, but I would have given it to Ruff. I think he deserved the award. I think a lot of people were saying, oh, John Cooper's never won one, so he's overdue for one, but I think Ruff deserved it more this year.
Because they don't have tongues!
They're overjoyed. Buffalo loves him, though. They were overjoyed to bring him back. Overjoyed. And you know what the thing is? He keeps getting jobs, so he must interview really well.
Yeah, I can tell you a lot of coaches interview very well. Hey, I got a coach that interviews really, really well, and he coached the New York Jets. That's right. Bambi Sala. How did that work? Rex Ryan did, too. He leaves the New York Jets or loses his job, and right then and there he goes to Buffalo and hasn't had a job since then. There's a lot of guys that interview very well, and it doesn't really go that far. So far.
Lindy Ruff was there when they won the President's Trophy when I was in college in like 2007.
Yeah.
They love him in Buffalo, dude.
Did they win? Did they win?
No, they famously didn't win, but they did beat the Rangers in the second round.
Yeah, everybody beats the Rangers.
Whoa.
Not the
that was the Yager Rangers, and I think they lost to the Hurricanes that year. That was the Cam Ward year, I think. But let's get into the last team of the carousel, and that would be the Buffalo Bills. I saved the best for last for you, Errol. There was a certain wide receiver who was a free agent who made a tweet that was then deleted saying he would like to return to the Buffalo Bills. Can you make a wild guess who that could be?
I'm going to say Stephon Diggs.
Yes, it is the same Stephon Diggs. He deleted that tweet, but he is currently still a free agent after bouncing around from a different team last years.
A chance in hell. Not a chance in hell is Diggs going back to Buffalo. Do you really think with a new stadium opening up, Josh Allen having a season that they added some wide receiving help and offensive help going into a new season, he wants that idiot on the sideline saying, "You're not throwing the ball enough to me. You're not throwing the ball enough to me." They could stick him in his slot. They could stick him on the outside. He gets 3 looks and he'll be like, "You suck. You suck." I mean, come on. Keep Diggs away. Let him worry about keeping his hands to himself and getting babies with Miss Cardi B. I don't want anything to do with him. I want nothing to do with him. Jets, stay away from him.
Yeah, nor should you want anything to do with him when you made Joe Brady your head coach. Since Joe Brady took over as the offensive coordinator in 2023, when the Bills turned it around in the second half of the season, and the Bills did better offensively with you being more of a decoy, then you get traded in 2024, and the Bills have one of the best offenses in the NFL.
Didn't he have like 4 babies with 4 women in 1 year?
I have no idea.
I think that was like.
There you go. That's personal.
I'm just saying. I mean, he might as well just get into the sack and worry about taking care of him.
Those are some Antonio Cromartie
personal.
Hey, easy. You got in trouble once talking about Cromartie on this show, Eric.
I keep trying to tell y'all, leave this personal stuff out of the business.
I just said
you said you throwing shots, man.
I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to help you out.
I think Diggs just likes toxic stuff, to be honest. That's what I think. Between his tweets and his stuff, antics on and off the field, I think once you get used to a certain level of toxicity, it's hard to get out of it.
Yeah, I think from a character stance, he's not gonna have a chance of getting back into the league. He's just done too much off the field, and I think he kind of went into like this kind of reality TV type mode last year that just kind of cost him that NFL good boy image character that we like to promote and always fail at during the off season. But yeah, I think it's just fool's gold for him to think that any team will kind of pick him up unless there's some key significant injury to somebody. Maybe he'll get in for the camp, but it's going to be very hard for him to get back in the league based off what transpired just in last year.
All right. Well, boys, that is the carousel. We'll spin again probably next week.
All right. I want to say something because I do like to throw myself out there. I could care less if I piss people off because I really don't. And I have my own things with Quentin Jammer that we've never settled because he's a little lady and he hides behind, social media, X, so all that other stuff. Oh, I'm coming to New York in January. I haven't seen him, haven't heard from him. He disappeared off the face of the earth.
Would you be interested in an exhibition fight?
I said it. I challenged him.
Oh,
I
okay.
challenged him.
I would like to set it up. I would try to set it up.
Set it up. We'll go on a Jake Paul card. I'll kick his ass.
I would pay for ringside seats.
Get in shape, all right? Because I'm out here freaking
being
promoting stuff. Like, don't embarrass me because you'll get 2 whoopings. I'll whoop you afterwards. So,
dude, hold on.
If you lose this, come on.
Do you know who you're talking to here?
I could do the ringside commentary.
Do you know who you're talking to?
Yes, a guy that walks on the treadmill for me. I'm there.
First of all, I am a cardio fiend, and I train, and I still hit the bag. I still can hit the bag.
Let me see. Just something. Give me something. Give me your step. Throw me a jab. Oh no, we in trouble. Oh hell.
That's what I'm trouble. Those are combinations.
Hang it up.
I said give me a jab and you go to a combination.
Jab.
Turn that fist over. What is this?
Dude, you telling me how to fight? Are you really giving me tips?
I'm trying to help. I don't want to lose. I'm tired of. I don't want to lose.
Dude, get Quentin Jammer in the ring at a Jake Paul fight, and I will fight him.
Only if Jake Paul. Can we do it without Jake Paul? Like,
no. We want to do it in front of people. We want to embarrass him.
A camera goes a long ways.
Listen,
we don't need Jake Paul.
No. We need Jake Paul because I'm getting into the ring. I'm kicking somebody's ass in front of tens of thousands of people. That's what I want to do.
There's streamers.
Would you do a bare knuckle? Because I got some BKFC contacts.
I'll do bare knuckles.
Let me see your jab again.
Could stop this. I got things to do, man. I'm not gonna sit here and show you my jab and my combinations. I'm a southpaw and I can fight right-handed too. So just so you know, I'm ambidextrous. So in many different ways, if you know what I mean.
We know that. We know you're very strong at that.
It's a friendly show.
I didn't say anything.
Not a
I just said I'm ambidextrous. I didn't say what I'm ambidextrous with.
It's video. Hello.
So what? They don't know what I'm talking about.
We don't do
They don't know. They don't know, ladies and gentlemen. Anyways, speaking of they don't know, or maybe we do know, we got a deuce of the day.
The deuce of the day.
You log. Not a log. I don't have a log, but I mean, you know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, who watched the Knicks game last night? I did. I think everybody and their mother watched. I think millions and millions of people around the world watched the game last night. And I don't know if anybody remembers, but in the fourth quarter, a fan ran on the court and wanted to take a picture with Victor Wembanyama. So listen to this. The Spurs fan who rushed on the court for a pick with Victor Wembanyama is now in trouble, in a lot of trouble. As a matter of fact, he broke a couple of laws. The Bexar County Sheriff Office tells TMZ that this individual, a juvenile, was arrested on 2 charges in connection with Wednesday night's stunt in Game 1 of the finals at Frost Bank Center, where he was intentionally breached court security personnel. Now, I want to say something. There is a story coming out that they suspended him to never coming back or going to an NBA game again. I don't think that's the problem. The problem right now is how long is he going to jail? What we're seeing right now, there is 2 felony counts. If this kid is a juvenile, has no money, unless Victor Wembanyama goes out there and supports it or tries to help him, this guy's going to jail for what he did, what he committed. It was embarrassing. I understand what he was doing. I understand he wanted to be on television, which he did. He got on television. He got his face seen. He got his picture. Did you see anybody see Robinson's face when he was taking the picture? That Mitchell Robinson's face was absolutely hilarious. He was like, what the hell's going on here? It was funny, but it's not going to be funny for this kid because he could see up to 10 years for this. Up to 10 years for this by going and running on a court, which he was all smiles when he got pulled off the court. By the way, did you see the 2 security guards? It was like a movie. They just like picked them up and ran them off the court. It was very, very funny. I don't think it's something to laugh. I feel bad for the kid. It was a stupid move. And the NBA doing this to him and kicking him out of the NBA to ever go to an NBA game, I don't think that matters anymore because he might not see an NBA game close up or even on television for 10 years. And if he does, it'll probably be in a cell. So that's my deuce of the day. Very interesting.
Can I say, if you're going to do that, couldn't you at least get a better picture?
I would say the same. Yeah.
Did you see the picture? Half his head's cut off. All you see is Wemby's like torso. Like, come on.
The problem was he didn't
angle it a little bit better, you know?
He didn't expect to get there. That's the problem. And anything, I think you should have gave the security of the deuce of the day, because at the end of the day, how did he make it all the way on the court? There's supposed to be at least 1 to 2 security personnel there blocking the entrance way to the court. So I don't understand it. As a security professional myself, I don't understand how he even got remotely close to that. Like, it should have been the deuce of the day to the security.
It's not New York. That's why.
It's anywhere. They there for a reason. What are you doing? He ran down and onto the court. What are you doing?
By the way, I'm watching this kid. Like, he has his tongue out. He's running on the court. You see Victor. You see Robinson. It's pathetic. And
believe he's not going to spend 10 years in jail. I can tell you that right now.
I don't know, man. Because
listen. By the time that a judge see that, or some high-end lawyer that works in San Antonio or anything like that, like, they're not going to let that kid spend 10 years in jail for that. He didn't cause no harm. He just violated the law. But
wait, hold on one second. You run on a basketball court with a professional athlete, your team's superstar player. We don't know if he has a gun, a knife, or anything.
Yeah, we knew. You could say that before, but now that we got the evidence and the camera was just trying to take a picture, they do stupid stuff all the time. The soccer games, NFL games, the whole shebang. Like, it's normal. I'm not saying that I'm justifying his behavior. I'm just saying that there's nobody that's going to put that kid in jail for 10 years. They're going to say the lifetime ban is enough, although he can get around the lifetime ban if you really wanted to. All you got to do is book it in somebody else's name or put some makeup on and say, "Go Spurs, go." And then ain't nobody's going to be paying attention to the fact that it's the same guy that ran onto the court. But
they got facial recognition now everywhere.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Put makeup on. They're not going to, but it's not to that degree, It's not going to be like lifetime ban. He on a wanted list at the Spurs arena, and then they're just going to be looking for him. It's just a moment thing. Wait 10 games out. Same thing happened with the WNBA when they threw the dildos on the court. Same thing. That the person came back the next game and actually got into the building.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if Jermaine Jones is going to be joining us today, but hey, it's all right. It's all right. We've got more left in the show, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of kicking and screaming, and probably me kicking, Q outside of the box some way or another. I got to give him a nice kick. He wants to see combinations. He wants to see this. How about I just take my mic and shove it down his throat? And that was, by the way, that wasn't. By the way, I'm going to pause that for all the fans out there that knows anything about pausing. Pause that. Anyways, when we come back, we don't have Jermaine Jones, but we have alrighty then. We have Eagles deciding to trade A.J. Brown, and there's a fallout going on, and we have the NFL whip around and much, much more. But first, a Sports Minute.
This is the New York Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman back at you with another Sports Minute. A couple of stories for you, and then the scores this evening. Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred spoke candidly with the Associated Press on Wednesday and revealed his concern about the current situation in labor talks with the MLB Players Association. We're open to whatever ideas people have, but we need a realistic framework that addresses the fans' concerns about competitive balance, and you just can't ignore that financial penalties have not gotten it done for us. We have tried mightily over several rounds of bargaining to use a competitive balance tax to address competitive concerns, and sometimes you got to admit you failed. Manfred and others have been critical of the current system that simply penalizes teams for spending too much by forcing them to spend more, which would then get used to share revenue with other teams in the league to help their fledgling media markets and towards retirement benefits and current insurance benefits for players. The proposal by Manfred in the league of a salary cap of just under $250 million and a much more elevated salary floor of just over $170 million would cost the players, according to interim executive director of the union, Smyer, $500 million. The players have vowed to fight the salary cap as long as it takes. Many against the change point to the astronomical valuations of MLB franchises, none of which are valued under $1 billion, and that teams could simply choose to spend more money instead of the current system, where 7 teams aren't even spending $100 million a year. The point is that we will likely be forced to debate next winter as we careen towards the first real strike in baseball in over 30 years, whether, number one, a salary cap fixes the problem, or number two, it hurts the value of the teams and earning potentials of the players. My guess is that it's bad for the league and it's bad for players. Maybe if some of that tax money didn't go to stupid failing media broadcasts and went to teams that were trying to spend more money than the previous season, some of those small market teams would be more competitive. Enjoy this season, baseball fans. Might be a while till we get the next one. A federal judge on Monday sentenced Aspiration co-founder Joseph Sandberg to 14 years in federal prison. Sandberg had previously pled guilty to 2 counts of wire fraud after prosecutors stated he defrauded investors and lenders out of $248 million by getting fraudulent loans, bank and brokerage statements, and concealing that he was the source of revenue booked by the company. One of those lenders, Los Angeles Clippers owner Steve Ballmer, who may or may not be under investigation by the league in his usage of Aspiration, a former sponsor of the team, to circumvent the NBA's salary cap with superstar forward Kawhi Leonard and his infamous Uncle Dennis, as well as likely with other players acquired along the way, including possibly Paul George. While many at the time defended Ballmer in the owner class of the league, including frequent skeptic and former owner Mark Cuban, Pablo Torre Reports podcast won a Pulitzer Prize this year for their reporting on this underhanded, fraudulent deal involving the Clippers and Aspiration. Judge Stephen V. Wilson, in his decision in a downtown LA courtroom in front of Sandberg's victims, said the following: "He portrays himself as a do-gooder who was in business to help the world, but he did personally gain from his fraud. He hurt a lot of people, became greedy, brazen, callous, and entangled in a web of lies that continued for years, and that he would put the grade of his fraud at the zenith." Not exactly sponsorship material, but hey, what do I know? Let's take a look at baseball scores right now. It's the only sport in action besides hockey. We got the Yankees with a win earlier today. We talked about it, 2-1 over the Guardians. Bednar with his 13th save of the year. It's in the bottom of the 5th right now. The Blue Jays have a 3-1 lead in Atlanta on the Braves. Tied at 3 in the bottom of the 4th between the Royals and Twins. No score, top 4 between the A's and Cubs. It's 1-0 Pirates over the Astros in the bottom of the 2nd. Still to come tonight, Dodgers are facing the Diamondbacks, and all other games are final. Phillies 6, Padres 4, Orioles 8, Red Sox 2, and Giants 12, Brewers 9. And let's take a look at the Stanley Cup. We'll be talking about it when the game is over later tonight in the show. It is 5:42 left in the first period. The Golden Knights have a goal from Brett Howden, his 12th of the playoffs. It's 1-0. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our NYS SPT Loudmouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure you to like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Q, and Speedy for our next segment on New York's Sports Loudmouth.
We're back. Hello? You're listening to the New York Sports Loudmouth.
I have a grape in my hand. I love grapes. It's my favorite, especially during the show. If it's not a string cheese, it's a grape. I love it. As I pop it, no, I'm not popping it right now. You're listening to a new episode of New York Sports Loudmouth. My name is Errol Marks, and my co-host, I'm kind of liking this, baby. I like it. A little dribble. My co-host, Mr. Mobile.
It's him. Him truly, Timothy.
Relax, Speedy. I like it. I like it.
There you go, Speed.
Dribble some basketballs, you know what I mean? My little...
Speedy been rocking. You can't really rock it. You can't mess with Speedy on the way.
Get out of here. You know that. You have no idea what you're talking about. I can scratch this shit.
Hey, it's been like 3 weeks straight. Speedy been killing it. I don't know what you talking about.
Hold your horses, my friend. Nicky Braggs and Speedy. I will say this. Speedy picked the right track. I'm giving him some credit here.
There we go.
Speedy's been good.
There we go.
All right.
Give the man his flowers.
Come on. That's all we ask. That's all we ask.
Speedy, what kind of flowers do you like?
He's a tulip guy.
I like colors, not
Carnation.
Doesn't matter what flower. As long as it's purple and orange are the best colors.
You like colors, baby.
I don't care what.
Don't we all?
I like that sound.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Remember, you go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including New York Sports Loudmouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. On the back end, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Sam Ad. He's in the back end. He's production, producer, ladies and gentlemen. And we do have Nithin Ramatandra, our PR manager. He's right there. He's hanging out. Nithmeister, with his no background, nothing on the wall kind of thing. It looks like it is in a jail cell.
Still coming in. It's still in the process.
It's coming in. It takes forever. It might take months. Maybe take Christmas. Mommy and Daddy will send him a nice picture of a lion after he goes to San Diego to a circus or a zoo. Ladies and gentlemen, we have, Mr. I guess he's in the back end. You heard him on the Sports Minute. We have Coach Fish, the old fisherman himself, as he was giving his Sports Minute. We love everybody, as we all know. Anyways, we got a lot more to go, so let's move it on. Go ahead, Speedy. Speedy?
All righty then. All righty then.
Alrighty then. Welcome back to our literary segment. Speedy, you got to get in here for this one. Where are you? All right, we got this going. Here we are with Alrighty Then. If you don't know, Errol is also a sports writer, a really good one. He can find his articles on worldwidesportsradio.com. We also put them out on Reddit, and we get lots of comments. We're going to go through one of these articles tonight. Speedy's going to read some of the comments that you wrote in. If you want to get your comments read on the air, Speedy, tell them how to find our Reddit feed.
We are Worldwide Sports Radio Network, powered by New York Sports Loudmouth.
All right, so that's where you want to go if you want your comments read on the air. We're going to do that in a second. I'm going to read a little excerpt, and then we're going to get right into Errol's reaction to these comments on the article about Conor McGregor going back to the UFC. And we're going to share the screen, bring this one down, bring this guy up. Here it is. Dana White found a time machine, and it's set to 2021. Here it is. There's Conor back in the day. So let me get this straight. The UFC wants me to believe that after 5 years of inactivity, injuries, movie premieres, yacht parties, whiskey promotions, Twitter wars, and enough retirement announcements to make Floyd Mayweather jealous, the answer to the UFC's star problem is Conor McGregor. Again. At this point, Dana White treats Conor McGregor like your grandmother's fine china. He only takes him out on special occasions, dusts him off, tells everyone how valuable he is, and then puts him back in the cabinet for another year. Now we're hearing about a possible Conor McGregor versus Max Holloway rematch. A rematch? The first fight happened so long ago, people were still arguing whether pineapple belonged on pizza. I understand why the UFC wants it. Conor sells, Conor trends, Conor makes headlines, but at some point, doesn't the UFC have to ask itself a simple question? Do we have any new stars? Let's scroll down a little bit. Take a look at the next picture. Here's another classic. Most casual fans know John Jones, Conor McGregor, maybe Max Holloway, maybe Sean O'Malley. After that, people start looking at the UFC roster like they're trying to read a Wi-Fi password. And that's the issue. The UFC has champions. The UFC has killers. The UFC has future Hall of Famers. What they don't seem to have enough of are must-watch attractions, the kind of fighter where people call their friends and say, yo, are you watching this tonight? Speedy.
All right, we'll start with this one from Pastlet 760. They are a predatory organization that's made a lot of money off of McGregor. They will try again until he's useless.
I would agree with you. You look at Conor McGregor, every single time he's on the card, they're selling out as far as pay-per-view, and they don't even have to worry about pay-per-views because now if you bought Paramount for the year, you have every single UFC match. But Conor McGregor is a big name, and you're drawing him, and the only reason why they're selling him, and they think they're selling him right now, is because he's still a name.
All right, this one's from Interesting name, FAQ.
FAQ.
Besides these two guys, what are you talking about? Jones is the GOAT and doesn't even have a fight, and McGregor's the most popular fighter ever. It is just now getting a fight. He was referencing it was 5 years removed, like you've said over many times.
Wait a second. By the way, thank you, FAQ, for giving us your take. And you say that Conor McGregor is the most popular fighter of all time. There's a lot of fighters that I can pinpoint that I could say are absolute slam dunk draws in UFC history. But you're gonna. That's how you're gonna sell it. John Jones doesn't have a fight because John Jones decided to go back and forth with Dana White. He decided to become a heavyweight when he should have been a light heavyweight. Why was he jumping one weight to another? And he took 5 years to jump that weight to fight Gane, and then all of a sudden not want to fight anymore because he doesn't want to fight any of the other heavyweights because he knows there's a challenge there. The problem right now with the UFC is pretty simple. They don't have stars. They have great fighters. They have champions. They don't have stars that are drawing people in anymore. So what are they going to do? They're going to bring Conor McGregor back after 5 years, who hasn't been in a ring exactly 5 years, and you're selling it. Good luck.
All right, this was a different perspective than what you guys usually talked about. This is NFL TG71. The way his ratings have been going, smaller venues have not helped, and he's trying to get a stars because of those small venues that will drive ticket prices.
NFL, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, Greg Hardy just fought a fight and got his ass whipped. I mean, we saw the UFC bring him in, and we all know what happened to him. They had a heavyweight that was drinking out of a damn shoe. What are they trying to sell here? Now they have an ex-NFL player that played for San Francisco going out there and acting like a jackass, trying to pretend that he's Conor McGregor. This isn't selling. They had Patty. Patty fought, and he got his ass beat up by Justin Gaethje. Then he drops. This is what they're selling. They're trying to find a superstar guy that's going to go out there and open their mouth. Nate Diaz, another guy. He was on a Jake Paul fight recently and got embarrassed by Perry. It's not there anymore. These fighters are not there anymore. And if they keep searching, they're going to miss it. There are guys right now in boxing that are growing in those divisions. So that's all I got to say about that.
All right, Fish, you're going to like this one. This guy, Ryder compares it to the WWE. He's got a product, WWE level, can't create stars, can't sell Dagestani fighters. And it goes back to the Conor well after all that, and he compared Dana White to Vince McMahon.
Ryder thank you for your take. I don't know if he's Vince McMahon, but he's making a lot of money. The guy's a president. He just sold his stake. He made about, $300 million. I mean, the guy's making millions and millions of dollars putting fights together that make no sense. Max Holloway, who goes in the ring or goes in the octagon, every 4 months, is going to fight Conor McGregor, who hasn't been in an octagon for 5 years. Anybody that knows anything about mixed martial arts knows this is what they're trying to sell, and this is not what they're selling. Conor McGregor will be lucky if he lasts 2 rounds with Max Holloway, who's a stand-up fighter that knocks people out. Conor McGregor was once a great left-handed fighter. He's not going to get into a ring with a guy that's going to take you down and beat you in. It's ridiculous. And do I think it's wrestling? No. But I think it's getting close there. I mean, look at the scorecards. Look at the Strickland fight. I thought that was absolutely appalling to anybody to think that Strickland won that fight.
All right, before we get to our last Reddit comment, let's go to one of our fans, Kevin, who says the exclusivity they lost by ditching the pay-per-view structure and going to Paramount. Do you think that factors in? Absolutely.
Think about it. The UFC has made money hand over fist. Then they sold their rights. The ownership sold the rights to I forget what it was, IMG or something like that, a company that's owned by a ton of people, and there's so many owners in it. The problem right now in the UFC is pretty simple. The pay-per-views aren't selling, and that's why they needed to find something. That's why they went to ESPN a couple of years ago, and they made a deal with ESPN. It didn't work out. Now they go to Paramount. Right now, when you look at the big point of understanding what the UFC is doing and what they're driving, there's no drive anymore. There's no GSP. There's no guys like right now that you want to see fight in the ring or fight in the octagon. Ilya's a great fighter. Justin Gaethje, look at that fight. Look at that card. It's garbage. Anthony Andriose said it best last week. It's garbage. That's what they're selling. Garbage.
All right, last one from OK Jellyfish 55. Dana White was scared that the fighters got more leverage, so he tried not to create any more stars deliberately and was successful.
Oh, that's pretty good. I like that.
That's why I saved it for last.
Dana White is a genius. He knows how to manipulate things. He's a manipulator. All these commissioners, all these guys, they manipulate the situation because they know when they manipulate it, they can hide things under the table. And right now, the UFC has nothing to hide. Anybody that knows mixed martial arts and understands combat sports understands what you see on the table. And what you don't see is Dana White pocketing money because he doesn't believe that this product is really that good. But he understands that, hey, you know what? Poirier is going to fight in his final fight in his hometown in New Orleans. We're going to put him in their hometowns. Oh, we're going to go to England and we're going to put this guy on the card because he's an English fighter. Oh, we're going to go to Australia and put this guy on the Australian fight because that's what's selling. Speedy's yawning. I'm about to yawn. Dana White makes you want to yawn. It's garbage. Garbage, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have to shut the music. I'm going to tell you guys something. I want to feed something to you guys so you understand what this business and what this sport is. It's all about money. Every sport is all about money right now. And the UFC, when it wasn't all about the money, when it was about the fighter, and it was all about the fighter, that's when you wanted to watch. You wanted to watch the Chris Weidmans versus the Anderson Silvers, the Nate Diaz's, and the Nick Diaz's. You wanted to see those guys fight because it was fun to watch. And even Conor McGregor and all these different fighters that we've seen in the years, GSP, all of them. What we see right now is the UFC grabbing, reaching. They do these stupid shows. Now you're doing slap boxing. I mean, whatever the hell you call it. I mean, Dana White's sitting out there making these faces. Ooh, well, maybe I'll put him in a ring. Maybe I'll do something like that. Maybe I'll stick my hand up his ass. It's ridiculous. It's like they're the puppets and Dana is just leading them to stray. Now we just pull the strings. That's what the UFC is. It's a string sport. It's all about money. It's not about the fighters anymore. He doesn't even want to give the fighters insurances. If you're not covered in insurance, that's why Jake Paul's doing all the stuff that he's doing. Jake Paul, say whatever you want. He's a marketing genius. He doesn't know how to put fights together. He's not a guy that understands how to do that. But what he does know is he makes sure that the fighters make money. And he makes sure that their insurances and their policies, when they get into those rings or the octagons or the bare knuckle, whatever he's investing his money into, they're getting taken care of. And that, to me, is what Dana White needs to start doing. If he does that, some of these people playing football, or some of these people that are into soccer or whatever, they start to move to mixed martial arts because they understand there's money in it and they understand there's insurances in it. It's just not good for the fighters. And that's why the UFC, they go all over the world. I'm watching things on Netflix. They're going all over the world trying to find fighters. There's nothing, because there's nothing to me that stands out when it comes to kickboxing, Muay Thai, whatever, judo, whatever you're into. Ladies and gentlemen, it's garbage. It's garbage. And that's all I got to say about that. And the judges are horrible too. So you want to call it, Vince McMahon, you want to call him this, you want to call him that. I'll tell you, all you need to do is smack him in the ass and know that Dana White is making money and nobody else is. That's all I'm going to say about that. Take that. I see Sam singing or whatever he's doing over there, but I know he's a mixed martial arts fan. I know he is. So I had to give him my take on this garbage, because it is. It's garbage. And I'll watch it because I like garbage. I like eating garbage. I like eating my grapes during my show, as me and Q were pretending that we were throwing grapes in each other's. Well, I don't want to say that because I would pause that, ladies and gentlemen. That would be a little bit different. But, I like to have fun on this show. I just want to tell you the truth, and I want to give you my take and sell you whatever you want to believe. And if you believe it, good for you. Read my stories. That might sell you. Anyways. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got to move on. I got to move on with this Eagles story because it's a big one. Adam Schefter reports that the Eagles have traded A.J. Brown. Is that surprising? To the Patriots for a 2027 fifth-round draft pick and a 2028 first-round draft pick. There was a framework for a deal for Brown to be dealt to the Patriots before the draft, but they couldn't do it at that time because of the salary purposes. Brown told NBC Sports Maria Taylor that his relationship with Jalen Hurts wasn't as close as when he first was traded to the Eagles, but also mentioned how he never understood why their friendship was always made the center of attention to the media. Brown also mentioned that he felt like a kid in a candy store when he was traded to the Patriots because he grew up as a Patriot fan. Ooh, well, news to me. And said he even had a Patriots rug in his house even while he played for the Eagles. Who the hell cares? Left tackle Jordan, how do you pronounce this, Speedy?
Mailata.
believes that the team can move on from this drama and focus on football, and says, thank God the saga is over. There was also a rumor that Brown and Hassan Reddick were both romantically linked to the same massage therapist back in 2023. I didn't hear this one. And Jalen Hurts knew about Reddick's involvement with her, but elected not to tell Brown. Brown blamed the drama for causing the 2023 collapse with the Eagles, where they started the season 10-1, but finished the season 11-6 and lost to a 9-8 Buccaneers team in the first round. Brown had 339 catches for 5,034 yards, 32 touchdowns in 4 seasons with the Eagles. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you my take here. First of all, why the hell did the Patriots give up a first-round draft pick for an old A.J. Brown? He is an old A.J. Brown. He is not the same A.J. Brown he was when he played for Tennessee. He was not the same A.J. Brown for the first 2.5 years when he was with the Eagles. He's just not. He's a good player. Is he a number one target? No. He is not a number one target. He is a Stephon Diggs, a little bit better than Stephon Diggs when he jumped from team to team and he eventually went to the Patriots. Right now, the Patriots are reaching. Drake May did not have a number one target. He didn't. He didn't have a number one target last year, and a lot of people blame that's the reason why they didn't win the Super Bowl. There was a lot of reasons why they didn't win the Super Bowl, but a target was definitely going to help them. The Patriots right now, they have a coach that is being investigated, a coach that doesn't keep his hands to himself, and obviously something else to himself. We all know that. I don't need to go too deep into it. They have an owner that likes to go to massage parlors and all those other things. I'm throwing this out here for all you guys to understand this. The Eagles are an organization that's been back and forth with A.J. Brown. As a matter of fact, I remember, 2 years ago when A.J. Brown was sitting on the sidelines reading a book, and everybody on Amazon was buying the book that he was reading. Like, who the hell cares what A.J. Brown is reading? Honestly, I could give a crap. And the Eagles, they have a coach that's been back and forth with A.J. Brown in the media world. As a matter of fact, after the season, when everybody was talking to him about A.J. Brown, he was like, we're not trading him. We love A.J. Brown. I love him. We're good friends. Yeah. And I'm friends with Santa Claus. The problem right now is pretty simple. The Eagles are an organization that is ran very, very well, and so are the Patriots. I could care less if A.J. Brown was a Patriot fan, a Tom Brady fan, a Bill Belichick fan. I could care less. Is it going to make the Patriots better? That's the question. Is this going to take them over the hump, which they failed to do last year against Seattle in the Super Bowl? I'm going to give you reasons why. They won't. The AFC is much better. The East is much better. Brown is a guy that likes to go to teams and say that, hey, I'm this, I'm that, I'm talking to the media, I'm doing all this stuff, and I'm cool, I'm collective. Yeah, you're cool and collective. I remember Elijah Moore. Remember him? Does anybody remember Elijah Moore?
Legend.
Jets legend. 2nd round draft pick. And who was at his draft party? A.J. Brown. And A.J. Brown spoke to the media and said, this guy is going to be a better player than me. This guy's a superstar player. Watch and learn. Yeah, I watched and learned. For 2 years, I watched an embarrassing player, couldn't run a route, barely can get to the end zone. How many touchdowns did he score? 0 for the New York Jets. I mean, come on.
And then he became Kyrie Irving.
Yeah. Here's what I'm going to say. Here's what I'm going to say about everything that A.J. Brown has done over the last couple of years. Jalen Hurts is one of the nicest guys in the game. One of the nicest guys in every single person I've talked to that knows Jalen Hurts, knows him personally, says he's donated so much money. He's been there for the kids. His players love him. His offensive line adores him. His wide receivers, besides A.J. Brown, love him. And to me, when you're fighting or you're not getting along with somebody like that, there's a problem. Is it maybe Jalen Hurts squatting 680 pounds and you can't do that. Maybe you're jealous of Jalen Hurts that he's the quarterback and you're not the superstar anymore like you were in Tennessee. What is it? And now you're going to a team that has a quiet Drake May who doesn't really say anything. He's quiet. He doesn't really speak to the media. He's like a cartoon character. He's like Tweety Bird, with the whole Tweety, and when you watch those stupid cartoons, and he just goes, barely speaks. That's what he is. That's what he is. So maybe going to the Patriots and not have to deal with back and forth banter because he got along with Vrabel, and he thinks Mike Vrabel is the answer for him. I will say this: Mike Vrabel did not want to trade AJ Brown. When he was with Tennessee, he had no interest in trading him. Me and Speedy were at Miller's Ale House when he was traded to the Eagles for a first-round draft pick that nobody even talks about anymore because I don't even think he's in the NFL anymore. Okay? And I remember him walking out of the door when they were announcing. Everybody was clapping and shaking hands, and he was like, I'm out of here. I don't even want to talk about it. The Eagles right now are going into a season where the Cowboys have gotten better, Washington's gotten better, and the Giants, their division is theirs for the taking. They didn't need A.J. Brown to win the division, and that's why they traded him. The fact that they got a first-round draft pick for A.J. Brown was a slam friggin' dunk, Speedy. A slam dunk. A.J. Brown for a 2028 first-round draft. I don't care if it's a 28th pick, 29th pick, 27th pick, 25th pick. I don't give a crap. To get A.J. Brown for a first and a fifth was an absolute home run. Home run for the Eagles.
Yeah, it was one of those things where I don't think you were going to get one this year. So you did the next best thing and tried to leverage the Patriots because they were stuck as it was. You made the deal before the draft and obviously had to rearrange for salary cap compensation issues. And now you got your team stuck in a situation where if they back out, you all of a sudden look like the Ravens with Max Crosby for a deal that was supposed to be pending for 2 months. So the Patriots had no choice but to up the leverage at the time. Vrabel's kind of stuck as it is with the whole investigations going on with him. You have to try to make something work on the field to distract them. So if you don't trade for a top-notch wide receiver and your offense regresses like it should, because
is he a top-notch wide receiver, Speedy?
He's better than what they had.
I mean, what would you rate him? Is he a top 15 wide receiver in the league? No,
I wouldn't say that, but he's right on. Again,
so hold on. My question to you is, and I'm standing right next to him, so I'm looking at him because I want him. I could see him in a screen, but my question to you is, if he's not a top 15 wide receiver, why would you give a first-round draft pick up for him?
Because they were stuck.
So you're stuck. So we're going to give away a priority pick for a stuck player?
No,
that's what he is. He's stuck.
The Patriots were stuck.
No, he's stuck too because he can't get along with anybody.
Well, no, I'm saying the Patriots were stuck because they're going to lose reputation if they back out on a deal.
So it's reputation now. The Patriots are all about their reputation.
They claim to be.
Robert Kraft, does he have a reputation? Yeah,
I don't think he does, but has an ego that's going to claim it.
But so his ego is what gave him up, gave them away, give a team, the Eagles, who don't need another first-round draft pick, a 2028 first-round draft pick. It makes no sense. I'm going to tell you this right now. All you Eagle fans, you should be praising your GM. He is a genius, an absolute genius. And A.J. Brown, he is 1 year away from being done in the NFL. He is not the same player. How old is A.J. Brown? 29. He's going to be 30 years old. And you can see his game is completely fallen off.
Yeah, the comparison I wanted to make was in the 2019 draft. Fish, we talked about it earlier with the 2024 draft, but we've seen two of those players already become divas later on in their careers with DK Metcalf and Deebo Samuel. Both got traded that offseason. And I mentioned at the time that the 49ers, even though they probably got less than what they should have for Deebo Samuel, got rid of that off-field drama. Now they're going to have the same issue with Ayuk, who already got into a speeding accident a couple of weeks ago as well, that they're going to get less for that as well. And same thing with DK Metcalf. Now, DK Metcalf played well, I guess, for the Steelers this year. So, but even so, like, they didn't really get anywhere. And I think the same kind of thing with the Patriots. Yeah, he might be better than what they had, but how much of a difference is it going to make in a system where Josh McDaniels, I don't think, really does well with big-bodied wide receivers?
Listen to this, Petey. I'm going to give you numbers, and I want you to hear what I'm saying here. In 2022, all right, he had 1,496 yards and 88 receptions out of 145 targets. The year after, 1,456. So it's right on target. Then he dipped from 1,079 and then dipped again to 1,003. It seems like he is falling every single year. What's next?
Include the less targets. That's what you got to include in that stat.
And the Patriots are going to give him less targets because they're a run-first team?
No, he'll be a primary receiver. They're a run-first team when you don't got no number one to throw to. So what are you going to throw to? The number 2, number 3 receiver? You can't focus there. You got to have the running back to open up the passing game to try to get those receivers open.
Hey, well, let me ask you a question.
Where A.J. Brown, he can create space and get himself open.
Sure, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Patriots have been known to bring in number 2s. They got a lot of number 2s on their roster.
That was the Patriot way, yeah.
I know. It's a Patriot way. It's great. And you just gave up a 2028 first-round draft pick for a bona fide number 2. So how does this make sense? I mean, if you're an Eagles fan, you're like, wow, we added another piece. We added another wide receiver. We brought in this guy from the draft. I mean, he's productive. He's going to add a lot of dimensions to the slot. We're going to still put up the points. We're still going to get the yards from him. And we're getting a first-round draft pick for this guy who didn't get along with our quarterback, didn't get along with our offensive line, didn't get along with our team.
Who? AJ? Oh, you're talking about going to the Patriots? Well, we don't know that now because he traded to another team. So we can't say that relationship is going to be the same way with Drake May and that offensive line. So I wouldn't use that as an example. You get the 28th pick. First of all, it's not nothing right now. So obviously they got another year of draft capital before they have to give up that pick to them in 2 years from now. But a lot of times what you got to realize is that proven wide receiver now is better than a potential wide receiver in the draft or a potential pick in the draft or whatever. Like, it's a hit and miss because a lot of the times these guys make decisions based off best availability and not what's best for the team, especially in the first round. So with A.J. Brown, he still got 1,000 yards. That is the metric in regards to a wide receiver. Can you get 1,000+ yards within the season? Now, obviously, we're now in a more pass-first league now, so obviously those numbers go from 1,000 to like 1,500, 1,400, 1,300 yards or whatever. But at the end of the day, it comes down to he got 1,000 yards on 97 targets, 121 targets. That is impressive. Even though I'm doing this while not getting along with my quarterback, while having to deal with media trying to constantly break us up, while I'm not getting along with it, a lot of people in the locker room, having to deal with that and still go out there and be able to tally up and get over 1,000 yards, that's impressive, right? And he's also was a captain. So it's not, you also get leadership within that. So it's not just, he's just a great player. He's also bringing the leadership capabilities as well.
You're bringing the same productivity that Stephon Diggs gave.
No, he's way better than Stephon.
Are you really? 85 receptions, 1,013 yards. They're pretty identical. You had Stephon Diggs, who's practically the same player as far as I'm concerned, and you gave up a first-round draft pick for him. It makes no sense.
But if Brown gets those targets, like if he had the relationship with Hurts where they won't being constantly trying to be divided, he gets those extra 15 to 20 more targets, whatever. His numbers don't blow Stephon Diggs out the park. You're not going to look at Stephon Diggs and say he's remotely better than AJ.
But you're saying productivity. He gave you the productivity. So you're going to tell me Stephon Diggs, what he put up last year is not productive? So you're saying he's never going to get another job because we all know what he does on and off the field. AJ Brown's the same person. He's not as bad. But he's not good. He doesn't get along with players.
What's the worst about AJ Brown?
AJ Brown has thrown teammates under the bus. He's
a Vrabel
That's
guy.
not between having butt naked girls on a boat doing drugs. You gonna compare throwing teammates under the bus to
that? Parlor. Listen, if I'm
Vrabel likes him. That's why they made that.
It makes sense. It's a good pick. Yeah. It makes sense.
Big Vrabel guy, and I think he is arguably, when he doesn't have the drama, a top 15 receiver for sure. He's definitely a number 1. He's not a number 2.
They still get Mike Evans.
Jalen Hurts didn't like each other, and he wasn't getting targets that he normally does.
And you think they're going to get targets with a running game the way they run the ball?
It's going to open up.
It's not. It really isn't, because that's what Vrabel likes to do. Vrabel likes to run the ball. He's proven it. He's got 3 beasts back there.
What did Diggs do?
1,013 yards. And
how many targets?
85 receptions.
Now, how many targets?
I don't know. I didn't bring it up. I put it up. So I don't have
who do you think a better route runner, AJ Brown or Stephon Diggs?
Stephon Diggs.
Route runner
Stephon
Diggs.
Okay.
Diggs is a better route runner, but
who do you think is a better receiver?
AJ Brown.
Right now, Brown by
He's
very
bigger,
little.
more physical,
Very
he's
little.
faster. He's not coming off multiple
Better
knee
hands,
injuries.
A little bit.
He's
I wouldn't say
29 years old. He's still got, a couple of years left of his prime. He's very productive when he's incentivized. The last couple of years in Philly,
let me give you the targets. I got the targets here for you. Yeah. Diggs only had 102 targets last year, while AJ Brown had 121 targets last year with the Eagles. If you remember, they force-fed him the ball after they had like a big falling out the first half of the season. He got a lot of stuff in the second half of the season, but they didn't play very well when he was getting the ball.
He didn't want to be there.
It doesn't matter. You play the game. I don't want to care. I don't care.
Unfortunately, there's this thing with diva receivers, and I don't know what it is, but it always happens with receivers for whatever reason. They ultimately think their value is much higher than it is, or whatever the case may be. But once it sours, it just sours really badly.
I'm going to make a bet with you guys that in 2 years, in 2028, when that first round draft pick is sitting there, and they're sitting pretty again, the Philadelphia Eagles are sitting pretty again, trading down and building to their roster as they always do. AJ Brown's career over there with the Patriots is practically done.
In 2028, you're saying it is done.
I don't think he's going to be.
He's done in 2028. That's a bet.
No, my bet here is he's not going to be important to the offense anymore. He's not.
What is that pick going to be, though? It's going to be the 30th pick, the 29th pick?
Really?
The 29th pick?
It just came from the Super Bowl.
Hold on, Q. You said the Jets are going to be much better in 2 years. Did you not? Did you not?
Yes. What does that do with the Jets?
Hold on. I'm just.
We're in the same division.
I'm just throwing you a curveball here. So
Man has a point.
So you think the Jets are going to be above what they are in the next 2 years, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then Buffalo's still going to be what they are because I think they're still a great.
I think they tank out. I think we don't see the peak of Buffalo.
Oh, you are
right. You can't consistently be in the NFL
DJ
and just
Moore
keep going back to back.
DJ Moore.
I'm not talking talent. I'm talking success. You keep trying to throw the talent in there. They will have talent. It's Buffalo. But I'm talking about we've seen peak Buffalo.
I like it. Buffalo.
Like we're on the back end of their peak.
They had the janitor running routes in the playoffs last year. Let's be honest.
They got screwed in the playoffs last year. They got screwed. The Broncos. That was
a catch.
Crap. That was a catch. That was a catch. They win the game. The Broncos should not have moved on. We all know, and nobody's going to argue that. They got screwed. I felt bad for Josh Allen because he went there to the media and he cried. I feel for a kid that actually shows emotion. But I'm going to say that AJ Brown doesn't show any
NFL?
Yeah, he shows a lot of emotion.
Grown man sharing emotions. That's what you feel for?
Coach JB don't like it.
Definitely. And Coach Q doesn't like it either.
Yeah. You crying for?
No, why? No. Rex Ryan coached me.
Yeah. What are you crying for? That's what I'm saying.
He put me at cornerback when I'm a defensive lineman.
Yes. I don't. You didn't get me crying. I just did my job.
You know what I would have done? I would have done a couple combinations at Mr. Rexy. But here's the facts.
I would have given.
I'm sorry, I'm not giving a first round. That's my argument. If it was a second round draft pick, I'll buy it. You keep saying, well, what is it? Is it a 25th pick? It's a first round draft pick, and Philadelphia feasts on that. They feast on it. Go look at their last drafts. They feast on it, and now you're giving them 2 first round draft picks. And I just. As an organization, and it's definitely the Patriots. We remember when Spygate, they gave up that, 2 first-round draft picks because they cheated or something like that, or whatever it was, or 3, whatever it was. It didn't hurt Bill Belichick. This isn't Bill Belichick. This isn't. I'm sorry. I like Vrabel. He's a good coach. He's not Bill Belichick, and he's not Tom Brady. And I like Drake May. I think he's a good quarterback. He's not Tom Brady. He proved that in the playoffs. We understand.
He's 20 years old. Dude, he got time.
He had one of the worst playoff runs.
He was horrible in the playoffs, dude.
Cool, but I'm just saying, you just making a blanket statement like they made it to the Super Bowl. You got to give some credit.
You do not give up a first-round draft pick for a 29-year-old wide receiver.
They operate on the later end of the draft. They're not a big first-round talent guys. The Patriot way is on the back end of the draft. So it makes sense for them.
I think it's a horrible move. It makes them look really bad, and I hope A.J. Brown works for them. I don't see it. I think he's a bona fide good number 2. I don't. And anybody, fantasy fans, listen to me because I win a lot. Do not.
You've been losing in
No, I haven't. Fantasy? No, I have not.
Save your
No,
team.
I win every year.
0-4 right now.
I win every year. You don't even know. When you play in our fantasy league, I'll wipe the floor with you too, buddy.
You got 4 picks. You got 4 drafts.
Dude, I'm gonna wipe.
Dude, I'm
gonna wipe the floor with you when you join our draft. I'm gonna tell you this: any fan that drafts AJ Brown in the top 5 rounds is an idiot. Because you will lose. You will lose, and I will feast on it. I will point it out. I hope you do it, Q. I hope you draft it. I hope you draft it.
Depends on how it goes.
Because I'm going to
just
feast
for the hell
on
of it.
you. I'm going to feast. I'm going to eat and feast off of you. I hope you do it. Good luck. I wish you nothing but the best. You don't stand a chance.
Before we leave the story, can we talk a little bit about the love triangle situation thing and the quarterback not having his friends back?
Fish, that's why I said in the private chat that the biggest winner of this is the Foxborough massage parlors.
That's not the direction I was going with that, Speedy. I wanted to hear from Q. Q, you don't have to name any names or any specific situations, but I know stuff like this happens all the time in locker rooms and between teammates. How bad do you think this actually was behind the scenes?
Well, I don't think it's that bad because if you go back and listen to the interview, I think the media did an incredible job of breaking up everything within that locker room. But if you go back, they don't really necessarily have an issue or problem with each other because he went publicly and said he actually loved Jalen Hurts. And if I'm not mistaken, they did say something about him being the godfather of their kids and whatnot. So I don't think it was that bad. But here's the good part. Here's the part about the media. The media is a powerful influence when it comes to that locker room because you don't, when you start having these anonymous sources and you start having these leaks in regards to, like, it don't take much. If Fish go online or whatever, New York Sports Loudmouth, and say, AJ Brown, Jalen Hurts said AJ Brown is the worst teammate or whatever. Although it's a far stretch that you actually got that information from him. The fact that it's public and depending on the platform, which is ESPN is very good at it, Fox is very good at it, everybody, and now the podcasters are very good at it. Once that message gets out there, it's not a lot of men in the locker room that's going to come to the side and be like, hey, let me holler at you. Let's talk this out. Let me see, you really feel like this, or is this fake news, or is this whatever that situation may be? Not a lot of men is going to do that. So it's going to be a situation where it's just going to float and linger and linger and linger. And because nobody wants to have that real conversation, it can end up naturally dividing you because you actually start to believe it. Be like, oh, he ain't even say nothing to me. He has been acting a little funny. I usually talk to him every week. I ain't talked to him this week. So he a little funny at me, but I ain't getting my targets. So now he throwing away from it, whatever. And it just could be a whole simple game plan structure. But all this stuff is just adding up, and it's just constantly lying to me saying that this is what it is when it really ain't. And I think that's what the situation was, more so than it was about like they really have this issue to the point where they can't be in the same atmosphere.
Damn. Seems like a pretty heavy, man. That's crazy.
I got to throw something at you. Let's say I was Jalen Hurts. And Quentin Copel was AJ Brown. And everybody knows our relationship on the show. I mean, it's back and forth banner. Even when we speak off air, there's a lot of arguing and there's a lot of funny business that we speak.
We have some great conversations. Don't let the people tell you that.
We do.
Right.
I think we have a very good relationship.
Yes.
But me and you are different.
Mm-hmm.
We do. We're very different people. And
polar opposite. Yeah.
Polar opposites. I don't think people understand. You think on the show, but we are polar opposites when it comes to family, when it comes to life, when it comes to everything. Yeah. So let's say I was Jalen Hurts and you were AJ Brown and everything was going on like that. Now I have a different personality than Jalen Brown. So I'm going to go public in every kind of way to open up and express my feelings towards what is going on between me and you. That's probably what's going to happen in some kind of way. And I know you're not going to hold back. You're going to react in your way. And you use the Southern way of attacking things. And you use your Southern hospitality to attack me. And it's sometimes a little gracious, but not really. You'll try to lay the smacketh down on my candy ass, as we all know. I'm 6'6", you're 5'10" and a quarter, or as you would say, 5'6", or whatever the hell you think I am. and just attack my size, and then it will go back and forth, and we banter each other. And by the end of this argument, I'm probably jumping on your back, trying to put a real naked chokehold on you in front of the media. Mm-hmm. So Jalen Hurts has done everything right about this. Jalen Hurts has not mentioned anything. He's not gone on podcasts, even though A.J. Brown went on a podcast. He's been on 2 podcasts since the trade. Jalen Hurts hasn't said anything. And I got to give Jalen Hurts a lot of credit, because even though he's not saying anything, the fact is that he was the leader of this team. He was the leader in that huddle. And A.J. Brown has gone out personally and brought it up in conversation. You don't bring up, you just step away from it. I'm now a New England Patriot. I love Jalen. Let's move on. It wasn't like that. If you listen to the interviews, they were interviews that he didn't understand. He says he loves him, but he was saying there was something going on. There's an emotional thing going on with both of us. We didn't see eye to eye and all this other stuff. Why would you bring that up? It's none of anybody's business. Keep it in the locker room. That's what you do. But again, A.J. Brown is not Jalen Hurts. And I'm not Jalen Hurts, and you are not A.J. Brown. Mm-hmm. So that's all.
But listen, he didn't go to the extent of really like doing a lot of damage with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is very passive aggressive. No disrespect to him, but he's a cookie cutter, right? He's going to say all the right things. He's going to look the part. He's going to do everything in regard. He's very media trained. Like, he's that guy, and he's under the Jordan brand. And if anything about Jordan, Jordan is a-hole on the court, and then you hear nothing else from him. Like, he's ghost. You only hear the stories from other players or whatever. And I think he's trying to kind of, I think he's kind of taking that blueprint in regards to how he's approaching the game. But yeah. So that's what I think the situation is. And then you got to understand, like, not only is A.J. Brown a diva, but we're transitioning into, and that's what I want you to understand, we're transitioning into where, like, being transparent and getting clicks and marketing and things of that nature, like, that's paying bills now. So to get those interviews and to get out there and say certain things is going to get certain clicks and certain attention. And these kids in this generation and in the era that we're in now is we do things for clicks. We're doing things in the media. We're going to say certain stuff, things of that nature. This is a business now. This is not college or the old college where, I ride for my brother, I keep everything in house. A lot of the teams' locker rooms are not keeping everything in house. Whether it's anonymous tweets or whether this anonymous player said this in the media, it's a bunch of guys in those locker rooms, BR writers, journalists, and things of that nature. They'll get in there. They'll be like, "Listen, I won't say your name, but here go a couple $100 and tell me what's going on with this." Like, you wouldn't imagine how many people was bargaining. The story of me, you Jets fans, with the IK and Geno situation. Like, they was bargaining, trying to get information. They would pay you and say, "Hey, anonymous." So how you think Adam Schefter and the end report at Record, like, those guys doing that? They are bargaining the guys that are in the front office, saying, "Hey, give me this information. I want to be the first one to release it," and go forward from there. And so that's the same thing with the players. Like, the players will release some things that you got to practice, or a walk-on guy who witnessed some type of situation in the locker room. You give him a couple $100 when he working on a $300,000 contract, and then getting taxed by the New York taxes. Like, he gonna be like, "Yeah, that covered me for."
You won me over, okay, Q? You won me over. You won me over in this argument, but it's still. It's not. It wasn't a great move for the Patriots. I think he gave up too much for a guy that I think is on the tail end side to be an elite player. That's all I'm going to say about that. As we got a new, and by the way, Dickie, I love you, man. You're a good addition to the show. So I like that little, a little add-on take here and there, and then you got Speedy. What is this?
I like to throw quips in.
Oh, God. What the hell is
Look at them guns, though. There you go. There you go, GPT.
That's not true.
There you go.
True. Why do I have to be on the bottom?
There you go, GPT. Guns is legit.
Why do I have to be on the bottom? That's not fair.
It's a mural. The fans made it. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
It was the fans, A and I.
5'2". Where's she going to be?
5'2". Wait till you see me June 18th, by the way. You're not going to think I'm 5'2".
No, Speedy said you got a stool that you stand on.
No, I do. No, I do not. You idiots.
Oh, it's a mat. Oh, my fault. One of it. It's a stool on a mat.
What are you talking about?
Q, he's Long Island tall.
Right. That's right. That's what it is.
Get out of here. If you want to say Long Island tall, they're They're growing off a beanstalk. So
there's something in the water that just produces 5'10" people on Long Island. I grew up there. I know all about it all too well. 5'10".
How tall are you?
5'10".
All right.
Yeah.
So, we're the same
It's
size.
topped out. No, you're not 5'10". There's no way.
I'll wait until Dickie is there.
Your arm's too short to be 5'10".
Dude, my arms aren't short. What are you talking about? Dude, you need to be.
He's actually 5'10".
6 foot in your high school program.
5'10" and a quarter. I'm 5'10" and a quarter.
Without
Fish,
shoes?
stand next to me. But Fish, am I not 5'10" and a quarter? Am I not?
So I'm just under 6'2", and I'm a good like 3-4 inches taller than you. So it's about right. It's about 5'10".
So I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bud. Hey, it's okay. I'll help you out. I'll help you out because you'll lose another bet. Okay. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this the NFL Whip Around.
Whip around.
Oh, a lot of slack.
Man, we haven't done this in a while. This is great. Back to the NFL. Let me go through some NFL news. Obviously, June 1st just came around. Petey, can you lower that just a little bit? We got June 1st is, you guys, if it's lower on your end than it is on the YouTube end, just want to give you guys a little heads up on this guy who had a record-setting contract extension. And we'll start off the whip around with it. Drake London, 4 years, $141 million, max value of $150, guaranteed cool $100 million for Drake London, average value 35.25, highest paid player in franchise history. It is the third highest paid wide receiver in the league behind Jamar Chase, and this year's player of the year, or offensive player of the year, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
And defense.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You got a new coach there, Kevin Stefanski. He's got a weapon there in Drake London. I think they overpaid him. The guy can't stay healthy. You look at his career coming out of USC. I think he's a great player. When he's on the field, he is sensational. But the problem with him is staying on the field. And now you're paying him a guaranteed $100 million. Kevin has always been a great coach, and I think he's going to only help and open up so many different windows and doors to make Drake London even a better player than he ever was. But it scares me to pay a player like that who can't stay on a football field.
Yeah, it's tricky because the JSN contract definitely spiked the receiver market for another tier because Drake London was not obviously at that level, but he's a good, like, probably in that next tier. Statistically speaking, he's probably similar to Garrett Wilson, who just got paid by the Jets 2 off.
Garrett Wilson's better.
Garrett Wilson, I think, is a little bit better. I agree. And he's a little more consistent, but London's stats are not far behind, and he still has some good traits that Wilson doesn't have. So I think it's fine. Also, back quarterback for Atlanta. But I would agree with you. It's probably a slight overpay.
Yeah, I go back to what you said, Speedy, that JSN contract. Once that market goes up, you gotta settle with that downhill from there. Like the market is JSN now. He's the top guy. He got the money, and so every contract that comes after that got to at least look familiar and match that based off the position. So kudos to him for getting paid. I'm always for players getting paid.
Yeah, it's just the going rate for a top tier receiver now. That's just what it is, and the number's only going to go up.
But he's not a top tier wide receiver.
When he's on the field,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. When he's on the field, and it's for that team, like not necessarily overall.
And it's the Falcons, they're going to overpay anyway.
Yeah.
Boy, did they ever!
Boy, did they ever!
I mean, wait till George Pickens gets paid.
You can make the argument he's a top tier receiver.
George Pickens is a much better wide receiver than Drake London. I'm sorry.
Year.
Yeah, but he got the same season. You got one that got liability, and then you got one that's got injury prone.
I would take Pickens any day over Drake London.
So you'll overpay Pickens
100%.
I wouldn't want to pay.
Yeah, that's tough.
I don't. That's not the guy I'm paying. I'm sorry.
More than a liability. You never know what the hell George Pickens gonna do.
You just got.
I can take an injury prone guy and try to work with that and pray that God.
I'll remember you say that when he puts up.
Why you think Jerry Jones just franchise him and he don't want to give him?
I know.
They know.
They don't want to franchise him because they've spent all the money on all the players. Like,
no, they don't want to pay him. They have the franchise.
Dolphins.
They have a lot of cap space.
Who, the Dallas Cowboys? Yeah. You know why they're waiting? Because they're looking at their pass rusher. They were trying to get Mason Crosby. That was the story. George Pickens is getting signed.
Max.
That's what I meant. Max Crosby. They were trying to get Max, and now all of a sudden the Raiders are not trading him. They're holding on to him.
It was stupid from the beginning. They learned their mistake.
They'll wait.
We got Rashawn Gary. It's fine.
George Pickens will definitely get his contract, 100%.
He get paid. I don't know if he could get a real contract.
Let me give you another receiver that got a big contract today. And this guy is always hurt. If you think London's hurt, Christian Watson can't get on the field. And here's the deal that he got. Total value of $110.5 with a $31 million signing bonus, which means, I guess, less guaranteed money there. Average value, though, is 27.625, 15th highest paid wide receiver in the league. Would you consider him the 15th best receiver in the league, let alone the best receiver on his team?
Did you watch him last year? Did you see when he was on the football field how different the Green Bay Packers offense is? Yes, 100%. He's not, again, he's a number one guy, but they have a couple of guys that you can consider ones and twos. But Christian Watson, when he was on the field last year, he was explosive. He was a go-to guy, and he opened up the field. I'll tell you this, I'm taking him over Drake London. I'm taking a guy that, to me, I look at Love. They have a chance to win this year. They do. As long as Micah Parsons comes back and he plays at somewhat of the level he was playing at, I think that Jordan Love is one of the best, one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the NFL. Now you add Christian Watson to the teal of wide receivers and weapons that they have, including, if I'm not mistaken, is it Loveland? Who's the tight end who got hurt last year? The Achilles,
Tucker Kraft.
Tucker Kraft is coming back this year too. And we know what Tucker Kraft became last year before he tore his ACL. They got weapons, and now you have another weapon that they can move around on the football field. I like Green Bay this year. I think it's a good move for them.
Yeah, I feel like something they had to do because they had to make sure that at least they had the depth. We're not sure what's going to happen with, obviously, Josh Jacobs with the domestic violence thing.
Loveland, Chicago. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes. Kraft, we don't know how he's going to come back. Tight end is a very tough thing to come
He'll
back.
He'll be fine.
I think he will be too, but it's still tough to tell. You have to have a better plan B than that. The Packers don't like to play a lot of three receiver sets, but you can't really trust it with some of the other guys that just can't stay healthy and have drop problems on that team.
Hold on one second. So you're telling me right now, Tucker Kraft is a young guy. He's a great route runner, and he's big and he's long. You're going to say that he's coming back from an ACL injury. He's still not going to be that prolific type of player? Get out of here.
I think he can be too. I just think you have to have a plan B if he's not.
He's fine, dude. He's fine. He's a great player, and he's still young. So I disagree with you. But guys, another guy to look at in the third or fourth round in your fantasy draft, Tucker Kraft, 100%. Book it.
He'll go way later in the draft than that because of the injury. He'll go late in the draft.
I'm taking him early. He's a piece.
Not sure if he'll be ready for the start of the season either. But
he will.
Well, if he is, look, could be a real big sleeper. You're absolutely right. I wanted to hear what you guys had to say, though. I want to give you this list of where he's ranked behind and who's got bigger contracts than him. Who do you think he is actually better than of the guys that are 15 contracts above him? JSN, Chase, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, definitely not. Then we go into DK Metcalf, Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and A.J. Brown.
No.
Better than A.J. Brown.
There's no way he's better than A.J. Brown. Nico Collins. Nico Collins is an interesting comp, though, that next.
He has injury problems, too. When he's on and he's healthy, I don't know what happened.
He's a game changer. But I think, like I said, it's just a going rate, and then you go back and you look, he was actually tied for the number one scoring touchdowns for that team. So I don't think they had an opportunity to actually make a different move than to do what they did with him on it. But he come back from ACL tear, and I know people think that we got this new age medicine and it just happens. It's not an injury that you just come back from, especially when you cutting in and out of brace, drawn. It's just too much on your knees. And on top of getting hit, I don't see it being panned out very well for him. They'll probably get off this contract in 2 years.
I'm gonna make a bet with you, Q.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown and Christian Watson. Who do you think has a better season?
A.J. Brown.
Christian Watson. I'll bet.
I like that one. Well, Speedy, write that one down for us.
I mean, if health is a factor, then A.J. Brown's pretty durable.
I'm just saying.
It's going to take him a couple of weeks to get back in like rhythm and all that. And then he's going to be tender out there. He don't want to get hit. So by week 5 or week 6 is going to be where he like kind of.
I remember you said this.
And right around that time, it's going to get cold.
Yeah, then it be getting cold, and AJ be already a couple hundred yards up on him by then.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I got a cold place to talk about next. It's Pittsburgh. And the
Come on.
Steelers did something a little interesting today. I don't know if I like it. We know that GM over there, Omar Khan, we've been a little critical of him recently. Well, they decided to lock up Nick Herbig, their, I believe, third defensive end on the roster behind Hightower. You know, the edge rusher, right?
Edge rusher,
behind Hightower and TJ Watt. They gave him $100 million in a 4-year deal, $42 million guaranteed. And then they went and gave Darnell Washington, who I thought was their backup tight end. I guess he's their starter now. Well, they gave him a 4-year, $42 million extension. Half of that is guaranteed. And they extended their great kicker Boswell this offseason, which is a no-brainer. But that's a lot of money. That's $142 million in 4-year commitments to two guys that are not starters on your team currently.
Do you want me to tell you why they did it? Because Aaron Rodgers will not be a part of that organization, and they're going after a young quarterback in next year's draft. So they're not going to invest it into the quarterback, so they're going to invest it in their team. I think Herbig is a good player. I remember his brother playing for the Jets. He was an offensive lineman for the Jets. So they're big guys. They're strong guys. We'll see how he develops as a defensive lineman. And as far as Washington's concerned, he's a tight end. We have to see how Aaron Rodgers and how McCarthy loves to use the tight ends. So we'll see how McCarthy uses Washington in this year's offense. If it works out, it's a slam dunk. If it doesn't, well, we all know what's going to happen there.
Washington was my favorite tight end at the draft in that 2023 draft at the time, but he had a torn Achilles that we didn't know about out of the draft, and it's really hindered his development. He's a good blocking tight end, but not much of a receiver. So yeah, definitely some question marks there. Now Herbig, I discussed this with you, Fish. He's kind of a rover in their defense. Q, you know this. He plays in the middle sometimes, like you saw the Giants do with Carter in the beginning of the year. He'll play in the middle. He'll play off ball sometimes, not as a raw coverage guy, but a screen coverage guy. So we'll see how it works. I think it's a little too much money, but I think it's a valuable player still for their defense.
Yeah, I think Herbert is what you call a true, Pittsburgh type of guy. Like he's the guy that fits their mold, what their identity is on defense. Not too overly talented, but going to work hard. He made some good plays last year coming off the rock. He was pretty impressive in that aspect. So hear me out. Going to be a crazy take here, but I think based off what I saw last year with TJ Watt, they're looking to see if they can get something for him in the very near future to kind of reset and start over. I think TJ has kind of given up on the opportunity of competing for a championship with Pittsburgh, and it's showing in his play. And he's been playing at a high level for, throughout his career. But now he's at a peak now where I think he's on the down end of his peakness. And so I see them trying to solidify some type of safety net before they can try to get off TJ Watt. And then Washington, they're going to – tight ends in Pittsburgh are going to be utilized very well. Aaron coming back for a year, he's going to use Washington. He used them pretty well last year. So they kind of had to lock him up and everything. I know you guys know about Heath Miller over the years and things of that nature. So he's going to be a primary target. He's the safety net. He's Aaron Rodgers' safety net. And then that new quarterback that they're trying to go for next year in next year's class, he's going to be obviously he's going to be one of their safety nets as well.
He's in Washington like a giant. He's like 6'10".
Yeah, he did running back for him and everything. Like he was going crazy last year, but they couldn't. He couldn't. Yeah, it's just too big. He's way too big.
I think just because he's third on the depth chart at that position isn't indicative of how valuable he is, because he plays a lot of defensive snaps. He moves all over the field, but it also shows like the money that they're throwing. It shows that the GM doesn't have the same perception of the team as the outside world, and they think they're a lot closer to winning than they might be.
Yeah, I got the same feeling, Dickie, and I just don't know why they would go this direction with their money when they clearly don't have enough talent on the offensive side of the ball. I just know that if they want to run the ball, they should have spent there. And that's what I would, whether it was the line or, just some kind of extra blocking. If Washington's their answer, that's great. You already had him, though. What else are you bringing in to make this more of a, help the Aaron Rodgers, give him some play action stuff? He's 42. He's not,
two.
You know what I mean?
Number 2 wide receiver. Yeah, I'm with you.
You know what I mean?
I think
you got
farewell for it. They bring Big Mike back into with Aaron, and he has his little send off.
Maybe the Giants will trade Juju Smith-Schuster back over there.
I mean, you say all that, but I'm old enough to remember Aaron Rodgers, when he was on the Packers, saying it was all him calling the offense and not giving McCarthy a ton of credit over the years. So it's all different now, years later, when they want to get back together after, I guess, being on the Jets for a little bit.
It's also really interesting how closely his career kind of mirrors what Brett Favre did with like the moving around. It's like almost it's very, very asymmetrical.
Instead of the bicep tendon, it was the Achilles. I get it. Interesting. Let's move on to Errol. I've been saving this one for you. You talked about it a little bit on Monday. This is my favorite picture of Russell Wilson. Listen, he retired. He made it official a day after he got the job as an analyst for, I forget was it CBS or something like that.
CBS.
So he's going to be an analyst. But I want to go through his stats with you because he is going to be one of the more polarizing, Hall of Fame debate guys probably for the next, I would guess, decade. Here's his case. 16th all-time in passing yards, 12th all-time in touchdowns with 353, 5th all-time in career passer rating of 99.3, 5,568 rushing yards as a quarterback, that's 4th all-time, 10 Pro Bowls, and obviously the Super Bowl. From 2012 to 2021, that was his peak, 2 straight Super Bowl appearances. Should have handed off to Marshawn. They would have had 2 championships, as we know. Again, Pro Bowl doesn't really mean everything, but every retired quarterback with at least 9 Pro Bowls has made the Hall of Fame, except for Brady and Rodgers, who are locks. Errol.
All right. Everybody looks at the Pro Bowls, but Pro Bowls don't mean anything because we had somebody playing the Pro Bowl this year that was a fortunate quarterback. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore if you make the Pro Bowl, so I don't want to hear it. And Russell Wilson a couple of years ago made the Pro Bowl, and he shouldn't have been in the Pro Bowl. So that, to me, makes no sense. And to me, I could care less how many Pro Bowls they've been in. I care if you're an all-pro player or a second-team all-pro player or a third-team all-pro player. That's what stands out. I would say right now when you look at the statistics and understand what quarterbacks are not in the Hall of Fame and what are in the Hall of Fame, I would say he's not a Hall of Fame. He's not. He's a borderline, but he's not a Hall of Fame. He's not. Because I'm looking at, there are players right now in different positions that should be in the Hall of Fame, and they're not. And again, I understand what Russell Wilson gave to the game and how great he was for like a 4-year span. But we've also seen some things, and we've heard some things about Russell Wilson in the locker room. Players have said a lot of things about him. And to me, that's what, we're not voting him in. It's a board of people voting him in. And they do look at those things. Look at Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens was, to me, a first ballot Hall of Famer. But because of his mouth, he was a second ballot Hall of Famer. And then he didn't even go to his Hall of Fame. So, to me, I look at that, and I think Russell Wilson, if he's a borderline Hall of Famer, and he's done these things on the outskirts of everything that's going on, I would say he's not a Hall of Famer.
It's interesting because he had a great 5-year peak, I think.
Yes.
The first year Marshawn Lynch got hurt in 2015 to 2019. When
it was more of a 4-year.
He was the runner-up. 2019, he was the runner-up for MVP, in my opinion. I don't know if he was actually number 2, but Lamar Jackson had such an unbelievable year. They weren't going to give it to him. And then, obviously, in 2020, he got hurt. Now, before that, in the first 3 years of his career, obviously, he was an average quarterback. He was dynamic, but he didn't play with a lot of great playmakers, so I kind of gave him a pass at that time. But it was after that 2020 that really started to deteriorate, because we said it for a while. The Broncos were a quarterback away with a really good team, and then he really regressed that team all of a sudden with that culture. So I feel like that's going to keep him out, unfortunately, too. But I think his 5-year peak definitely makes it very interesting.
He's a borderline Hall of Famer, but he's just not a Hall of Famer.
No, he's definitely going to the Hall of Fame. I don't know, the ranking in regards to the, first ballot or whatever, but at the end of the day, the guy, you can't take away that peak performance. And like you said, those 4 or 5 years that he was owning the league. Obviously, he had the Legion of Boom to back him up. But, what he was doing, transcending the game in a little bit, he was running the ball, throwing the ball. Obviously, he should have gave the ball to Marshawn Lynch, as we mentioned earlier. But, Russell Wilson was a hell of a quarterback for quite some time. He had a little run. And when you go back and look at, like, the storylines of the NFL over the years, he's going to be included in that. He's not just some guy who just so happened to win NFL championship or whatnot, but he's somebody who actually contributed and made some good throws and was able to actually compete.
The reason why they won the championship?
Who?
Was he the reason why they won that?
No, but we could take championships away from Brady as well when it came to that. They defense. So it's the same thing. You're going to always have a great defense with a championship win.
I disagree.
I think also he's on the cusp, but also he's like a smaller quarterback, and that was like the big story of him coming in because he's an undersized quarterback. So the things that he achieved, and as like cringe and like corny as like his teammates and other people have said he is, and the conflict he had with Sean Payton, like ultimately like a lot of the writers and stuff are the ones voting him in, and he's had a good rapport with them throughout his career, and he's been a likable guy by a lot of regards. So he'll probably get in just on that.
That's what the CBS move is. That TV move is a part of that process that gets you into the Hall of Fame. When you brought up T.O., the reason why T.O. got the treatment that he got, he was what we call a flight risk, where you just going against the whole system for whatever reason, and then also asking them to bring you into the system in regards to the Hall of Fame. And that's just not going to work out in your favor. Get into the Hall of Fame and then have this rebellious act or whatever. But nobody ever doubted that T.O. was not a first ballot Hall of Fame. And so I think Russell Wilson is going to get the same treatment. He's going to get into the Hall just off the strength of it. We not really have anybody since Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady. So you're going to add him, Peyton Manning, Phillip Rivers, but he came back. So he got another couple years to wait off.
Phillip Rivers will be in the same class.
Yeah, could be. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? If you don't keep trying to come back with the Colts. And
he played at a time that the game became an offensive game. Look at Donovan McNabb and what he did as a quarterback. Donovan McNabb had great numbers. He didn't play as many games as Russell Wilson. He also played in a time that was a different game. So you're saying that Russell Wilson, because he was in 10 Pro Bowls, like it makes a difference? And
it does.
I don't.
Your resume? 10 Pro Bowls is not everybody
better than Donovan McNabb's, right? He's fourth or fifth all time for a quarterback rushing.
He played in a different time. He played in a different time, and it's not that much better.
You don't penalize him for that.
So I'm just saying, I don't think I could point. If I could go back and I look at quarterbacks, there are quarterbacks that are not in the Hall of Fame that I should be in the Hall of Fame, and they played in all these.
Give me 5 over Russell.
I don't know. If you want me to bring it up, I could bring it up.
It's not already.
Let me give you some comps, because this is what I wanted to do with this segment.
Okay.
I got three other guys that are not in the Hall of Fame yet, and the first one is Eli Manning. Eli Manning or Russell Wilson.
Eli Manning.
Okay. Eli Manning.
Got 2.
Does not have better stats outside of the 2 Super Bowls and 2 Super Bowl MVPs, which, by the way, counts more than any of the stats. Then we have Phillip Rivers.
I take Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, Phillip was a gunslinger, so
he's probably going to get in. He's just got to wait 5 years again.
Yeah, I don't think
before ahead of Russell Wilson. Gets in ahead of Russell Wilson.
I don't know, because he keep coming back. He just played for the Colts.
You're also looking at.
But he's got to wait 5 years, same as Russell.
You're also looking at numbers, Fish, that are happening now. It's a different game.
No, I'm just asking you, who would you put in first? Or,
all of them.
Well, who gets in first, though?
Russell over Eli, Phillip over
I already told you who gets in first. Phillip Rivers. He should be, to me, Phillip Rivers is the best quarterback out of all of them. That's
all right, I got one more for you. Okay. Matt Ryan.
He's better than Matt Ryan.
Matty Ice, he just had a moment.
Matt Ryan, according to the Pro Football Reference Hall of Fame monitor number, Matt Ryan is the safest bet of the 4 of those guys to make the Hall of Fame.
And then went right into executive role.
Also, the only one that had an MVP and first team All Pro. The other 3 guys did not have first team All Pro. Eli and Rivers never were first or second team.
Rivers played with Tom Brady, Peyton Manning.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, Eli's got 2 Super Bowls, and that'll probably get him in.
I mean, they'll get Eli in because New York, and plus he beat Tom Brady. So that's his claim to fame.
100%.
Yeah, they'll win it.
All right, let's move on to. 100%. Yeah, go ahead.
100%. 100%.
The quickest we ever got an agreement.
100%.
101%. Whatever.
Hey, let's go 150%.
200%.
200%. That's right.
5,000.
There you go. 5,000%. There you go.
All right. Let's get into this wacky story. So Brandon Ayuk is completely off the deep end. If you didn't pay attention to this misdemeanor charge that he was given because he videoed himself back in December speeding in his Cadillac CT5 V Blackwing right by the home stadium. In fact, drove right by the stadium, going 111 miles an hour. If you remember, he wasn't talking to anyone on the team and wasn't showing up to practice or anything like that. His face wasn't visible in the clip, but it was clearly made out to be him. The warrant said that it was executed in February, and the arrest became public the other day. His reaction to the warrant. He posted a fresh video on IG showing him driving a Mercedes-Benz around a closed racetrack with the caption, "Mad I took off, got some S in they feelings." He recovered from a really terrible knee injury, but he's never played again since then. It was something Kyle Shanahan said it was something he had never seen in 22 years of coaching. John Lynch said they were trying to part ways with him entirely. They could not trade him even for a pick swap in this most recent draft. If he does screw on his head right, at the time before he was hurt, I thought he was the best blocking wide receiver in the league and one of the best route runners as well, and a really good player and useful to a team. What do you make of this crazy Brandon Ayuk story?
Well, I can make a lot of things about Rice's story over there with Kansas City, but then I'd have to kill you. Brandon Ayuk will get another opportunity, but what is it going to take for a team and an organization to know or think that he's not worth the time or the energy? Brandon Ayuk, Kyle Shanahan, they gave him the extension. John Lynch gave him an extension, and then all of a sudden they kind of reneged on it. They don't want him here. They should have kept the guy that they decided to let go and go to Washington in Deebo Samuel. Even though he's never healthy, he was a guy that you can use in so many different ways offensively. And even with Washington this year, he played pretty well when he was healthy. Ayuk has a lot of issues. Maybe it's CTE. We've seen a guy named Brown that came from the Steelers had a lot of issues as well. I mean, locking himself into a room or a house or walking off a football field. I'm sorry, MetLife Stadium with no shirt on. I mean, there's issues going on in this man's head, and maybe whatever organization decides to bring him on have to push him to go and talk to a psychiatrist or something like that, because there's something not ticking right in this guy's brain.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think Ayuk at the time was the right process to pay. It's gotten worse since then. Obviously, the injury was unfortunate, but now the off-field issues mixed along with it, not getting along with certain players. It's just not an ideal circumstance. I agree with you. He'll probably, based on what Rice did, will get away with something, but it's still, again, a bad look for the 49ers that are a team that's really on a really big fringe year for, like you said, Kyle Shanahan, for John Lynch, for a lot of this core, probably outside of Brock Purdy, who got paid, that is getting really old and a really good arguably the two best teams in the NFC in that division.
And Kyle Shanahan, I just wanted to cut you off. Kyle Shanahan, even though I'm not a big fan of his, I'm really not. Anybody that listens to the show knows I don't like him. If you have a problem with Kyle Shanahan and something's going on in the locker room with you and Kyle Shanahan, there's a problem, obviously. So that's all I got to say about that.
Well, don't worry. Fish thinks he's going to the Giants, so maybe he'll fit right in with all the other guys.
By the way, I killed a
we just signed Odell. Why not bring this guy in? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, because if you bring him in, what you see what he done in San Francisco. Imagine being in New York City with the lights, camera, ass that comes with
we
that.
won like 4
you think he's going to
games the last 3
better? No, but I think this, I do think there's some mental health issues there. Obviously, I don't like to joke around that because as a former player, I've witnessed that on the severe side and understand what can kind of happen with that. Obviously, we mentioned about the injury and tearing up your leg, and I do think that the NFL does a poor job of managing the mental health aspect of someone tearing their leg up or, becoming injured, because we understand that this game is NFL, right? It's not for long. So to have those challenges and not necessarily have somebody walk you through, that treatment program outside of just trying to hurry you up to get back on the field does take a tremendous toll. I mean, it takes a toll just to get up for the game and be able to compete at a high level, but then go through a catastrophic injury like an ACL, MCL tear that he had, the amount of pressure and weight that goes through his head, I can only imagine. So I do think that the NFL does need to do a good job of putting a coach, not necessarily a therapist, because a therapist don't necessarily always understand athletes, and they only understand us based off the book. But actual coach that can kind of walk them through. Hire some of these former NFL players who's sitting on the sideline that can be around in the building to help get these guys through certain things. And they do have guys that are in their positions called player coaches or player personnel coaches, but those guys are not necessarily walking guys through. Those guys are just there to be like, hey, why is New Jersey taking out $200,000 in my check or whatever? And half of the time they don't really understand that that process to a certain level. But I think that the guy needs to stay off that drug. When I say drug, I don't mean like actual hard drugs, but the drug of social media. Obviously, this has become an epidemic where guys are going on and kind of expressing themselves in the negative way by jumping online and recording themselves doing just the craziest, distasteful things that you can imagine. So I prayers out to him, but he definitely probably will get another shot, and I'll be interested to see if he's able to bounce back from this. But he just totally shot himself in the foot when it comes to this. No pun intended.
Yeah, I mean, I hope everything's all right with him. Mental health seems to be obviously something there, because for the ink to not even be dry on that contract extension and for him to mess the money up like that, it's got to be something to have like a Chandler Jones level meltdown before the life-changing money. It's one of those things where like that was the contract, and like that was gonna like set him and his family up for an extended period of time, and to negate all of that, it's mind-boggling. It really is.
And if you go back and look at if you go back and look at it, I don't want to be like the conspiracy theories or whatever. But if you go back and look at where San Francisco practice and what's around them, because these guys have had some severe injuries. Yeah, like they've had some severe crazy injuries.
The station is way too close to the practice facility. I don't know if the ligament injuries is due to the
that was something we covered before you guys were on the show a few months back, with that substation where they thought it was causing some injuries. We don't know. That is a crazy conspiracy. This is something that I've been meaning to talk about, and we'll finish with this. Marvin Harrison Jr. Right now, he's participating in OTAs, but he came out with a pretty shocking statement that he is really suffering still from the injuries he's had last year, and he doesn't know when he's going to be 100%, but he's pretty sure he'll be okay for the start of the season. He's really kind of fighting through some stuff. 2 heel injuries last year, an appendicitis in the middle of the season. I think he had another foot injury as well later on in the year. Missed a lot of time. I wanted to go through the 2024 wide receivers taken. There were 35 receivers taken in that draft. It was a huge receiver draft. I want to ask you, who would you take ahead of Marvin Harrison Jr., who went 4th overall in the first receiver taken now? At number 6, Malik Neighbors.
Nope.
At number 9, Rome Odunze.
Absolutely.
No.
Brian Thomas Jr., 23.
Absolutely.
Ricky Pearsall, 31.
No.
But not such a stretch, right? Xavier Leggette's kind of terrible. Keon Coleman, as we know. Ladd McConkey, 34.
Yep.
Keon Coleman, yes.
Keon Coleman?
That would have been Carolina guy, right? Come on.
Well, I knew Speedy was gonna flip. Go ahead.
Then we've got some guys that have done a little bit in the league. Probably no one that you're going to say yes to, but A.D. Mitchell, Roman Wilson, the Steelers slot guy, we'll see, from Michigan. Jalen McMillan's done pretty well on the Bucs so far. Luke McCaffrey, Troy Franklin went 102 to the Broncos. He's been pretty good receiver for Bo Nix.
None of those guys are better than Marvin Harrison.
But none of those guys at this point, are going to matter. A couple other guys, Malik Washington, Devon Vele, have made it in the league so far down the line.
I'm not saying anybody is better than him talent-wise, but I'm saying who I would take right now over him. And yes, I would take Odunze over
5
him.
guys, right?
Based off what we've seen, not necessarily based off talent.
Not based off of talent.
He's not in a great situation, though. I mean, Arizona's not a great situation.
Yeah.
So that him complaining about it, there's no rush for him to want to do something on a team that's not even trying to win.
Listen, I remember when they did the interview with the 3 guys, Odunze, him, and Neighbors, and everybody was like, "Oh, we're going to go with Marvin Harrison because look at his father. Look at the accomplishments his father made. He's an all-time great. He played with Peyton Manning. He's not his father. Let's be straight up honest about it. He's not his father. Now, that doesn't mean he doesn't have the talent like his father. He's just not his father.
Or he could be his father. It's just time. It's a lot of time on the clock.
I think a landscape change might do him some good. I don't know if playing down there is worth it.
When's that going to happen? Arizona has him. When they decide to part ways with him, what's he, 26, 27? By the tail end of that, we're not going to see the best of him because we lost the best.
Is he that old?
No.
He will be afterwards. After
his contract's up, he will be 26, 27. And then what are we going to say? We're going to see 3-4 good years of his? It's not going to be enough. And then we're going to see Odunze. I think Odunze's in the best position. He's in the best position.
You don't think 3 or 4 good years from him will get him
by then
top tier?
We have to see what Malik Neighbors does when he comes back. But Malik Neighbors, when he was on the field, he was unbelievable. I mean, but I don't know if he's going to have that speed anymore. And Odunze's had the least injury concerns out of all of them, out of all 3 of them. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you were to look at all 3 of them, and I said, Speedy, what did I tell you? We were talking about it. We were going back and forth. I liked Odunze because of what I saw in the national championship and him going where he was going. I didn't know that obviously the coach was going to go there, but I knew Williams was going there, and I thought if he got put in a better position, he was going to be really great. So I think Odunze is going to be. This year it's even going to be a better year for him.
There's a good sample with Odunze in the first 7 games of this year. He kind of disappeared. He was more of a decoy in the second half.
Wasn't 100% healthy.
I know, and I'm curious to see once he puts a full season together because he didn't play a lot his first year was an injury too, and obviously terrible coach with Eberflus.
Horrible.
Yeah. So I'll give him a chance. Would I say definitively better? It's tough to tell. I think Thomas's first season is better than anything we'll ever see.
You know what
from
I like
Adidas.
about Brian Thomas.
I'll give him more of a chance too. Maybe like you're saying, Dickie, maybe he needs a change of scenery, or maybe he just needs another work in that offense because Trevor Lawrence took a good step this last year.
I got to ask you guys a question. I'm sorry to cut him off. Brian Thomas had a bad year last year, and I think one of the main reasons is the Gremlin was playing wide receiver, and I think it really threw him off. I think it affected him. And when the Gremlin went out after the 10th game, he eventually got his spot, but then they brought in another guy. And it was just, I thought Brian Thomas's head was not in the right place. I still think Brian Thomas is a prolific offensive option. I think he's going to be explosive this year. Now that Travis Hunter is going to be a bona fide corner.
Great job. That's the best move they made.
What I think it is with them is because they got hot, the Jaguars. They were going to stick with what was working because Jacoby Myers played so well over there, and even Parker Washington looked pretty good at the end of the season. I think they're going to have more time to work Thomas into training camp with those 2 guys. Myers more of a slot guy, and Washington more of a smaller guy that's a deep threat returner type. I think they actually mesh together football-wise well, and I think Thomas will play better in year 3. Maybe not as good as his rookie year, but better because of that.
Yeah, I think Harrison Jr. definitely need to get a change of scenery. I also think that there's this misconception in regards to that, every NFL has the best doctors and the best agents. It's totally not fair. Like, I can recall a time where I fractured my ankle and it was either go with an NFL doctor or go with an independent doctor, and I chose the independent. At the same time, I saw a guy that broke his fibula and he went with the NFL and they put a metal rod in it. So you can about imagine what he's dealing with. So sometimes these guys are, the curse of being in the first round is that you have to stick it out with these teams for that extension of that contract. Then sometimes they'll go as far as being petty and give you, and franchise you for 5, for the 5th year and the 6th year, and just keep you around. So, I think he needs a change of scenery. Again, I think he's a good, talented wide receiver, but he needs a good offensive-minded coach that could put him in a position to be successful.
I mean, he hasn't really had consistent quarterback play either, and that's a huge part of it. Kyler Murray wasn't on the field that much. Jacoby Brissett, I mean, he hasn't had much there. Just breaking news, Aaron Judge diagnosed with a stress fracture of his first rib. Will be re-imaged in 4 to 6 weeks, expected back this season.
Tough.
Okay. Oh, that's a fine. At least we get him back this year.
Wait, re-imaged in 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So he's out. He's out past the
All-Star break. Yeah. He's out probably till July, late July.
Yikes.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's not what we thought it could have been, where he would have season-ending surgery and then have to go for a rehab program in the offseason and all the other stuff to be 34 and a half next year when the season starts.
It'd be interesting to see how they move forward with him being out 4 to 6 weeks.
Fish, why are you making? You knew this was going to happen. He could have been out for the whole season.
That hurt Fish.
Because I care.
Yeah.
You know why he's upset? Because he's not going to hit 50 home runs this year, and that was going to be a record.
That's the captain.
That's my captain. That's like a TO. That's my quarterback. That's my quarterback.
Yeah, I remember that, and I'm a DM fan, so
That's my quarterback.
I will say this.
You a Deion fan?
No, I'm a DM fan.
Oh, DM. Okay, I was about to say.
I'm a Deion fan.
No, a DM fan. Donovan.
Okay. No, I'm with you.
So here's the thing. I'm not going to argue the points, and all your points are valid. I just think where Arizona's not trading him. They're not. Now they have a new coach there. Who, by the way, we all know who he is. And we've seen him enough with the Jets. And now he left from McVay to become a head coach because nobody wanted that Arizona job. I think they got some good talent over there. Arizona, they do, but I don't think he knows what he's doing. So it's going to take 2 years. So 2 years from now, he's 25. And then 2 years, and he'll probably he'll get his 5th-year option. They probably franchise him. By the time he becomes available, I just don't know if we're going to see the best of who he is and what he is as a player.
I mean, the argument can be made they tanked this year, try to get a Dante Moore or Arch Manning, try and get one of those top quarterbacks, and then build that way.
Yeah, anti-tank rule like NBA.
Yeah.
Well, we all know that Dante Moore didn't want to go into this year's draft, and he can say whatever he wants because
he didn't want to go to Cleveland.
No, he didn't want to go to the Jets. That's what I've heard.
Oh yeah, that too.
And then Kenya Sadiq. Now we got his buddy. So now what is he going to do next year when the Jets are sitting there? He's going, I want to go there. I want to go there. And the Jets will be like, get out of here.
The Jets won't get him. They're going to the playoffs. They're going to be drafted.
Yeah, it'd be too far. That'd be too far down. I agree. That'd be too far down. That's a good fact, Fish. I'm glad you brought that up.
They still could get him. Maybe the Colts are terrible.
They're not going to the playoffs.
Well, we got 2 first rounds though. We might trade.
We got 3.
3 first rounds.
We got 3 first rounds. Yeah. So.
And
by the way, just so all the Jet fans understand, if Dallas or Green Bay, whoever ends up the season worse, the Jets get that pick.
Dallas, by far.
No, Dallas is going to be good this year. Defense is going to be much improved.
Both going to be pretty average.
If Dallas and Green Bay, whoever has the worst season, the Jets get that pick.
Dallas.
It's like it's a 15 to 20 pick.
Doesn't matter. If you get 2 top, and here's Indianapolis could be really bad.
That's what I think.
They could be really bad, and the Jets could really get themselves a top 10 pick right there.
Definitely.
So
they the worst.
Whoa! You don't trust Daniel Jones coming back?
No, Daniel Jones is coming back from an Achilles tear.
Yeah.
You just said Achilles is nothing to like 3 guys we just talked about. They'll be fine coming back.
What are you talking about? I'm worried about Daniel Jones. One reason why is, first of all, they got rid of his first option in Pittman. He's playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So they're not the same team they once were last year. They do have a good tight end. They have a wide receiver that's not a number 1. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's not a number 1. He's not a number 1.
Paid him like one.
But he's not a number 1.
I wasn't crazy about Watson. I trust him more than Pierce.
I'm going to tell you, Pittman goes over there to Pittsburgh. They got themselves a really good wide receiver, and they don't have a number 1 option. So, yeah, Daniel Jones comes back with that injury. I don't know. And
you don't think DK number 1 option? Are you talking about Indy?
Indy.
Okay.
No, Indy.
The Jets, I believe the Jets could absolutely get a top 10 pick over there. And their division, Indianapolis's division, is still a really good division. Jaguars are going to be good. The Texans are going to be good this year. I do believe
Texans win that division.
I think the Texans are going to be good in that division. So, yeah. I mean, that's a really good division. I think Indianapolis falls short, and I think the Jets could get a top 10 pick from there and their own pick. The Jets could honestly have 2 top 10 picks this year and a top 20 pick. The Jets are sitting pretty right now. And next year's draft is way better than it was this year.
Now the real question, Errol,
better.
Can you trust this guy to pull off some wins against the Colts?
No. I think Tennessee might be better than the Colts. I don't know. I don't know.
Wow. That's such an old graphic. That's pre-AI.
Yeah, I think Tennessee
there.
beat the Colts this year.
I think Tennessee will win one game.
They should be better.
They'll win 1 game this year against the Colts. Absolutely.
You say they split?
I think they split. Yeah. I think Indianapolis Colts Not Daniel Jones. I just don't like their weapons. I like Taylor, but do they move Taylor at the trade deadline if they're not good? Because they're teams that are going to need running backs.
Yeah, he hasn't been great back-to-back years.
Yeah,
either.
so and I would worried about. I drafted him last year and he was great.
Right.
So, but I'm staying away from him this year. I'm staying far away from him this year in fantasy. But yeah, it's very, very interesting. Anyways, all right. Let's go to a sports minute. We have our third. Right? Are we going to a sports minute?
We're gonna go to a sports minute. We're gonna probably skip some the one segment we had right after it and go right to hockey.
Let's go. Let's parlay. We don't need let's parlay tonight because we don't have.
We're gonna go right to hockey.
Yeah, Wes and Chaz, I will post the clip online.
All right, so let's go to a quick sports minute, and then we got the Stanley Cup playoffs, and we got Dial It Up.
This is a New York Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
All right, everybody. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute once again. Couple more stories for you, then we'll go through the scores this evening. In serious news, and finally, a resolution and some finality for the numerous victims. The Ohio State University agreed on Wednesday to pay approximately $100 million to settle legal claims from hundreds of sexually abused former athletes who were all victimized by a university doctor, Richard Strauss. Strauss worked at the school from 1978 to 1998 and ran an off-campus clinic. He died in 2005. On Wednesday, OSU agreed to a preliminary agreement with all but one of the 280 remaining uncompensated victims in the case. The survivors of Strauss's abuse are all Buckeyes. Will always be a part of our family and our community, and I firmly believe that. That's the school's president, Ravi Bellamakanda. We continue to be very grateful to them for their courage in coming forward, and reaching a final resolution is very important to us and is an important step forward. This case, which Ohio State has fought in court for the past 8 years, became very public after an independent report concluded that many Ohio State personnel knew about Strauss's conduct and turned a blind eye to it, and the university failed for years to investigate, let alone take any meaningful action. The school had already settled for more than $61 million with 317 other survivors previously, which include, according to the reports, some former NFL players. Some ugly history at the Horseshoe that hopefully this will be learned from and never allowed to happen again. And more bad news. Sad news hit the sports world on Monday as Hall of Fame basketball coach Rick Adelman passed away at the age of 79. Adelman won 1,042 games as head coach of the Trailblazers, Kings, Rockets, Timberwolves, and Warriors. Only 4 coaches in NBA history have higher winning percentages than Adelman, and they are mostly coaching royalty: Pat Riley, Greg Popovich, Jerry Sloan, and George Karl. Adelman was a point guard in the NBA from 1969 to 1975 and started as an assistant coach with the Trailblazers before becoming head coach in the 1988-89 season midway. Adelman would take Portland to the NBA Finals twice, only to be beaten by the bad boy Pistons and then by the Michael Jordan and the Bulls 2 years later. Adelman also coached the Sacramento Kings for 8 years at their height during their rivalry with Kobe and Shaq and the Lakers. 210 different NBA players played for Adelman, and tributes from them and his former teams poured in after the news spread of his passing. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver called Adelman a brilliant strategist and teacher of the game, and even better person. The Kings paid tribute. He will be remembered for the way he inspired those around him with humility, integrity, kindness, and an unwavering belief in the power of teamwork. The Rockets added, Coach Adelman guided the Rockets with professionalism, integrity, and a deep commitment to the game. They referenced his dynamic Yao Ming, Tracy McGrady-led teams. His role in leading the team during the 22-game winning streak in 2008 remains one of the most remarkable achievements in franchise history and will always be remembered by Rockets fans. And finally, I have a quote here from 20-year NBA veteran Kyle Lowry, who said Monday night, "He actually challenged me. He didn't have to. He could have done everything else. He could have played other players, but he believed in me. He just trusted his players. He just wanted to win. And if it wasn't for him, I don't know what career I would have had. It's a sad day." RIP to a Hall of Famer and condolences to his family, including his son David, the coach of the Nuggets, from us here at New York's Sports Loudmouth. Again, no basketball. Tomorrow night is game 2. Let's end hockey right now. You guys are going to be talking about it in a second. It is currently 2-0. Golden Knights over the Hurricanes with 13:48 remaining in the third period. Howden has both goals for Vegas in that one. And let's take a look at baseball. Again, we just heard that terrible Aaron Judge news. The Yankees did win earlier today, 2-1 over the Guardians. In a rain delay right now in the bottom of the sixth, the Royals are up 6-5 on the Twins. In the top of the ninth, the Athletics have a 6-3 lead in Chicago on the Cubs. Bottom seven, the Pirates 5, Astros 1. No score going to the bottom of the fourth between the Diamondbacks and Dodgers, and all other games are final. Phillies 6, Padres 4, Orioles 8, Red Sox 2, Giants 12, Brewers 9, and Blue Jays 7, Braves 2. Guys, we're streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our NYS SPT Loudmouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now on to our next segment. Back at New York Sports Loudmouth.
We're back. Hello? You're listening to the New York Sports
Breaking news.
Loudmouth.
A lot of hot ladies.
Breaking news.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
Breaking news. Smell my ass.
Come on, baby.
Breaking news.
You want to jerk me off? A lot of hot ladies. They call me the ladies man and Mr. Steal Your Girl.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. There it is.
We just praised how good the internet was.
Give it away now. Give it away now. I'm going to smack Stevie right in the head now. You're listening to the New York Sports Loudmouth. There it is.
Yeah, break your neck.
My co-host, Mr. Quentin Copels.
Ramon, talk to me.
Petey, and Mickey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fish. And on the back end, the real back end, within Ramatantra, wherever he went, just put up the face of the earth. Maybe having a phone, with his girlfriend. Who knows? I don't know. So, www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including New York Sports Loudmouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. That's a terrible picture, by the way.
That's a great picture, by the way.
Terrible
Good job,
picture.
Fish. Want to give a shout out to you and the fans who created it.
It's absolutely not true, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm a little on the heavy side,
It's
but the
not.
guns is showing, though.
The guns are so full of it. I mean, his guns are.
Let me see yours. Let me see what you got.
Listen, my guns. When you meet me, when you see me,
I want to see now. Talk about when I beat you. Let's see what you got.
You notice the difference.
Let's see what you got.
Listen, I'm a lot bigger than you think I am, buddy.
Whoa.
Anyways, our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. And ladies and gentlemen, they're giving 10% off on all orders if you're a New York Sports Loudmouth fan. Just click the link at www.omahasteaks.com/New York Sports Loudmouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. Ladies and gentlemen, I love my Omaha Steaks. I haven't had one in about 3 months, but when I have one, they're juicy, they're tasty, they're wonderful. So go get yourself 10% off an Omaha Steak if you click the New York Sports Loudmouth link. All right, I had to do that, ladies and gentlemen. I want to get into the Golden Knights because the Golden Knights are kicking the you-know-what out of the Carolina Hurricanes, which is starting to sicken me. It's starting to sicken me, ladies and gentlemen. The Golden Knights won Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals versus the Hurricanes by a score of 5-4. The Hurricanes scored 25 seconds into the game on a goal by Mr. Ehlers, right? Am I right? I'm pretty
good. Ehlers.
Let's do Ehlers. It's like Mike Ehlers. So the third fastest goal ever scored in a Stanley Cup, and then scored a second goal to give Carolina a 2-0 lead. The Golden Knights scored 3 unanswered goals to take a lead of 3-2 until Jordan Staal tied the game at the end of the second period. Brett Howden. Yes, the New York Rangers, Brett Howden. I'm sure Ranger fans are not excited about that. Then gave the Vegas Knights the lead early in the third period with his 11th goal in the playoffs. Mitch Marner also got an assist to get his 22nd point of the postseason. Vegas took the lead with 3:24 remaining of the game on a goal by Thomas Hurtle. How do you pronounce his name? Hurtle. I don't want to mess up the names. The latest game-winning goal has been scored in regulations of the Stanley Cup since 2017. The Golden Knights became the first road team in NHL history to come back from down multiple goals to win Game 1 of the Stanley Cup. Road teams were 0-55 before Vegas came back to win this game. It reminds me of the New York Knicks, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that? Remember that number? It was like 563-0. Remember that? And then the Knicks came back with 7 minutes and 59 seconds. Let's not rehash it because I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to mess anybody's heads up. If you're a Cavalier fan, I have to wave it. Beautiful 69. Yes, anybody that doesn't know what 69 is, well, shame on you. Anyways, Carolina is down 2-0. There it is. There's a beautiful land, the land of the brave, number 69. But anyways, Brett Howden is playing great hockey right now. The Vegas Knights are getting scoring in many different ways. And the Golden Knights right now have been doing what we expected them to do. And Torts has been a unique coach throughout the playoffs. Tortorella, who's been pushing, he strides for defense. Well, as good as the Knights have been defensively, they've been even better offensively. The last time I watched a Tortorella team make the playoffs was the New York Rangers. And what were the New York Rangers doing? Blocking shots, not really putting enough shots on net. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what I have watched throughout this playoff is the Golden Knights have been one of the more prolific offensive teams, as we remember what they did against Colorado. And Tortorella has kind of changed his coaching. You can see he's changed his coaching throughout the playoffs. Maybe Tortorella has learned. Maybe he is just a different coach now, and he feels that this team is capable of playing defense, getting the goaltending from Hart and the goaltenders that they have, and playing at such a high level offensively. And Carolina, who I have been praising defensively all playoff long, has looked really bad in this series defensively. Now, that doesn't mean this series is over. I don't know what the number is from if a team goes down 2-0, how many teams have come back from a 2-0 deficit in the playoffs. But I could say this. Carolina is not the same team they were against Montreal. Maybe that was their Stanley Cup. Maybe that's what it was, because a lot of people, including yours truly, didn't think they were going to beat a young, fast Montreal Canadian team. And my question to you, Speedy, is if Montreal was here right now in the same position as Carolina, would they be losing 2-0 right now, or might be going down 2-0? Do you think they'd be down 2-0?
2-0, no, probably not. Now Vegas would have the home ice because
of course, but
because Carolina had the most points in the Eastern Conference, so they were going to get home ice.
Montreal was better away anyways.
Yeah, I was going to say they were more of a pattern type team, so it probably would have been 1-1 as it is. I worried with Montreal and Carolina, both with their size of their forwards a little bit when playing against Vegas, that have bigger centers, they have bigger wingers that are tough to get off the puck. And I think that's the biggest thing you're seeing now with Carolina is that Carolina's offensive players that normally in these other series have been able to skate freely and get puck possession, dominate puck possession. I talked about it on Monday. 58% of the time this postseason they possessed the puck is a crazy stat when you think about how hard it is in hockey to have controllable aspects. In Vegas is the opposite. They know how to counter with less puck possession, and they've been able to capitalize on all their opportunities, point blank goals that they've had. The first goal they scored at the beginning of the second period was one of those types of goals. The winning goal by Hurtle was right in the center of the ice. They know how to make it work to get those higher chances, and Carolina has not been able to execute. Now, Carolina's offense, even amidst their big streak before that, was not overly consistent, probably until the end of the Canadian series. The first couple games, they were still winning with their defense more than their offense, and even the series before that against Philly, they were not amazing offensively, I think, besides the one game. So now Vegas is keying in on that after that first two goals by Carolina, and West texted, "Oh, Carolina in 5 already," and all of a sudden Vegas comes all the way back, and you just see a team that's built in so many good ways. And this is the best offensive collection now, adding Marner, and you're getting another level with a lot of these other guys too. And Vegas already has a really good defensive scheme.
We knew that Marner was going to be a big player going into the playoffs. He was a good player with the Maple Leafs, but he has not been this good. 22 points in the playoffs. We've never seen him do anything, but we've never seen him gone further than the second round.
Right.
I mean, so we all know what the Maple Leafs are, and we know what they turned into. And we know Mitch Marner wanted to get the hell out of there because he didn't want to deal with the craziness, the propaganda over there. And look at what he has become over there with the Vegas Golden Knights. It's been pretty incredible right now. Mitch Marner in 17 games has 7 goals and 15 assists, plus a plus minus of 12. I mean, he has been so good. Shots on goal, which is 40. He's not even shooting. If you look at the team right now, in shots on goal, he is third on the team. Third. And he's doing all this and more. And Brett Howden has been unbelievable.
Yep.
He really has been unbelievable. I love Jack Eichel. I know what he is. I know what he brings to the table. He's a sensational player. He has 19 points. He's become more of a passer and a defensive-minded player since he's gone to Vegas. But when he came from Buffalo, he can do it all. This guy was right behind Connor McDavid. Everybody remembers that draft. They were looking at these two guys. These guys were the future of the NHL. Well, I will say this. Jack Eichel has won a Stanley Cup. Connor McDavid has not. Jack Eichel has won a gold medal in the Olympics. Connor McDavid, I don't think has. Has he?
No, I don't think so because
no. So if you think about Jack Eichel, he's won a gold medal and he's won a Stanley Cup and he's on his way to win another Stanley Cup. So Connor McDavid is going to be chasing a guy like Jack Eichel. And that doesn't mean that Connor McDavid isn't a better player than Jack Eichel. Right. He is. We understand that. But Jack Eichel has really changed his career, kind of changed it around. He was an injury-prone player with Buffalo, and then he gets traded. They gave up a lot, and Vegas has been smiling. Look at the players look at the team they put together. And that goes for the executives over there, the organization out there. And I said this, Rob Brindamore has not proven himself enough after the Eastern Conference Finals or even in the Eastern Conference Finals. This was his first Eastern Conference run where he's really stuck out like a sore thumb, but he has not shown it, and this defense hasn't shown up. And Frederick Anderson has not shown up so far in the finals.
I would say most of the goals in the first game, I think, were a lot of point blank, really high quality chances. So that's more on the defense than I think it is on Anderson. But still, yeah, eventually he was going to come back down to earth from the insane pace he was on. Granted, they didn't shoot the puck a lot in Montreal, especially didn't shoot the puck a lot. But still, I think Vegas is playing an identity that is tough to trust. Because you mentioned Marner too. Like Marner is a playmaker first before he's a sniper, but he can be a sniper. So they keyed in on that. And then now you're seeing him be the playmaker again. And you're seeing him set up Brett Howden. You're seeing him pass from the wing and do a lot of different things. And Vegas has such a mixture of different player types that makes it is. We talk about positionless basketball a lot of the time, but Vegas is doing it with like a lot of forwards that could both be centers and wings and play a lot of different skill sets. And they have defense that are stepping up in the play too. One of the stats from game 1 too was Shea Theodore and Brady McNabb, who are more of defensive defensemen, both having 3 points in that game. So they have a good mixture of everything right now that Vegas or that Carolina hasn't been able to figure out. Carolina is kind of a one identity type team with the who's scoring for them and how they play defense, and now it's catching up to them.
Just want to give you guys an update quickly. 2-1, Hurricanes get on the board. Stankoven with his 10th goal of the playoffs. 7.5 minutes remaining.
Good, he's 3 behind Brett Howden.
5'8", 165-pound Stankoven. Just so you guys know.
I think hockey more than any sport. I think Vegas. I said it against Colorado; they were the best team left in the playoffs. But they're enjoying some real home cooking as well. So I think it's still a series. When they go back to Carolina, it's going to be.
They're in Carolina. They're in Carolina. They'll be going back to Vegas. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you. I like to mop the floor with Q. I do. But
you can do it to me. It's fine. They have the best player on the ice. Mitch Marner is the best player on the ice.
No question.
It's not close. And I hate Brett Howden doing so well. Every playoffs, it's these ex-Rangers really just sticking it to my favorite team that they couldn't put together on the Rangers, but they play so well.
He did well with the 23 run too as a third line.
And we're tied. Jankowski gets a goal. 2-2. 2 goals in about a minute to tie it up in the third. This is going to be a series.
Just so you guys know, I think they have the 3 best players in this series. So I think Vegas has the 3 best players. And I think Carolina has a great team. They got great players. Yeah. I like Sebastian Aho. I like they have talent. I just think when I look at Vegas from top to bottom, I still think Carolina could win this series if they could figure out how to play defense.
Yeah.
But they got to play like they played against Montreal. And I was scared about Vegas because Mitch Marner, I was so shocked when he picked Vegas. I did not think it was going to be Speedy. I think you're the one who called Vegas.
I did in the offseason. It made sense. They were always in the market for a big swing. They always kept losing to Edmonton. I'm like, yeah, watch Mitch Marner go to Vegas. And then, like I said, right. I picked them at the start of the season, and then I deviated with the coaching firing and picked Minnesota instead. And now that they got to this point, I had the beating Colorado like you did, Dickie, and they'll stop.
The short spurt coaching for Torts, I think, is the game changer.
And a veteran
can't have him for a full year.
He's a veteran team too. He was always bad with younger teams. Like Vancouver was a young team. Philly was a young team. It wouldn't be able to handle it. Columbus, he had a couple good years with, obviously the big upset against Tampa, and then it kind of fell off, and he had a lot of bad player relationships.
Hart starting to play like he did in Philadelphia, giving up bad goals.
Yeah, sure.
He's becoming the old Hart.
Yeah.
Listen, as long as he's not the Hart on the New York Knicks. All right, I'm just saying. Let's try to protect ourselves here. I don't want to throw a bone and then the Knicks completely fall apart tomorrow. So we're going to save it, and we'll just attack Quentin Copels on Monday when the Knicks go up 2-0, or maybe actually 3-0. We'll see. I mean, because I think Sunday is another game.
No, I think Monday's game 3.
Monday's game. Monday. So I want to pick on Quentin. I want to pick on.
You won't be picking on me. I can tell you that. Not me.
I like to pick on you.
No, you try. I said you said, but you're telling the audience that you're gonna pick on me, which is a lie.
Wait a second. First of all, you said I try to pick.
Yeah, you try to pick on me.
I love to pick on you, and I don't try.
Just put the picture up again for him. Help him understand.
That picture is non-existent. That's fake, ladies and gentlemen. That's a fake
picture up for us, Steve.
That is a fake picture.
Thank you, sir.
Are you more mad that you're so much bigger, so much smaller than him, or that his biceps is
it's more realistic than we're gonna get? We take a picture together.
He's taller than me like that, but there's no way his bicep is bigger.
Oh no, that by far. My bicep is your head.
We'll measure it. We'll measure it. Okay. I guarantee it. I guarantee you, your bicep's not bigger than me.
Outside of your hair, your head is my bicep.
Get the hell out of here! You are so out of your mind.
Just tell you.
What do you weigh? 260?
No, I'm 290.
290.
Yeah.
And I'm about 216. So, but I have pretty big arms.
You broke 200? I find that hard to believe. At your height, you might be obese at your height.
I'm 216. I'm 216. My height.
Yeah. I was 216.
Before you on the show, I was even bigger. I was even bigger. I was like 235.
What happened?
I lost weight. I wanted to lose weight. So
yeah, that's the part that I don't really understand, because you gained weight when I got on the show.
Get the hell out of
here! You've been detoxing since I've known you.
You're the only person that's gained weight. I mean, look at your face, man. It's like overloaded with water. I mean, seriously, it's overloaded with water. I mean,
no, you've been detoxing. How did you gain weight?
Detoxing. I could squish you like what do we call this? A mat.
Like a lie. Yeah, that's what you do.
Look at this. Look at that.
There you go. There you go.
You're like you know what you look like, man. I'm not going to tell you what I think.
Thank you.
I don't want to hurt your feelings. I gotta be kids friendly right now, because we can
family show.
No. Go to bed, kids.
Yeah, go to bed, kids. That's true. But I mean, bedtime. Listen, kids, come June 18th.
Right. Speaking of kids,
come to the live show. Sign out after 9:30.
That's right. You don't have to, because guess what? The kids don't have to go to school the next day, so they're even better. So they can party all night long. So come and party with us.
And we have a parade on Friday.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. With the Knicks. Yeah, that's good. Good for you, man. Good for you. You're starting to feel it.
Hey, I'm feeling good today. I got this plan. I'll be out there lit, boy.
Listen, you'll be out in New York, and we'll go together, and we'll enjoy it, and we'll bring your wife.
We got to make a video.
Your wife will enjoy it, right?
She don't really do crowds, so it's gonna be tough for her to enjoy.
She's a Knicks fan. She said we want her.
Yeah. She's a Knicks fan for sure.
Yes.
But she'd rather be at the house celebrating with family and whatever.
For sure. All right. We call this Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you an important news bulletin.
We got a big broadcast to do here. We're about to dial it up.
Make her squirt, make me jerk.
Welcome back to Dial It Up.
Keep Brad.
Everybody's favorite
fell off.
Bizarre stories of the week. Errol hasn't heard them. He's got to dial up a take, and then we're going to react to his reaction. Are you boys ready to finish up the show for the week? Dial it up. There it is. First one for the night. We're going to go to Congress. Yes. Nick Saban on Capitol Hill introduces a bill to kill the NIL, the NIL. Yes, if you weren't paying attention, he does not like it very much. And a lot of these old fogey coaches don't like the players making money. They want to change how it's doing. They want a national framework for NIL and transfer rules. The current system is unsustainable. It started at $7 million, and then it doubled. And then it went up another $7 million. And now some of these schools have, budgets of $40 million for players for NIL. Errol, where will it stop? Does Congress need to intervene? Is Saban right? Dial it up!
Not a chance in hell. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Listen, Congress needs to stay a hell away from this. I mean, I like Trump getting involved and trying to help this and help that. And he was helping with the NILs and all that other stuff. Stay the hell away from it. These kids deserve the money. They need to make some money. So why are you going to step into it? Why are you going to take it away? I think that the people out here have to understand that these kids were not making enough money at the time that they were. I mean, look at Quinn Copels. He was there. He didn't make any money. He didn't make any NIL money. These kids deserve this money now. When the time comes, you can control it. You can control it. You see, I had to throw that one at you. I'm sorry, Kilo.
No, you got it.
I had to throw that
Fish and Dickie had a little inside joke that we was doing.
Okay. What was it? I want to hear this inside
No,
joke.
Go. We'll tell you after the show.
All right. So here's the thing. I think that Congress needs to stay the hell away from it. And I think they need to understand that these kids deserve at least a little bit of time to see the money. And I want to see these kids actually stay in college. These basketball players, these NCAA guys, you're seeing players decide to stay because they're making some money and they can take care of their family. So keep it. Stay away. Stay away, Congress. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that, we want to, kind of govern the athletes when, coaches has been getting 60, 70 million. Speaking of Nick Saban, who's been hitting it across the head for millions and millions of dollars for over a decade or so. But now that the players get a chance to make several $1 million, it becomes an issue, and we need to go to Congress. What happened to keep politics out of sports? I guess that's changed, right? Yeah, so I think it's crazy that, he even got to this point where he's introducing a bill to stop the NIL. Nick Saban, it's not your money, all right? So you're not in a position to be telling anybody how to invest their money, whether they want to invest in a kid or invest in the school or whatever they want to do. When you was getting $60 million, $70 million, we didn't introduce a bill and say, hey, coaches shouldn't be getting paid that much in college. Did we? No, we didn't. We let you get your 60, 70 million on top of the house that Alabama was doing, on top of you going under the table, spending extra money, recruiting players. And we never said anything, and you end up winning several national championships because you had a bigger bag than pretty much everybody that was competing against.
Get him killed.
So here's what I would propose to you. Get out of Congress, get out of politics. If you want to get into politics, run for the, a mayor, a governor position, get yourself in there and you can play that game. But when it comes to the NCAA, listen, these kids are getting paid. You guys have taken billions, not millions, billions of dollars over athletes. You have ruined athletes' careers because a former athlete who made it to the pro wanted to take another athlete out for lunch or have a drink at a bar, whatever the situation may be. You have ruined careers behind this. Now that the guys are being able to actually get some money, stay out of the way, let these kids go. Yes, it's unregulated in regards to you want them to be able to spend it properly, but it's not your business. It's not your decision. Let the parents and let the schools handle how to actually build a financial profile or structure where they will basically protect the money that they're being invested in. So here's what I would tell you, Nick Saban. Kick rocks. Leave us alone. And I say us, I mean athletes. Leave us alone and move on with your life. You're retired. You got 7 national championships. You own college football programs. Good. Go. Just go. We don't need your input.
What a mom.
I love it. Maybe the players deserve to make the money since they're the ones sacrificing their bodies. I don't know.
All right. You would think.
You would think. Oh, just because they got the amateurs. Well, I got another story for you. This is a baseball one. If you didn't see it a week ago, we did this story because it was like the 30th anniversary or something of Canseco having the ball hit him off his head. If you don't remember that, here's the clip right here. Canseco's going back in a stadium that kind of looks like a bootleg version of Old Yankee Stadium, and it goes off his head. Not a very good memory. We still remember it to this day. They're laughing at him in the outfield. Well, look at what happened to Joe Adele just yesterday or 2 days ago. Take a look at this. Off his head and over the yellow line, bouncing off the scoreboard. That counts as a home run. So Joe Adele, here it is in slow motion, just missed it, touches the glove off the hat, and over the wall for a homer. And there's the well overweight guy, probably shouldn't be doing this job, signaling home run. Guys, what's the most embarrassing moment you had in sports? Because that's got to be way up there.
I've got one. I got one crazy one. I was playing hockey, and I didn't realize that there was no backup goalie. So during a hockey game, they needed a backup goalie. I decided to take one for the team. But I decided, hey, I was wearing my regular cup. I didn't have a goaltending cup. And I don't know anybody knows that. It protects the whole inner part of your leg and everything. So I decided to play with a regular cup. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was a bad idea. I wore all the goalie pads, everything, and somebody took a shot from the point on a power play, and it hit me square. My cup flipped over and hit me square in the you-know-what. I saw stars in the air. I was holding myself. I threw up on the ice. I mean, I walked off the ice, and I had one freaking ball the size of a freaking grapefruit. So I at the end of the game, when I was walking out and the coach says, well, how does your balls feel? I said, well, if I could fit the ball in my hands, I tell you how it feels. That's a true story. That's what I remember. I saw stars. I actually saw birdies flying up in the air when it hit me there. So, true story.
My first day of practice as a freshman in high school, I had played soccer my whole life. I was a goalie, center forward, was really good. I ended up playing football, and I had never played before. I got brand new cleats. And if you know anything about football cleats, and they used to be these old hard plastic cleats, very slippery if you're not on the grass. So my coach, he goes, hey, stand on the sled, while we push it, and you'll get to meet the team. So I stand on the sled with these brand new hard plastic cleats. They hit the sled. I get knocked off the sled, slip, and I'm backing up like this, like I'm about to get run over by the sled, screaming, stop, stop, with a broken voice. Not a great first impression for my teammates.
I mean, that was pretty cool. I mean, could you do that again, just one more time?
All right, you can record it. The timestamp's 3:50.
Just do it one more time. Just do it.
Stop, Speedy, help me, Speedy.
Speedy, you better get that one. You hear me? Get that one. I want to use that.
Too late.
I got to use that. That's definitely.
I'm under attack. What about you, Q? You got anything like this?
Nah, I played it safe. I don't really have any embarrassing stories. I mean, the worst thing.
I was an athlete. I didn't have any embarrassing stories.
Yeah, I was a part of one. I was a part of one which everybody is famously known of, which is called the butt fumble. So I was actually live present in the MetLife stadium, and I actually witnessed it. I saw it live where with my own eyes, and then I just saw it kick.
Were you also
repeated on the jumbotron?
Were you also there when our friend Mark Sanchez ate a hot dog on the sidelines? Were you there for that?
No.
No.
He did enough with the butt fumble. I didn't want nothing else.
Was that the playoff run, wasn't it?
Cool. Yeah, that was on the playoff run. You talking about the hot dog?
Yeah, the hot dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, how could you forget the butt fumble?
This is his way of copping out.
Oh, this is bad.
Yeah.
You own him 8 balls tonight.
Listen.
Where are you getting these going?
Most of the ones I picked out were you, Q.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with that.
All right,
I like that, bro.
Let's keep it going. We're having a little too much fun. There's some more stories here to talk about after Joe Adele.
I was going to say,
what we got next.
He needed the Angels in the outfield to help him out on that one.
That's right.
He needed a kid in the stands waving his arms.
Dickie, I don't know if you're a sneakerhead or not, but I got a sneaker story for you.
Of course I am.
Stephen Curry got a $400 million shoe deal with what shoe company, will I ask you? Li Ning.
Come on now.
The Chinese shoe company Li Ning, a sportswear company. Li Ning signs $400 million, 10-year deal, endorsement contract. It ends this drawn-out recruitment process since he left Under Armour in November. Landmark deal for Curry brand to venture globally. Steph Curry is one of the most talented and watched basketball players in the world, which is exactly why this matters. The NBA, its players, and sites like Amazon cannot suggest they stand for social justice at home while cashing checks from companies tied to the Chinese Communist Party's forced labor economy. Errol, is Steph Curry having little kids make his sneakers in sweatshops? Dial it up!
Absolutely! What do we do over there in China and Vietnam? We absolutely overachieve. Here's the thing, $400 million. You're paying a guy $400 million when he's 38 years old and he's at the tail end of his career. That's what you're doing? That makes no sense. Now, Starberry, we all know about Marbury and what he is in China and how big of a star. They got a statue of him, okay? But Steph Curry, as great of a player he is, he's one of the greatest shooters. He is the greatest shooter of all time. He's going to go down in history as one of the better superstars of this time. He is not worth $400 million now.
Oh.
No, he's not worth $400 million now. Now, if you want to take the Chinese money, by all means, take the money. I just think it's crazy that I'm not taking shots at Steph Curry. I think by all means take the money. $400 million, I'm taking it. But if I was China, I'm not giving Steph Curry $400 million at the tail end of his career. Just not. So
who you'll give it to? Jeremy Lin?
I wouldn't give it to anybody. I'd give it to a young stud who's coming out of the draft this year. Pick one of those guys.
They're not going to sign.
They're not doing it for that. He's going to be a global ambassador. They're going to. He's the Curry brand on that shoe.
Oh, the Curry brand.
He's going to play 2 more years. He's going to retire. He's going to get $400 million for the shoe deal. They're going to be the number 1 seller in China, which has 2.2 billion people, and
he's going to outsell them. Freddie
offers you a deal like that, you don't get mad at him for taking it.
Look how ugly his chosen sneaker is. Okay?
I only wear Jordan 1, so I don't.
These are Steph Curry sneakers.
You wouldn't wear that? You wouldn't wear that? You bought them.
Look at them. I buy a lot of sneakers. I am not investing. I can't wait to see the Chinese configuration of these sneakers.
It's a hoop shoe.
That's Under Armour. They ain't gonna do it that way.
We'll see. I'm gonna bet you they do. It's his foot, man.
Listen. The $400 million deal is pretty incredible. I mean, I don't trust the Chinese by no stretch of means, but I do think that it is setting precedent in regards to, hey Nike, hey Adidas, hey New Balance. If you guys aren't going to pay these guys, these global guys, they're especially like a Steph Curry, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, there's other companies that will. And listen, $400 million sounds like a lot to us because we don't have that, but China sends billions of dollars over here to the U.S.
We'll never have that.
Their student programs and different things, and they move their initiative.
For yourself.
But I'm sorry, I forgot you guys are pretty rich. So I think the deal was great for him, but I mean, I don't think that nobody looks forward to wearing Steph Curry shoes, not even with Under Armour. Like, look at you just pulled it out and laughed at it. So it's not like he's doing it for the shoes, like he said, like Dickie said, it's for the brand. He gets an opportunity to kind of, bring some other athletes, which I don't believe he's going to be successful with. I don't think unless he just throw a boatload of money, which I don't think they're going to give him that type of capital to throw a boatload of money to other guys. But it's a good deal for him in regards to he get to sell off into retirement. But as far as the brand, it's just going to be him. It's not going to be nobody that's going to jump on that bandwagon.
Hop out some bugger sugar.
All right, let's get into the next story. Speedy, I'm gonna throw this one to you first, I think, and we're gonna get into
cycle time right here.
I got a quote here from Jim Schwartz, the former defensive coordinator of the Browns, who just obviously traded away his marquee player, Myles Garrett. Well, he left before that because they didn't give him the head coaching job after, one would say, he pretty much carried that entire roster, that entire offense. with his defense all year. Well, he had this really interesting quote. He said, "A forced marriage isn't going to work in the NFL when the Browns decided to pass him up for Todd Monken, the Ravens' old offensive coordinator, for him, and then tried to say, yeah, you should work for him." This is his comment. A forced marriage isn't going to work in the NFL. Obviously talking about trying to put two longtime coaches together. I think this is a crazy attempt by the Browns to do one of the crazier things they've always done, Errol. What do you think about Schwartz's comments here? Dial it up!
I love Jim Schwartz. Absolutely adore Jim Schwartz. I think he's one of the top 10 greatest defensive coordinators of all time. He's absolutely right. Why would I ever want to coach under Monken when I thought that I should have gotten the coaching job or at least interviewed for the coaching job? He never got the chance. I think it's pathetic. I think that we all know the Browns are a stupid organization and they're dumb. I know Jim Schwartz didn't work out with the Lions. I think it was the Lions the last time he had an opportunity. But you don't pass up a guy that really built that defense. That was the best defense in the NFL last year. And you part ways with him because you wouldn't give him an interview. It just makes no sense. I don't like it.
Yeah, forced marriage seems like an outdated concept as it is, and especially in the NFL terms, the Browns are trying to live on the glory of their previous regime, which wasn't even that good anyway, and you're going to disparage the best thing that's happened to your team the last 3 years in Jim Schwartz. They had a great defense last year. They had a good defense in 2023 that helped them get to the playoffs, along with 5 different quarterbacks. And yeah, that's not the offense that's winning you games. You're going to try to take a chance on a guy that we don't even know if it's scheme fit, or a guy that we don't even know who's going to be the quarterback. It's going to be probably Massage Watson, and coming off the worst 2 years of his career, where he had numbers analytically bad the last decade, is Ryan Leaf.
Yeah, I think Jim Schwartz is one of those strong personalities, and I think Cleveland, if you look at the history, they don't really do well with hiring, those strong personalities from a head coaching position. But I don't. I think this is a byproduct of that. Everybody thinks that because you have a successful year or a couple of years in regards as a coordinator that you're fit to be a head coaching job. I'm strongly opposed to guys thinking that because I can call a defense or I can call an offense that I'm a great head coach. There's so much more responsibilities that come with that. But, at the end of the day, I do think they were kind of disrespectful by not giving him an interview. But I don't think that, at the end of the day, that he will make a great head coach just because he's a good defensive coordinator.
So I have like a different way of looking at this. As like a coach, I just know that usually you stay with your guys, so if Monken has like 7 or 8 coaches at least that are following him everywhere he goes, and Schwartz the same thing. It's not just the two of them getting along, it's all their guys getting along and not stepping on each other's toes and things like that too. So I think it was just a crazy thing by the Browns, but that's what makes them the Browns.
Dickie, what do you think?
I just think it's a little bit of sour grapes. He couldn't even get an interview for
Speaking
the Browns.
of grapes,
for the Browns head coaching job. He didn't even get an interview. And that's what it really comes down to. It's nobody's banging down the door to give him a head coaching job. No one's giving him interviews. And the team that he did so well with wanted him to stay in the same position and bring in another guy who was a long-time coordinator who had never had a head coaching job either. So it's just a little bit of sour grapes. But it should be a blessing in disguise because he should get another coordinator job somewhere else.
Right.
Yeah, if he wants it. We'll see.
Does anybody really want to be the Browns head coach? Come on.
Is a defensive coordinator job available for the Giants?
Well, stay tuned, I think, on that one. Stay tuned. It actually does kind of make me think about Dable and Wink, how they were forced together by Shane and how that didn't work either. I don't know.
Nobody say it's so Shane was smart either. Then again, he's probably light years smarter than the Browns organization.
He got a 3-year contract. He's pretty damn smart.
Egos have destroyed a lot better things than the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
All right, I got a fun one to the end of this. This is the San Antonio mayor confronted. Her name is Gina Ortiz-Jones. She went on Inside the NBA to call out Charles Barkley for his years and years of making fun of San Antonian women on the air. If you haven't seen the clips online, we're not going to get into all of them, but they are very funny. Charles is saying they just don't have good-looking women. They have heavier women out there, and Shaq always makes him take a joke. He also talks about churros, and Miss Ortiz-Jones brought him a huge package of churros, which he immediately ate up on the air trying to be cool about it. It was a big funny scene. Guys, Errol, some light humor here from probably the best booth group left in sports media. Dial it up!
Well, if I was there, it would be even better. I just got to add that one. But listen, Charles Barkley says a lot of crazy things. He says a lot of crazy things. He can't stand the Knicks. He never gives the Knicks any credit for where they are. He's finally starting to buy into it. He's buying in. Well, I don't know if Wemby can take Karl-Anthony Towns. We heard him on his Sports Center this past morning. So I mean, it's finally he's starting to come alive. But Charles has always been a personality. Michael Jordan said it best. He's one of the best and one of the brightest personalities the NBA's ever had. And that's why he still has a job. That's why he is who he is. He's on all these commercials. He went from TNT to NBA TV with ESPN. He got a lot of money doing this, and he's made more money as a broadcaster than he did as a player. So you can't really take shots at Charles Barkley on some of the things he says. It sold him, and it built him an empire of money throughout his off his career. So I'm not going to really attack him because he's just trying to be funny. I don't know if he meant anything by it. And Charles Barkley likes big women. So, I mean,
he was definitely trying to be funny, Errol. Definitely trying to be funny.
Charles Barkley, quote unquote, I remember when he was playing for the Suns, he says, I love big women. So for anybody to attack him saying that San Antonio has a lot of big women, I guess Charles Barkley likes that. So let's get some big women. Let's go get them.
Yeah, but I think it's been a running joke for like, I don't know, a couple of years now. Like it's been
15 years.
Yeah, it's been a running joke for a while, specifically San Antonio. So not to say that he don't like big girls, but it's just the fact that the matter is that we're in body shaming climate now where you can't necessarily tell the truth, even if you are big and overweight. And then for him to be, on, Ozempic or whatever he's on, it kind of contradicts itself in regards to, the body shaming part. But, I don't think nothing much of it. It was, I think it was very creative for her to bring a bunch of churros to the table and allow him to actually consume it. Although I know it was probably a crazy segment outside. I didn't get just to list the clip, but he likes big women.
I love Lisa.
But at the end of the day, that's it.
How else was the mayor going to get on the broadcast? The fake outrage was the only way to get her on there. That's her 15 seconds of fame. You did it. Congratulations. Pat yourself on the back. We move on.
Good PR movement, too. You get reelected.
It is pretty smart. I think Charles Barkley.
Come to San Antonio.
Those guys are like a national treasure. That four guys. Don't you think that's the best crew going right now in any sport?
Outside of New York sports loudmouth, I agree.
No, I'm talking about for a
we're not there, but we good.
A post game like at the
no. Okay, I was just saying, they the good. They the goats. So this.
Soon as we're there, we're number one. Don't get me wrong. I agree. But
there was no other angle that was going to get her on that stage.
Yeah, she can't talk ball or nothing like that. So,
guys, there it is. Take one last look at the graphic. More churros, less cardio. Dial it up.
I will say this. I like Charles Barkley because I like his personality. I love Shaquille O'Neal. They put two really good personalities with two kind of relaxing type of personalities. And you can see that both of them on different sides have that back and forth banter. The fact is they're there to entertain people. It's entertainment. That's what it is. And you want to sit there and you want to take shots at him. Listen, Charles Barkley, I can't stand when he takes shots at the New York Knicks. But now I'm sitting here. The Knicks are 3 games away from winning a championship. What is Charles going to say after that? After the Knicks finally win a championship, he's going to say nothing because he's going to back up all the bad things that he didn't say. What?
He said Knicks in 6.
Knicks in 6. I know. He's finally actually coming alive because for the first 3 series, he thought the Hawks were going to give him a challenge. He said the Sixers are going to beat him in 7. And he said that the Cavaliers are going to beat him in 6. Now, all of a sudden, he's back with the Knicks. So I think Charles is waking up now. I like you, Charles. I'll stick up for you, Charlie. Don't worry about it. He doesn't like being called Charlie, but I got a Charlie Rod, if you know what I mean. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. I want to apologize So I want to apologize to all the fans. We didn't have our guest. Jermaine will be on one of these days. We'll work on it. Jermaine Jones will join us, but certain things happen, and the old Nith couldn't give us a slam dunk tonight. But we love you, Nith. You do such a great job on the back end. Thank you to all the fans that are tuning in to our show on Spotify and Apple video and audio. We really appreciate you. Speedy, I know you don't have the number, but we are doing such a great job. The fans are really backing us up on the platform that really has been growing significantly over the last 2 years. So we really appreciate you guys. All the YouTube fans, we're working on building our YouTube channel. All the fans, come on, guys. You can follow us on YouTube. I know it's a problem. We're not in the algorithm because we don't just talk about the Knicks or the Yankees. I want to give a shout out to Karan, by the way. I watched the show after the Knick game last night. He was sensational. He's got all these people because he's a Knick guy, but we're an everything guy. We're an everything, girls and guys. So we're just here to entertain you guys with sports. So obviously we're not in the algorithm, but we really appreciate the fans that tune in and listen to us throughout the night. But you can listen to the replay. X, TikTok, and Instagram, New York Sports Loudmouth. We appreciate all you people and all you guys and girls and kids. Keep listening to us. Keep following us. Keep growing. Speedy, who do we have on next week?
Nothing yet for Monday, but we do have a UFC guest for Thursday. CEO of Combat Global, co-creator of UFC and entrepreneur, Campbell McLaren will be joining us.
Mr. McLaren, who works with Dana White, he will be joining us. That'll be interesting. I'd love to get his take on Dana White, but I don't want to get myself into trouble. So I'll try to calm down.
Please.
I'll try to breathe. I'll be very fair and nice in the interview, I think. And we'll make it a good one, or we'll make it a funny one. Okay. So anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. We went over 10 minutes, but I hope everybody enjoyed it. And we'll talk to you next week. Have a good weekend and enjoy the Knick game tomorrow as we pulverize the Spurs. Eat your heart out, Q. Let's go to the parade. Let's go. Dance at the parade. Good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Ass liquor. Doo-doo.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about